So, my friends and I went to an area with a long stretch of those Y-style utility poles up on a mountain in Dalton, Georgia. If you know the area, you know it's a complete shithole of a city and pretty much a meth capital. So we were up there watching a storm roll in, and it was pretty beautiful. There was a dark purple sky with lightning lighting up a mountain opposite us. It was on Dug Gap Battle Road for anyone who knows the area. Anyway, we were up there as the sun was setting, and this thunderstorm was rolling in. It was me and 3 friends. There was another group of younger guys as well, with a bonfire laughing and eating together. We were just there to smoke and watch the storm roll in, so we weren't really talking much at all. That other group left about 30 minutes later, and I started to get this weird, eerie feeling. I'd had a weird feeling the whole time we were there, so I hadn't done any smoking myself, just in case I needed to be clear-headed. I heard some rustling in the woods to the left of us. I was terrified some animal was going to burst out of the woods, and I'd have to drag these stoned idiots behind me. Instead, though, what I started to hear was yelling and screaming coming from down the road. It was a bit of a steep walk up to the overlook. It wasn't too long after that other group of guys had left, so we didn't really think that much of it. Maybe they were having a fight or something. It had continued on long enough, though, for us to get interested in what was happening. We kept hearing that rustling in the woods nearby us. Worried that it might be someone trying to sneak up on us or something, good intentions or no, we started to walk down the hill and get a look at what was making all this noise. As we approached, we could see that 2 cars seemed to be blocking the road, a large truck and a beater sedan type car. There was someone hanging out of the sedan and screaming. It seems like the other guy was trying to push them back into it. It wasn't a joking scream either. This person was wailing like they were about to die. It was these god-awful screams. We all just kinda looked at each other and decided to quietly exit down the path and get back to our car. We had parked about a half-mile back. We started going back down, and we'd gotten about halfway when we heard one of them yelling seemingly at us. We all dropped down like idiots, like dropped down to our stomachs. We could hear more yelling and knew that they'd clearly seen us. We decided to fuck it and just took off running towards the car. We made it and sped off right away. Neither of the other cars tried to follow us or anything. They very easily could have just left the opposite way. We think maybe it was some sort of drug deal or the like. Who knows though? Wrong place, wrong time, I suppose. I still get chills when I think about what could have happened, even if it could have just been nothing. It was very strange. We did call the cops and they said they went to go check it out, but I highly doubt they ever did. Like all old cities, San Francisco has a large and extremely complex underground system and community. Growing up there, I thought I had seen it all. My high school was located downtown, and there was this alleyway with an openable manhole that led to a dry area of the sewers. It seemed to be no longer in use. We would just wander around down there and often find small, even sometimes large homeless encampments. There was never really anything you wouldn't expect to find down there, though. Besides the dry sewer system, during the Japanese internment, the Japanese had built a crazy underground tunnel system that spanned all the way from Soma down through Chinatown. Over the course of the decades, many of these tunnels became fortified. In some cases, underground apartments were even created. I'm sure at one time they were legal. Now though, these are all illegal dwellings, but still fully occupied. It's not uncommon to go into a business's basement and find a small underground staircase leading you to a network of strange but clearly maintained apartments. I digress though. This was up and beyond anything I had ever seen. since now or otherwise. My boyfriend at the time and I both worked at a bar on 6th and Market. One night, my boyfriend grabbed 2 big flashlights and told me he had something to show me in the basement. The first thing we found was the staircase underneath the basement that led to another staircase going even further downward. There was another staircase down there that led to these creepy underground apartments. That wasn't very interesting though. What was interesting was when we searched a little further after going in deeper, and we found another staircase leading all the way down into the darkness. We just had to check this out. This staircase took us down a long, narrow cement landing into a huge room. The ceiling had to have been 20 to 30 feet high. Although, for reference, I'm quite short, only about 5 feet, so it may have seemed bigger to me than it actually was. There was no railing on this staircase at all. There appeared to have at one time been a bathroom or something in this room, as there were toilets around here, otherwise just piles of rubble and cement. Off this room was a whole network of dark rooms. Those were huge too. Several of them had very high ceilings. They were all separated by these weird steps. They were only like 2 or 3, and it made the floor very uneven. When I'm saying huge, I'm talking each of these rooms could have held hundreds of people. With our flashlights, we looked around the area. There were light bulbs in some of the rooms that appeared to be operational, but there didn't appear to be anyone down there. To our surprise, we found another small staircase that led even further down to what could only be described as a mezzanine. The ceiling was very low at this point, and we were very deep underground. This is where things started to really get creepy. We discovered several gross old mattresses and mounds of clothing. There were 6-inch clear heels, wigs, other random huge piles of stuff. There were even some tables and chairs, but everything looked broken and rotting. We were musing amongst ourselves what these huge rooms could have possibly been used for. If they had been built during the internment, were they built to hide from the government or something? My boyfriend was getting really creeped out. We were already in so deep though. It was so dark and twisting and turning. Then we found this weird closet. It was almost like a tiny hall, open at both ends. There were shelves inside, just big enough for someone to lie down on. I shined my flashlight on them. "I think we should go now," my boyfriend said. I looked up and saw him standing at the other end of the closet. We were now clearly looking at some kind of ancient dried-up sewer system or something. To our left was a massive antique sewer pipe with ornate brick and mortar around the giant opening. In front of us, where the pipe opened up to, there appeared to be a small building made of mud of some sort. There was a huge depression between the area we were in and the area across from us. It almost kind of looked like a subway station or something. There was rebar sticking out of the earth ominously. We shined our flashlights downward. The area downward was deep enough that it would be very difficult to get out of if you were to fall in. On the other side of the platform were these 3 or 4 cells. They looked like old-timey jail cells from a Western movie. They were all brick and mortar, with arched entryways and big iron bars. The ceiling in this particular spot was really, really high. We were unfathomably deep now, and it seemed like it only led even deeper in. There was no quick and easy way to get out of here. The weirdest and creepiest thing of all, though, was that there was a single red light bulb hanging from the very center of the ceiling. We had noticed the red light right away. In fact, it was bathing this whole bizarre sewer jail construction scene in red light. It didn't occur to us, though, that if these lights were all on, it likely meant that someone was in this area. Maybe they even called it home. I mean, this light bulb had to have been painstakingly placed in that exact spot. I had no idea how they could even mount it in the center of this 30-foot-high ceiling. It's possible that all this had been done by the city at some point. Still, though, we didn't want to stick around. At this point, my boyfriend and I began to hustle our way back out of there. If there was anyone living down there, We imagined they were probably of the unsavory sort. We didn't exactly want to find out, though. We hightailed it out of there with a swiftness and never again went back down into the bar's basement. I used to work at a large campus gym. We closed at midnight, but the pool sauna area closed at 11 p.m. At around 11:30, something caught my eye in the locked pool area. I went in, using the flashlight app on my phone to look around. Everything seemed to be in order until I shined my light into a corner of the room where I saw a man inside, wearing his street clothes. I walked over and told him this area was closed and he needed to leave right now. The man nodded and left through the door to the men's locker room. I relocked all the doors behind him. At midnight, after the announcements were made, I had to check all the locker rooms to make sure no one was still inside. Before going into the men's locker room, I'm female by the way, I banged on the door and yelled that the gym was now closed. The locker room was going to be checked by staff, and if anyone was there, they needed to make their presence known. There was no response, so I went to do a quick visual check. As I walked inside, I was surprised to see the very same man was now in the corner of the shower area, standing there naked, just staring off into space. He didn't react, he didn't move, he didn't do anything. I screamed and ran around the corner. I yelled that he needed to dress up and leave right now. I left the locker room and radioed up to my male boss what was going on and that he needed to come down and help me. We stood outside the only entrance to the locker room for a couple of minutes, waiting for this guy to leave, but no one ever came out. My boss went inside and was in there for a couple of minutes. He came back out to tell me that no one was in there. Now all 6 staff members were called down. We checked the pool area. All the doors were still locked. I'd never taken my eyes off that locker room door, so he couldn't have snuck out either. The gym had a pretty fancy camera system that monitored the pool in all areas beside the locker rooms. We checked the computer recordings, and there was no sign of the man leaving. All the male staff were now searching all over this locker room, but there was no evidence of the man in there. The only ways in and out are the main door and the pool door. We never did figure out what happened, and I never saw that man again. I still have no idea how he could have gotten out. I don't know how he got into that locked pool area in the first place. There were no windows, and the exterior of the building had motion sensors too, that never went off. Nothing of that sort ever happened again. None of the alarms went off that night after we left, indicating that it didn't seem the man was still in the building either. It's been a couple of years since, and every once in a while I run that event over in my head again. I just can't come up with a solution. Three years ago, my husband was deployed. He was living 3,000 miles away from our family. It was the middle of the day, and I hadn't talked to anyone in about 3 days. Everyone was busy at this time, myself included. All of a sudden, I got a knock at the door. It was kinda weird. I should mention that in my 12 unit, 10 of the other units were empty. Anywho, I opened the door since we didn't have peepholes, only to find a young woman with a clipboard standing there. She started on this whole spiel about how she was selling energy packages and whatnot. She asked if she could come inside. As I was trying to say no and close the door, she forced it open and walked in. I was trying to get her to leave, and she was clearly texting someone, asking me all these questions. Finally, I just told her, I'm not comfortable doing anything while my husband is at work, but I can tell him when he gets home, so you need to leave right now. The woman looked me dead in the eye. Oh, so he's not deployed then? No, he's probably on his way back from work right now. You know, lunch. She stared me dead in the eyes. Oh, well, then we can wait. You can call him since he won't be long, you know. Unless he's actually deployed?" She stared at me for a few more minutes until I texted my friend asking her to have her husband call me and pretend to be mine. That finally convinced the lady to leave, thank God. Fast forward a few months, I was still alone and nothing funky had happened since then. One night though, I got a random Skype request from last name, husband's first initial. We've got a very unique last name, so I accepted the request. There was this guy who was talking to me like he's my husband. I started to notice though that a few things were strange. At first, I assumed it must be someone who'd grabbed the laptop I sent to him and was messaging me, until I got an email from my husband and two of his platoon mates telling me they were having a blackout going on and that he'd call later when he could. I told this guy I knew he was not my husband or any of his friends and to stop and leave me alone. Then the person replied back, "Oh, come on, why don't you chat with me? He'll never know. I know you're there alone. I know he's in Afghanistan." I blocked the account, and thankfully that's the last creepy thing that happened. I guess I didn't die, so that's pretty good. We were on a school trip, ages about 9 to 10 years old, and we're staying in a hostel in London with about 20 other kids and some teachers. Each room was a 4-bed dorm. I was sharing with my 3 best friends, and we'd been up all night gossiping as girls tend to do. It was around 1 a.m. or so. All of a sudden though, one of my friends said to me, "Hey, what's that on the wall there?" I looked up and saw there was a little laser dot just wiggling around. We realized that someone had to be shining it in through the crack underneath our bedroom door. Suddenly, 5 or 6 more appeared on the wall. There was total silence as these little red dots continued dancing around. We were all freaking out quietly. Finally though, I worked up the courage to call out, "Who's there?" Suddenly, the door was being hammered, kicked, and smashed in. It was being broken down by whoever was outside. It was almost like they were furious with us. There were no sounds of voices, just the battering of the door. We started to scream. 4 girls screaming and screaming for 15 minutes until the smashing finally stopped. A staff member came in and started yelling at us to be quiet. The teachers were all super pissed off too, until they realized how traumatized we were. We spent the rest of the night answering questions until the guys at the front desk concluded someone must have slipped in during the night. Nothing was ever done. They never figured out who it was or why. We just got on the bus and went home soon after, and that was that. I'm a freight train conductor. For the unaware, we're the guys that deliver all the rail cars to industries and put trains together. Engineers are the drivers of the trains, and they stay on the engine while the conductors are walking around doing different work. So I'm there in one of our yards at about 3 a.m., putting a train together. My engineer was about a half-mile away, so I was basically in a pitch-black area walking the tracks alone. I was checking all the cars over while walking, and just so happened to hear some extra steps being taken on the rocks behind me. I stopped in place, and those steps stopped too. I turned around, but I couldn't see anything there, so I started to keep going. The footsteps also started again. We see hobos every now and then, so I called out to whoever it is to watch out, because the train was about to start moving. No one answered. As I'm radioing my engineer to start pulling the train along, this cracked-out-looking crazy guy popped out from the other side, staring straight at me. This guy smelled horrible. I was at least 25 feet away from him. His eyes were bugging out and fixated on me. I told the man once again to watch his step, as the train was about to begin moving. As the train did so, the man suddenly rushed and started coming right at me. I started running too, and told my engineer to pull the train faster and get me out of there. The guy was jumping after me. I caught on to the side of a car as it was picking up speed, and the man jumped on too. I hopped off at our yard office and ran inside and locked the door. The man ran straight up to it and began smashing the window with his face. I called my boss, who then called the police. All the while, this guy was pacing back and forth outside the door. About 10 minutes later, he finally wandered off. About 10 minutes after that, an officer arrived. I let him know what was going on and that I still had work to do. He stayed around with me while I finished up. We never saw that guy again, but it really creeped me out. I carry a knife with me now, and I'm extra alert every time I have to work in the yard. I was 12. It was the last day of school for the term, and me and my friends had decided to get some lunch and hang out at the park. Walking down the street, there was about 10 of us in total. Out of nowhere, a woman approached us walking from the other way. She stood out with these creepy bright-colored lipsticks and weird fashion sense. She stopped us right where we were. Excuse me, boys, I see your school. I'm a tourist from Sweden, and my son lives back in Sweden, too. He went to, She stopped and peered at the school name on my uniform. Yes, your school's name. I was wondering if I could take a photo to show to him. We crossed the road to start to get away from her, but without asking, she pulled out her camera and started to snap several photographs of us. We asked her who she was and told her to delete those photos. She replied in a creepy whispering snarl. So I can't show this photo to my friends? We hurriedly said no and started rushing off to the park. We brushed it off. Maybe it was a weird but innocent lady. When we finally arrived though, somehow she'd gotten there before us and she was sitting there on a park bench smiling at us. Me and my friends immediately felt sick, so we made plans to go somewhere else. I never did see that creepy Swedish lady again. I sometimes wonder what she did with all those photos. My ex-husband and I used to take quite a few road trips in the earlier parts of our relationship. On one particular trip, we were driving in between Anchorage and Fairbanks. It was sometime in the fall, I believe. Because of this, it was quite dark. It was also the middle of the night, and we were out driving in the middle of nowhere. All of a sudden, we noticed a guy with no coat on, just standing in the middle of the road and staring out into nothing. And when I say we were in the middle of nowhere, I mean there was nothing in either direction for miles and miles on end. The man had the creepiest expression. Initially, I doubted he was even actually there, until my ex also said something along the lines of, "What the fuck is wrong with that guy?" We began to slow to a stop, but as the man approached our car, we decided to simply drive around him. As he disappeared into the rearview mirror, we wondered what that was all about. We talked about how weird it was for years after. One time, when I was around 8 or so, my parents were going out to a wedding or something. Thing was, they'd be coming home quite late. My neighborhood was very safe though, so there was no big deal with leaving me home alone. I spent the rest of the night doing everything a 9-year-old would, eating sweets, playing games, watching TV. I fell asleep and woke up by 1 a.m. It was a hot night, and my parents' room was the only one with the good AC. I walked in there and noticed someone was already on the bed. I was quite tired and hot though, so I brushed it off and assumed my parents were already home. I urged whoever it was to move over and make space for me. They did so, and I laid down in bed next to them and slept there. After what felt like a long time, I heard a car entering the garage and heard my parents entering the home. They were just arriving. I swear to God, I don't know who or what that was, but it was there with me for many hours before leaving. I never told my parents about this. Sometimes I like to just think it was my brain messing with me, but I'm pretty sure someone was in the house with me that night. So this happened multiple times, but the last time it actually happened was around 3 to 5 years ago. When I was around 9 or 11 in my younger years, this would happen in the middle of the night. I couldn't tell if I was awake or asleep. It would always start though with me hearing the sounds of loud explosions as if they were happening right next to me. Being scared, I would turn my head to get under my sheets, but it would only get worse. No matter how much I tossed and turned, I would hear the sounds of gunfire and what sounded like people screaming. I would look across my room, and the other wall would seem hundreds of miles away. I would start screaming for my mom, and it would seem like hours on end until she finally arrived. The same thing happened multiple times during my young childhood, and it would always scare the ever-living fuck out of me. The only answers I got as to what it was off an episode of Good Mythical Morning which I happened to be watching about weird mental illnesses. That day, I discovered I had something called exploding head syndrome, which causes the exact symptoms I experienced. Just a couple hours ago, I was walking into my apartment with my girlfriend when a guy who was sitting down on a bench outside followed after us. I didn't really think too much about it until we were waiting for the elevator to come down. The smell of this guy's body odor was so intense I had to hold my breath. I also noticed he wouldn't stop staring at me. Because I was feeling so uncomfortable, I tried to make some small talk with him, asking him how his night had been so far. He responded with something along the lines of, "Not too good, man. People have been chasing and beating me up all night. So why did you send those people after me?" I was completely thrown off by this response. I quickly changed the subject to the weather, because now I was positive this man was not in his right state of mind. Possibly he was even completely unstable. When the elevator finally reached us at the main floor, my heart was pounding, and I was beyond anxious. I entered the elevator anyways. Before I hit my floor number, I asked the man where he was going to first. The third floor. Yeah, the third floor. I hit his floor number, then pressed mine, which I instantly regretted. As soon as he saw me press the number 6, he just kept repeating 6, 6, 6 over and over, interspersing this weird laugh in between. At this point, I was so nervous I couldn't even bring myself to speak. Confined in this elevator, his odor was noticeably worse, and his stare on me did not cease either. The ride to his floor was short, probably only 40 seconds, but it felt like minutes on end. When the door finally opened, his stare didn't change at all. He kept on staring at me with the door open for 5 whole seconds. My girlfriend called out to him uneasily, "Well, this is your floor, so have a nice night." That seemed to kind of make the guy come to his senses slightly. He muttered a 6 one last time before he walked out of the elevator backwards, still staring at me. I was so relieved when that door shut. I let out a big exhale and tried to catch my breath while my girlfriend was on the verge of tears. We quickly ran to our room and locked the door. We tried to completely forget all about it. We had finally managed to relax until about an hour ago, when I heard knocking on all the doors down the hall from us. I heard them go down each individual door knocking. Then it stopped when it came to ours. I have no idea if this guy was schizophrenic or on drugs or something, but I've never been that scared in my entire adult life. This happened last week, so it's still fresh in my mind. I used to do my writing at a coffee shop quite a lot, and I have that sort of I'm nice, talk to me vibe because I look like a college student. One day, 3 months ago, this man just sat down next to me and started talking to me about martial arts. He seemed cool enough, so we got into a conversation about it. Eventually, though, I told him I needed to get back to work. I did have deadlines to meet after all. The man stopped talking to me and turned back to his own things, only to return a minute later and start trying to talk to me again. I had to rebuke him once more and tell him I had to get some work done. Exactly 1 minute after that, he tried to restart conversation again. I had to tell him over and over to stop talking to me so I could focus. Honestly, he kinda looked hurt and left the coffee shop soon afterwards. I felt a little bit bad about it actually. Last week, I was walking home from the beach at night. I was reaching the only part of the walk that was not usually filled with people. That was when I see a guy walking my way very quickly. He walked past me, and I heard him whisper something in my ear that I couldn't quite make out. He turned around, walked back toward my direction, and passed me by again. At that point, as he was passing me by, I realized it was that exact same guy from the coffee shop. He proceeded to walk into the center of the street and stand there staring at me from the center of the road. I could tell he definitely remembered me. I stopped in place and leaned against a light pole to keep an eye on him. I pretended to pull out my phone to text, but really I was going to pop in 911 and start running the other way. I wanted to make sure I was ready if I had to flee. After a moment of standing in the middle of the street, he went to the other side of the road to the bus stop and sat down. Clearly, he was not waiting for the bus though. He just kept on staring right at me. I took off running down the street and made a turn to walk in another direction. Thankfully, it did not seem the man tried to follow. My friends and I would roam about when we were younger. We went on this trip following the highway north out of the city, and after about an hour or so, we found a dirt track leading off into the bush. Driving down this narrow trail, we eventually arrived at a small jetty on a river. It was a nice, serene place. We cracked out some drinks and had a good time together. Hours later, when it was starting to get dark, and the driver believed they were good to go again, we started to head on our way back. Now, there was no room to turn around really, so we pulled off the jetty and he turned his car down the trail. That's when we noticed him. There was a man leaning against a tree. He would have been completely hidden from sight where we were before by the trunk. He was just casually tapping the backside of an axe against his heel while he watched us drive away. We had no idea how long he'd been watching us there for, but needless to say, we got out of there very quickly. This happened about 10 years ago, when I was 12 going on 13. Me and my friends had our share of sleepovers back then, and we had most of them at one particular friend's house. That was because his parents' room was on the complete opposite side of the home from the living room we slept in, so we could be pretty much as loud as we wanted to. We'd stay up real late playing Grand Theft Auto and making prank phone calls. We'd usually tap out at about 1 or 2 a.m. That night, I got stuck with the old recliner that was a couple of feet away from the glass sliding door, which was covered by a thin curtain. The chair wasn't particularly comfortable, so I was still up long after everyone else had fallen asleep. I turned on my side to try and get a bit more comfortable, and that's when I saw a figure standing in front of the glass door. I freaked out at first, but then reasoned it must be one of my friends getting up to use the bathroom or something. As my eyes adjusted further though, I freaked out even more because I realized they weren't in the room. It was somebody on the other side of the door trying to look in. I was too terrified to move, not knowing whether or not they could see me through the curtain. I saw them reach down and tug on the door handle. Thanks sweet bleeding Jesus, my friend's dad always made sure we locked that door after we were done for the evening. I stared wide-eyed at this figure for what felt like hours. It was probably about 10 minutes tops though, before they gave up and slowly walked backwards into the night. Eventually, I passed out of fear. The next morning, I was no longer scared, but I felt bad, like in a sad way. I had heard of people breaking into homes, but now I had actually seen someone trying to do it. As we ate Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast, my friends asked me what I was so glum about. I just told them I couldn't sleep well, and no way was I sleeping on the recliner next time. Later that day, after my mom had come and taken me home, what really occurred sunk in, and I realized I had to tell my parents what happened. My mom immediately called my friend's parents, and sure enough, they found footprints outside the door, and the knob itself had been bent. They called the cops, and about a week later, they arrested a guy in the next town over, trying to break into another house. Now, was that the same guy? I don't quite know. What would that person have done if they got in? I hope the collective shrieking of a bunch of 13-year-olds would have made them panic and bolt. But then again, maybe it wouldn't have. This is a completely true story. I shit you not. I snuck into an abandoned building where everything inside was old and decaying. Because of a fire that destroyed a lot of the building, it was deemed unsafe to go into, and it had been virtually untouched since the 80s. Everything was still there. Offices with framed family pictures, drawers with 25-year-old rotting snacks inside. Nothing had been disturbed, or so we thought. It was around 2 a.m. when we snuck in. With very few windows and mostly interior rooms, the entire building was pretty much pitch black. We had flip phone flashlights to light the way as we explored this forgotten mess. Then though, we came across a small secluded room that wasn't quite the same as everywhere else. There was a Rubbermaid tub on the table that caught our eye because it was clearly brand new. It had no signs of decay or age like anything else in the building. We curiously approached the table to examine what was inside. Inside this tub was an absurd amount of female makeup and face paint, all very new and clearly well kept. Next to the tub were 2 books, both perfectly lined up with the table and neatly placed side by side. One was Diary of Anne Frank, and the other was a pictographic biography of Kurt Cobain. We had no idea what to think of all of this, but then we noticed a statue. Sitting next to the table on an old chair was a handmade clay statue of a clearly demonic figure. It was about 1.5 feet tall, had goat legs and the tail of a devil and the shirtless demonic upper body. The creepiest part, though, was that its wings were clearly wings from a real bird that had been ripped off and attached to the back of this demon. We thought we heard something, and we turned off our phone lights. My friend was only an arm's distance away from me, but it was so dark I couldn't see him or anything around me. The only sensory input was the sound of our breathing and the faint dripping of water from somewhere in the building. That moment was the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. We sat in the darkness for 15 seconds, without a word between us, just listening. When we heard footsteps from further in, we turned our lights back on and ran out of there immediately. Nothing happened on the way out, and we never went back, but it was the creepiest thing I've ever witnessed. Growing up, I lived next door to one of my best friends. One night, when I was probably 12 or 13 or so, we had been hanging out quite late at night, and I decided it was about time to go home. It was probably a little bit after midnight. It was the middle of winter, and it had started snowing pretty heavily. Anyway, I walked down my buddy's driveway to the street, and was just about to turn left, which would lead me to my house, when I happened to glance over to my right. Maybe about 20 meters or 65 feet away, I saw the shape of a person crouching in the middle of the street. mostly obscured by blowing snow. I took a couple of steps toward them and shouted out, asking if they were all right. Without saying a single thing, the person stood up and started running toward me. I turned around and sprinted for my house. I got inside and immediately locked the door behind me. I heard the sound of their body impacting against the door. Then I heard them turn around and walk away. I've thought about that night a lot over the years, and I still have no idea what the hell that person was doing, crouched there in the middle of the road in the dead of night during a blizzard. I was walking to the grocery store from my place one evening when this truck started following me a few feet behind at the exact same pace. I freaked out a little, but I thought to myself that maybe I was just being paranoid. This went on even longer though. I came upon a walking trail in between a couple of houses that led to a park on the other side. I dipped in real quick to try and lose them. I thought they would just move on and realized that surely I was being paranoid. Well, as soon as I turned down that path, the truck roared off. Just as I came out into the park on the other side, I saw the truck roaring down the block and down the street in front of me. I instantly turned around and started walking back. The truck spun around again and started to drive back toward the entrance. I knew now they were going to try and cut me off. I turned around again and ran through the park. There wasn't much of anywhere I could go, as the park was on the back side of the grocery store, and I would be exposed for too long, walking around in either direction. I did the best I could and ran behind a dumpster, thinking they would give up if they couldn't find me. It felt like an eternity, but I soon heard the truck roaring back down the street toward me and stopping right beside my dumpster on the other side. I remember thinking in that moment, man, fuck this. I walked over to the truck, mustering as much bravado as I could. To my surprise, though, there was a woman inside, which I definitely hadn't been expecting. I walked right up, heart pounding, and asked her why she was following me. She looked at me with hatred in her eyes and asked, "Are you from Black 71? I'll never forget that sentence for the rest of my life. I had no idea what that could possibly be, so I just asked her dumbfoundedly, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Are you from Black 71? She asked again with a lot more anger thrown in. I told her I had no idea what that was. She looked at me as though she was trying to look right through me and discern whether or not I was lying. "Then why were you hiding?" she asked. I told her it was because some random person was following me in a truck while I was trying to get my groceries. She glared at me for a couple more seconds, then floored it and drove away at like 100 miles an hour down the corner. I still wonder what would have happened if she truly thought I was from whatever this Black 71 was. I looked it up later to see if it was a gang or something, but I couldn't find anything on it. To this day, I wonder if maybe she was just high and tripping out or something. I remember one night I was sitting in my apartment waiting for a friend to come over when there was a knock on the door. I was in a locked complex, so I felt fairly safe to just say, "Come in." All of a sudden though, an unfamiliar sweating and red-faced man bust open the door so hard with his shoulder, he put a big hole in the wall. He took 3 huge strides in and looked around. "Hey there, this is a nice apartment." He doubled over and grunted like he was trying to exorcise a demon from himself. My roommate was horror-struck in the kitchen, and I remember grabbing a nearby knife and thinking if he got any closer, I was going to stab him as many times as I could. The man stayed where he was though, so I kept a calm tone and acted like he was welcome. He seemed to either be having a schizophrenic episode or intensely tweaking, maybe even both. I grabbed a beer and slid it over to him, where it remained unopened for several minutes. Finally, I worked up the courage to send him off so I could go to bed. Somehow, he believed that and left without a fight. Those stretch of seconds, though, where I was trying to mentally prepare myself to kill this crazy intruder, still gets me locking the door every time I can. Two weeks ago, I was walking back to my car after a date. Apparently, she'd told people it wasn't a date, but it really was. My car was on the 3rd floor of a nearby parking garage. I moved with the flow of foot traffic and ended up jammed into a small elevator with about 10 other people. The elevator began to ascend, but after a couple of floors, the elevator dropped very suddenly. We all laughed this off as nothing, because we continued our climb just fine after. After a couple more floors, though, the elevator dropped unexpectedly again. This happened several times, but the doors refused to open to let anyone off. The garage was 7 floors high. Eventually, we went all the way to the top and almost dropped down to the bottom twice, then climbed up the whole way again. By the time this whole ride had finally ended, with the doors opening on the 1st floor where we'd started, many people were screaming, terrified for their lives. Others were completely petrified. One woman in particular was just locking eyes with me almost the entire time, as if she knew we were going to die or something. I think her wide-eyed face full of terror was just as horrifying as the rest of the experience was for me. I read later that people don't often die in elevator crashes, but it sure seemed life-threatening at the time, and it was most definitely a scary experience. I was riding my bike home late one night when I saw that coming my way was a very large man with sunglasses on. He stopped me by getting in front of me and said, "Do you mind if I ask you some questions?" The fact that he said questions as in multiple weirded me out, so I told him, "No, sorry, I have to go." I started riding around him and pedaling away. At the next block there was a red light, so I stopped for a moment to check both ways. I suddenly felt the urge to look back, and as I did so, I saw the man was now running toward me. He was about 20 feet away. I freaked out and just decided to go. He'd gotten as close as a couple of feet away from me before I finally pedaled away. I was pedaling as fast as I could on my bike until I was about 3 or 4 blocks away. When I looked back, I could see the man was still chasing after me. I never pedaled so hard in my life all the way home. This happened a few years ago while I was in university. At the time, I still lived with my mom and my brother, and I commuted back and forth to school 2 days a week. I woke up for school one day, got ready, and went out to my car to leave. As I stepped outside, though, I noticed an apple with one bite taken out of it, sitting on top of one of my tires inside the wheel well. Well, that was weird. I went to my car and noticed all the doors were unlocked. That was even weirder. I don't have power locks, and I would never manually unlock every single door because I didn't have passengers usually. I'm very particular about checking to make sure the doors are locked too. The strangest part, though, was that nothing was stolen. My iPod was sitting in the dash perfectly in view and was still there. I had some stuff in the back seat too that was untouched. As I got in and went to reverse out of my driveway, I realized my passenger side tire was completely flat, as if someone had let all the air out of it. I called both my parents to explain these strange events. They both agreed it was weird, but shrugged it off as maybe I'd just forgotten to lock the car. Maybe a kid was walking to school and thought the apple thing would be funny or something. The next day, my mom came into my room kinda freaked out and woke me up. She asked me, "What did that apple look like from yesterday?" "It was red. It had a bite taken out of it, I think." Her face went white. "Well, there's a red apple with one bite taken out of it sitting on the kitchen windowsill right now." Naturally, I ran out of bed. To my shock, there it was. placed perfectly in the middle of the windowsill so we could see it when we pulled up the blinds. We also noticed the patio furniture chair was turned around and facing the house, as if someone had been sitting there and watching us. We both got freaked out and called my dad, who agreed this was pretty damn creepy. We called the police, but there wasn't really anything they could do about apples being on our property. They did agree it was suspicious though, and assigned an officer to us in case anything else developed. Over the next week or so, every day I'd wake up and find a red apple with a single bite taken out of it placed somewhere on our property. One on the tip of our fence post, one in a flower planter at eye level in our garage, a new spot every day. Other weird things kept happening too, like outdoor furniture being moved around. Finally, after the week went by, we were just about ready to fucking sell our house because of this. My mom had a conference out of town, and my brother and I didn't want to stay there alone. We went with her and were gone for one night. When we came back the next afternoon, we inspected the property for apples, but there was nothing. We go inside and I decide I'll go down to the gym. I go out to my car and start reversing down the driveway when I feel my car run over something. I stop my car, hanging out in the road, and looked ahead to see that I'd just run over an apple. There it was, squished on my driveway. I grabbed a golf club and called my parents. Someone was clearly watching us, because that apple had not been there when we got there an hour ago. My mom told me to go over to the neighbors and ask if they had seen anything. I go over to knock on their door when I look down and see a pile of red apples in their garden right beside their door. No apple trees in sight. I told the woman what was happening and said we called the police and had installed security cameras if she saw anything to let us know. It never happened after that day, so we're pretty convinced it was their son. He was around my age. They sold their house and moved not long after that, for other reasons, I'm sure. It was honestly the scariest 2 weeks of my life. I honestly thought someone was trying to send me some sort of freaky Snow White apple message or something. My wife was in the house. I was in the garage, which was detached from the house, at the back of the yard, maybe 25 feet away. This was in the days before everyone had a cell phone, so I'd bought us some cheap Radio Shack walkie-talkies so my wife could reach me if she needed me without having to come outside. You know, time for dinner, you gonna come to bed, that kind of stuff. Anyway, it was around 2 a.m. when my wife called me up over the walkie-talkie. "I'm heading to sleep now. You coming in?" "I'll be right there," I radioed back. "Me too," said someone else over the walkie-talkie. A male voice, clearly not me, and not my wife either. Did I mention these were cheap walkie-talkies and they only had a range of 35 feet? Which means whoever had said that was right outside. "Was that you?" asked my wife. "No," I said, trying not to let on that I was actually shitting my pants at that moment. I told her to lock the door. I looked around the garage, hoping to find something to use as a weapon. It was completely empty except the desk I was working at, since I used the garage as an office space. I tried to peek out the window, but it was pitch black outside, and I couldn't see anything. Finally, I grabbed the doorknob, tore open the door, and sprinted as fast as I could to the back door of the house. Somehow, I made it without being murdered in the night. To this day, I have no idea who said that, or where he was hiding outside. A buddy of mine and I decided to explore an abandoned chemical plant just outside of town. It was the middle of the night. This plant had shut down years before due to some EPA/Superfund issues. We decided to skip roaming in the fields where the tanks and pipes had been. Though they'd all been removed, we'd heard underground tanks full of stagnant water were still out there, with loose and missing covers. Falling 50 feet into mucky water and drowning didn't sound like a good way to die, So instead, we decided to break into the administration building, which was open to the elements anyway. It had busted windows, doors which were pried open, etc. We wandered through moldy, ruined offices, saw busted mainframes. Then we turned a corner and entered another room. With our flashlights, we could see some gang graffiti and pentagrams on the wall. Pretty creepy, sure, but we figured it was just kids or people playing around before us. Everything was fun and games until we turned the corner and saw several bullet holes in the sheetrock. Sheetrock which was soaked with fresh blood. Trails were dripping down the wallpaper into a small pool on the floor. We didn't stick around for much longer after that. I was parking on my street pretty late at night after work when I found a spot and positioned to parallel park. I noticed two men drinking beers, standing on the curb about a car's length away from me. As a young woman living in a party beach town, I took note immediately. I parked the car and decided to wait, in hopes they would either move or walk away. My doors were locked and the car was still running. I wasn't exactly scared per se, more like just playing it safe. All of a sudden though, I could no longer see one of the men. I turned around in my seat to look for the other one. Just at that moment as I looked away, the one in my peripheral vision lunged in and tried to yank open my passenger door. Then I could feel and hear the missing man climbing onto the roof of my car from the back. My first instinct was to put the car in gear and get moving. Now the guy on top was riding my car like a bull. I could see his hands gripping onto my windshield. I had a moment of thought that I could either accelerate until he fell off or hit the brakes and send him flying. I hit the gas and kept driving until I heard and felt the thud of his body against the pavement. Malicious intent or not, I can't believe they would be so dumb as to climb onto a terrified girl's moving car. Needless to say, I parked in my neighbor's spot that night. I live in a small town in the countryside in the Netherlands. I was about 8 or 9, and I would always go out playing with toy cars in the sand. The sand in question was located on what we'll call the dyke, which was essentially a long, elevated street that ran parallel to a canal about 2 blocks away from my home. One evening, I was playing with one of my friends as usual. The sun was going down, so we grabbed up all our stuff and went our separate ways. My friend lived just down the road, directly connected to the dyke, so we went our separate ways. I heard a car coming down the road and didn't think anything of it. The next day, though, it turned out the person in that car was a registered sex offender who had tried to grab my buddy that night on his way home. He'd only just managed to yank himself free as it was happening right outside his house. Then he jumped into his garden. After that, I wasn't really allowed to play in that area anymore. It always felt so creepy though, how close I came to losing my friend that night, and how close I'd been from my very own encounter too. I guess it might be pretty tame compared to some other stories here, but that's the kind of thing that sticks with you. I woke up in the middle of the night one night while in a deep sleep. I was in my room at my mom's really creepy old house. As I started to come to more, I noticed there were 3 ladies in white gowns standing around my bed. They just stood over me, staring down at me for an entire minute. I didn't know what to do, so I just sat there shaking and scared shitless. They all turned to each other and started mumbling something. All of a sudden, they opened the door to my balcony and literally jumped off into the night. In the morning, when I told my mom about this, she went to check and found blood below the balcony where they jumped off the night before. I have no idea who they were, and just thinking about that night scares me. It's always creepy being stalked by someone. I've been stalked 3 times, but I'll just recount the creepiest time it happened. I was at university. I had a doctor's appointment which was on a side street, just off the main shopping street in the city. It was in the middle of a chilly afternoon. There were a few people around, but not that many. As I was walking, I noticed a man step out of one of the shops. Immediately, I noted 2 things about him that struck me as quite weird. 1, he was wearing a long black coat, carrying a black briefcase, and wearing a black top hat. 2, he had this weird look in his eye when he caught me looking at him. His lips curled up, and there was a glint in his eye that looked almost hungry. I'm the type to smile back at people out of politeness, so I did so this time as well. I remember acknowledging how out of place he seemed, but then I quickly forgot about it and kept on walking on my way. I had walked about 200 meters and just turned off onto my side street when a sudden feeling made me look left and back over my shoulder. I saw him on the opposite side of the street, walking quickly and looking toward me. I thought to myself, oh, it's that guy. Don't freak out, he's probably just walking in the same direction. I took my phone out and pretended I was texting while walking. I noticed out of the corner of my eye, though, that he was crossing right over to where I was. I started to walk a bit faster. I could see the doctors up ahead, so I tried to quicken my speed. His footsteps were loud behind me, and my heart was beating fast in my chest. I could tell he was so close, it was almost like he was about to step on the back of my heels. I took a sharp right to the doctors and ran right up to the glass door. To my horror, I could see in the reflection him right behind me, jerking in shock that I'd veered off to the side. I ran in, and the receptionist told me to go upstairs and wait in the waiting room. By now, I was shaking and feeling sick. Maybe I was just being dramatic. My doctor arrived in 5 minutes. She told me I looked pale and frightened, and I explained what happened. She told me we should look out the window from the 2nd floor and see if the man was still there. I was sure he would be gone by now, but as we looked out, I could see him walking at the end of the street back and forth. He was hovering outside and was peering in for several minutes before slowly walking away. I'll never be able to say exactly what his intentions were. Maybe he was just a guy who wanted to meet a girl and ask for her number, but him not saying anything made the situation so much worse. That's one of the few times in my life where I had the feeling I was in real danger. This will probably be lost somewhere or no one will hear it, but this is basically where my fear of the dark started. It was about 8 o'clock at night, and everyone else was downstairs, while I was upstairs all alone. I'd recently bought a cheap laser pointer from the ice cream man, and I wanted to try it out. I was in the bathroom with the door open, and it was pitch black. I was waving my new laser around when suddenly I froze. From the corner of my eye, I could see a girl standing in the hallway with extremely dark, sunken eyes. I had no idea what to do. I stood there for a good 10 seconds before turning on the light and locking the door. I waited until someone came upstairs before I got the courage to leave the bathroom. A couple of days later, I told my grandma what happened, and she told me she'd had a similar experience as well. She saw someone, a woman, going upstairs. She had my uncle go check it out because it might have been his crazy ex-girlfriend, but no one was there. After that, she continued to hear footsteps when no one else was supposed to be around. Fast forward a couple of years. I went on a trip to San Francisco while she was left home alone for a couple of days. She called us late at night though, saying she was terrified. Right around the time the clock struck midnight, there was knocking on her bedroom door. We have the windows and doors locked at all times at night, so she had no idea how someone got in. Shortly after, we finally got our house blessed, and ever since then we've not had any further experiences. I'm not saying it's anything paranormal, but I was about 6 or 7 years old and lived in Colombia. I had made a trip to Cali with my grandparents to visit some family friends. One morning, we decided to go out to the park. There was some sort of local holiday going on, so there were a lot of people in costumes walking on stilts. I remember that for some reason, one of the people in the costumes caught my attention. I didn't realize it, but I was about 30 feet away from my grandparents, who were watching over me. As I got closer, the tall and thin man in a black costume with a white mask, almost looking like Slender Man, called me over and asked for my name, what I was doing, and asked me to come with him. I began to mindlessly follow him for a few seconds until I heard my name being screamed. The man pulled at my hand, but because he was on stilts, it slipped away as I ran. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. To think that I could have been kidnapped still terrifies me to this very day. Went to a friend's house when my brothers and I were younger. Being kids in the country, we could typically be found outside. We decided to go to an abandoned house that was about a 30-minute bike ride away. We'd actually been there a few times before. We'd gotten about halfway there, all 4 of us queued up on the side of the road, about to bike up the final hill. That was when, right in front of us, coming our direction, we saw a 4x4 truck doing 100 kilometers an hour. It wasn't exactly unusual. People were always flying down these roads, and we were quite used to it. We slowed down and pulled over to the side to avoid being hit. A few feet before the truck passed us by, though, we saw a 20-something-year-old woman lean out the window. Her legs were still in the truck, and it looked like she was being held down. When she saw us, she began screaming for help as the car sped past. We sort of looked around and at each other. My heart was beating out of my chest. We were all so scared we turned around and biked back to our friend's house and called the cops immediately. We never heard anything after that, though. My husband and I were driving 700 miles to our new home, both 23 at the time. It was late at night with a few other cars on the highway. I was driving when I noticed there was a car right on my bumper. My husband noticed too after about 15 minutes and told me to let him by. Every time I switched lanes, though, his car did too, very obviously so. I switched lanes probably every minute for 10 minutes. I sped up finally and seemed to have lost him. 3 minutes later, though, I noticed the car was right back on my bumper again. We were both freaking out and looking for an exit. We found one, and of course the car followed us off. We sped up even more and finally lost track of the car again. We ended up stopping at a remote, closed restaurant. I jumped out and told my husband to drive. We ended up driving a bit further, sitting in a McDonald's parking lot parked in between 2 cop cars. After a while, we finally got the courage to get back on the road. No one was following us anymore. I still don't know what that was all about, but it was certainly very creepy. A couple of years ago, I used to live in a residential neighborhood with a lot of interconnecting streets, fields, and shortcut trails that cut between houses so you didn't have to walk all the way around. I used to walk a lot, and one day I was leaving my house and walking towards the end of the road. That was when this certain car passed the intersection. I couldn't see the guy inside, but I could certainly feel him looking at me. I kept walking and took a shortcut onto a different street. A little while later, though, That very same car passed me by once again. It went a bit further down and parked. The man got out and started walking towards me. I was too far away to see his face clearly, but I figured that couldn't be anything good. I sprinted through a field to a different street not much farther away. I looked behind me, and he was no longer following me on foot. I started walking down this side street that looped back around to the street I was on before. When I got to the end of it though, I saw the car pass by again. Now I was getting pretty freaked out. There were so many houses around though, I figured nothing could happen, so I kept on walking. I got to a long stretch of houses, where at the end of the houses, it turned into a street thickly lined with trees. The car was parked right at the end, waiting for me, I assumed. Well, of course I'm not that dumb, so I pivoted and started walking a different way towards my house. The car passed me by again. This time I turned to glare at it though. It slowed down for a second, then sped up and hightailed it away. I never saw it again after. I did, however, remember the make and model, and every time I saw a similar car parked in someone's driveway, it always made me wonder. I also have to wonder what would have happened if I had walked to where they were parked. What a creepy fucker. One creepy incident I had in LA happened when I was walking home from work one night. I would ride my bike everywhere until one day someone stole my bike at the metro station. I thought it would be fine to just walk from then on. One night, my roommate came in behind me. He told me he'd seen a man in a ski mask following me home. I'd went inside, but my roommate was in his vehicle. Because he was there, the masked man had to pretend he lived there or something and go in through the garage. He promptly did so. According to my roommate, though, the man hid underneath a vehicle. My roommate got out of his car and told the man, "I can still see you." The man continued to hide underneath the car until my roommate came upstairs to tell me the whole story. After that, he swiftly fled away. I'll always remember this one. I was around 12 years old heading into a store 24, now Tedeschi's in Boston. There was this old guy in a beige sedan, just parked right out front of it. My mom rarely let me go to the store by myself, and this is one of those times where she trusted me, and the world itself, I guess. Anyway, I come out of the store, and the old man sitting in the sedan waves me to come near to his car. He looked innocent enough, so I walked over, still keeping a fair bit of distance. He couldn't reach out and touch me or anything like that from where he was sitting. He asked me a few general questions. My name, where I lived, how old I was. I lied about all of it. Finally, he asked me if I would like to make some money. I entertained him by asking him how. He told me he had a few kids digging holes near Arsenal Mall and wanted me to participate and dig some holes with him and the other kids. A big what the fuck came over me. I didn't do anything sudden though. I simply told him I had to go home and ask my mom if it was okay. He kept trying to reassure me that it would be a very fast project and all I needed to do was get into his car. If it would make me feel more comfortable, he could even drive me back down the street to my mom's place. I kept backing up and saying, "I'll be right back. I have to ask my mom." I started running down the street. Behind me, I could see the man jetting out of the parking lot. It's probably the one story I remember so vividly as a kid, because I remember being very self-aware going home, thinking I had almost been kidnapped that day. May 21st, 2011 was the day Harold Camping predicted the rapture would happen. That day started perfectly normal for me. My sister and I, both teenagers at the time, were home alone watching TV downstairs. In the late afternoon, though, we heard a knocking at the door. We weren't expecting anybody to come over, so we crept upstairs to look out my bedroom window, which had a good view of the walkway to our house and part of the driveway. There was an unmarked white van parked on the street, still running. The knocking got louder and more aggressive. He even started using the metal knocker on our front door. Eventually, the banging and knocking got so strong that the glass windows in my room were even shaking in the window pane. After a few minutes, the man stepped off the porch onto the walkway and peered straight up into my window. The man stared at us, smiling. He gave us a quick wave, then walked over to the van, into the passenger side, and the car drove away. I have no idea who he was or what he wanted. It was extremely scary at the time. Afterward, though, my sister and I, who are not Christian by the way, joked he must have been herding us up for our 5 months of hell on earth. I was about 10 years old, just chilling in my room, when I just so happened to look out my window. I was just in time to see the shadow of a man with a knife sneaking past. You see, the thing is, my window looks right out into the backyard fence, so the only way a person could cast a shadow like that was if they were directly in front of my window. Understandably, I began to freak out. My mom rushed out into the backyard with a knife of her own, but she couldn't find anything, and she told me I must have just been imagining it. This happened just yesterday. I live in a dorm at my university. I didn't lock the doors because I'm somewhat stupid. At 5:30 in the morning, I woke up because I could feel someone touching my legs. I looked down and saw a girl trying to climb up my lofted bed. I almost immediately recognized it as my friend, who I was watching a movie with earlier that night. Because of this, I wasn't that startled. I assumed she must have forgotten her phone or something and came back to grab it. She started climbing back down the ladder now that I was awake and walked back across the room. She stopped in the doorway and briefly looked at me Blair Witch style before abruptly leaving. My friend has a history of sleepwalking though, and talking, so I didn't really get that startled. Throughout the whole 20-second or so ordeal, I couldn't quite muster up the energy to speak, so I didn't so much as say a single hello. Shortly after she left though, I texted my friend asking why she'd been in my room. Turns out she was actually awake and in her own room at the time, so that wasn't her. When I was younger, there was a pedophile in a wheelchair who used to live next to the local playground. I was on the swings once talking to my friends, when all of a sudden, we could hear someone calling out for help. It was him. Often, to bait kids into coming near him, he would knock himself purposefully over in his wheelchair and have kids nearby come to help him up. Well, as it turns out, he actually needed some help that day. Instead, though, my friends and I ran away and informed my mother what happened. She told us to stay in the house while she contacted the police. A day later, she showed me the newspaper. In there was his obituary, stating he had died from a severe heart attack. Not exactly the creepiest, but the fact that I basically let a man die on purpose, even though I could have saved him, gives me the chills. My dad purchased a property in 2000 that he demoed and built a new house upon. My dad took me with him one evening just to show me the place. I remember standing in the backyard, filled to the brim with overgrowth, and casting a glance at the silhouette of the house. That was when I noticed a vividly human figure on the roof. kind of perched like a scarecrow facing me, arms up and still as death. I looked over at the other houses to see if such a resemblance could be made out. Perhaps it was an assortment of satellite dishes or a funny-looking smokestack. The image grew more terrifying with each glance, so I tried my hardest to pretend it wasn't there. We eventually took a walk around the inside of the house. It was in a decrepit state. We went home after. The next time I visited the home, my dad needed to check something, so I tagged along again. It was daytime this time though, so I was curious to see what had been the cause of my terrible imagination. I returned to find nothing on that roof at all on my second visit. I didn't see anything. It was a small bungalow with a regular roof. In the center, between the top and bottom, was where I swear I'd seen the scarecrow-like figure before. I pooped my pants for days after. You know that feeling where you see something you're not supposed to, and then you have to live with that knowledge haunting the back of your mind afterwards? I certainly do, and that feeling's been clawing at my skull every time I pass by the old farmhouse at the edge of town for the past 15 years. I remember it very well, the night my life changed altogether. It was Halloween night, squarely in the year 1997, and I was 15 years old. I was wearing a white dress and a cheap blonde wig that really stood out in the nighttime, something I'd come to regret later. I also had a little mole made out of eyeliner. You can probably guess who I was trying to be that year, but I digress. Not even Marilyn Monroe could save me from what was coming. I was super excited to go trick-or-treating, as were my girlfriends. We decided on a collective theme of quirky Hollywood stars. I was Marilyn, while Janice donned a classic Dolly Parton look, and Carly took the visage of namesake Carly Simon. We giggled and primped ourselves up, as if we were going out to a red carpet premiere, rather than just a stroll across town. We were having a lot of fun, though. After a quick goodbye to my parents and a reminder to be home by 10:30, we took on the town at sunset. The sky was a deep purple, and deep pinks on either side as we walked. Janice liked to pretend the streetlights blinking above us were in fact spotlights turned on just for us, and kept striking poses as we walked along. It really slowed us down a lot, but we didn't really care that much. Candy was great, sure, but really we were there to enjoy spending time with each other before Carly moved away in November. It was only going to be a few towns away, so she wouldn't be gone forever or anything. But still, it was a break in routine that really saddened 15-year-old us. That's when Janice suggested, after a pose that had her almost falling off the curb, that we go to the old farm at the edge of town and tell some ghost stories. That's what we always used to do at sleepovers together, and it was rumored that the old farm, especially the barn area, was haunted by all sorts of spooky entities. Most often claimed to be farm cats that had starved to death when the farm was abandoned due to bankruptcy in the 1950s. In other words, the perfect setting for a last hurrah of ghost stories. Carly protested though and said we should not. Surely we'd get in trouble if we were to get caught. I took Janice aside though. After all, it was going to be our last night for a while. Besides, who would be lurking around at such an old place at night anyway? Carly reluctantly agreed after some convincing. I was never a rebellious kid myself, but the air was crackling with excitement. We made our way over, stopping at a few houses to collect some candy along the way. I remember an older couple gushing at our costumes and asking us to sing and dance like they remembered on TV. They even gave us a few extra lollipops each, if I remember. After dealing with the old couple and digging into a cherry lollipop, I noticed another trick-or-treater down the road, coming from the direction of the old farm. They were featureless, save for a plain hoodie and a simple creepy clown mask. It had sharp blue triangles around the eyes and a garish red nose. They walked with a purpose, though not towards us specifically. Rather, it was like they were walking rather quickly away from something else. Maybe they were another kid hurrying to make curfew or something. They carried a bag hiked over their shoulder, an old pillowcase-looking thing, really. It was bulging full of what I assumed was candy. I thought about greeting him, but instead settled on a friendly Marilyn-esque wave as he passed by. Janice and Carly were too absorbed into the conversation to really spare anything else their attention. I noticed something peculiar about the case he was carrying, though. A dark stain seemed to be stretching across one of the seams and slowly dripping out onto their shoulder. I nearly choked on my damn lollipop, but I reasoned it was probably just an elaborate prop, quite an effective one at that, especially in this low lighting. I shook off any morbid thoughts with another lick and joined my friends. I didn't look back. We arrived at the farmhouse first, and it looked just as derelict and desolate as we'd heard. A large collapsed-in porch, plants creeping up all the walls, peeling paint, old furniture scattered around the yard leading out to the cornfield. The whole works. Janice sat down on a sun-faded couch leaning up against the side of the house. She picked out a spot of grout on the cushion beside her and said, "Let's get started," her voice taking on an air of mischief. "Wait," I said. Goosebumps prickled across my arms, and I regretted not bringing a jacket on this cold night. "Don't you guys want to look around first? I mean, we can find the perfect spot. It's hella cold out here." "Guys, seriously," Carly interjected. "Hanging in the yard is one thing, but we're gonna get in serious trouble if we go inside. I mean, what if there's mold or rats in there?" "Come on, Carls," Janice teased, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "It won't be that bad. It's just gonna be a couple of minutes. We'll just look for a few minutes and then come right back out, okay?" I felt a twinge of guilt for making her do this, but I knew that once we proved nothing bad was going to happen, she'd enjoy it all the same. She gripped my hand as we stepped up onto the creaking porch. Well, the strip that wasn't collapsed, at least. Janice was the brave one to open the door. A wave of dust immediately hit me in the face, and I coughed. My throat was dry. The interior of the house seemed untouched almost for 3 decades. We made our way from the parlor room to the living room to the kitchen, all covered in the same dust and old mildewy wallpaper. We kind of regretted not bringing a camera with us. Carly seemed to have calmed down quite a bit, and even let go of my hand at this point to examine some old china in the cupboards. It was incredibly dark except for what little moonlight filtered in through the windows. Maybe that's why we didn't see it at first, and why we didn't panic either. I remember facing the round kitchen table in the center of the room, when a bit of moonlight shone in through the window, and that's when I saw it. Handprints in the layer of dust coating the table. Fresh ones. My mind immediately flashed back to that clown guy we'd seen walking earlier, and a shiver shot up my spine. I didn't really know what to think at first. I stood there in dead silence staring at these markings until Janice broke the tension in the air. I ran over and saw a bunch of tiny tracks along the floor. They looked to be from the fabled farm cats, sliding and skidding along the ground or something, maybe trying to get away from something. "Is it the ghost cats?" Carly piped up. "Come on, ghosts don't leave footprints. Maybe it's a family of cats or something. Come out, kitty." She went off to search for them, crouching low to the ground. I probably know what you're thinking. Why didn't I tell them about those handprints right away? Well, at the time, I guess I didn't want to ruin our fun. It's stupid, I know, but that's the logic a 15-year-old on Halloween night would have. Instead, I gathered Janice and steered us to check out the barn. Maybe all those cats could be in the barn catching mice or something. As we made our way through the darkened house, I tried to keep the thoughts of another person watching us from a darkened doorway at bay. Very badly. I now found myself squeezing Carly's hand and trying to rationalize my thoughts away. Maybe it was simply a squatter that had packed up ship and moved on. The barn was situated a little ways off from the house and was in even worse shape from what we could see. The paint had faded from a deep red to a brownish rust color, and the door was propped open from the hinges, perfect for a family of wild animals to hide. Nothing could have prepared us for what was inside that barn, though. We ducked under the gap in the door. I felt for any source of light, an old lamp or a flashlight or anything, and I ended up pulling on a cord. A single light bulb attached to a rafter illuminated the space. At first, it just looked like a normal barn, if an empty one. The stalls were demolished and gutted out. Hay was scattered all over the place and crunched beneath our shoes. What had me frozen in place, though, was the deep red stain streaking up and down the walls and pooling onto the floor. Janice screamed and Carly took off out the door. Janice and I weren't so lucky. We stuck around and observed long enough to see a bloodied cat's head peeking out from a pile of hay. The flesh at the back of its eye sockets gleamed up at us, suggesting its eyes had been gouged out. The rest of the night was a blur. We took off running down the road, all thoughts of a fun Halloween with my best friends forgotten. What had remained in its place was sheer terror, tears, and a lot of screaming. Like I mentioned earlier, my dress whipped in the wind, and my hair shone like a highlighter in the darkness, something I really regretted in my panic. A new dread formed in the pit of my stomach as I thought about that masked butcher from earlier following my hair all the way home, or chasing us down right then and there. Thankfully, though, no such thing happened. The lights shining through my windows were a welcome sight, and we all but collapsed after running inside and slamming the door behind us. My parents were initially upset with me for missing my curfew, but once they saw the tears streaming down my face and that we were all out of breath, they quickly changed gears to concern. They asked what happened, and we explained the entire story. Dad wanted to call the police, so that's exactly what we did. The police couldn't do anything, though, because we couldn't prove who'd committed the crime. As for trespassing, they let us off with a warning. My parents made us promise not to do anything like that again, or we'd be grounded for life, and the police went on their way. That night, I laid tossing and turning, thinking about that clown trick-or-treater we'd seen, and about that bag he held. I kept imagining all those bulges that peeked out of that pillowcase. That blood no longer seemed like a fake smear for dramatic effect. Carly, Janice, and I didn't talk about the experience for a while afterward. After her family moved, Carly's dad told my dad that Carly would stay up and cry sometimes, citing those poor cats left to the butcher clown. Whenever we met up, we would try our best not to mention it. Like I said, though, it was always there in the back of my mind. Every time the leaves fell, every time I would see a stray cat loitering around the neighborhood, every time I'd see a damn clown mask in a store's Halloween section, I'd imagine that night. Hi. For simplicity's sake, my name is Amy, and I'm a 23-year-old girl living near Chicago, about 20 minutes away from the main city. As any single young woman living in or around a major city in any region of the world knows, you meet your fair share of strange characters in the dating scene. Sometimes you'll meet awkward but ultimately very nice folks you just don't feel a spark with. Other times you'll meet jerks or creeps. Usually there's not much in between. There's one date I went on, though, that I met a real clown on, literally, and not the smiley red nose doing flips at the circus kind. I mean the scary motherfucker from Stephen King's It type. Before I delve into it, though, a little bit of backstory. I grew up in the backwoods of rural Maine, where little else happened other than a cow breakout because of a thunderstorm or something. I spent my days languishing in the winter weather and rainy summers, wanting my 18th birthday to come around already so I could move off to college. I wanted a place where things were busier, more exciting, and eventually settled on the Windy City. It was somewhat less expensive than New York, but much more accessible than where I already lived. If I wanted thrilling, I certainly got more than I bargained for. I was fortunate enough to find a small 2-bedroom with another girl named Guinevere. She was pretty awesome. She helped me learn how to navigate the busy streets and the people that inhabit them nearly every day. There was so much more to do here than where I grew up too, and I relished every minute of it. Playgrounds, swimming pools, bird sanctuaries, all within walking or busing distance. Even when the initial novelty of moving to a new place wore off, the feeling of becoming an adult and realizing I belonged in the city life remained. However, one aspect of my time in Chicago that was not so exciting was my love life. Before I moved out of my hometown, I'd had all these fantasies of bumping into my true love in a coffee shop or stumbling into them on the street. I'd spill caramel flavoring on their fancy suit jacket and they'd laugh. I'd help him clumsily clean it up, etc. He wouldn't stop thinking about me whenever he smelled caramel and desperately tried to find me again. It's cliché, but that was the sort of hopeful I was. The concept of dating apps seemed foreign and honestly quite scary to me, so I put off using them for as long as possible and continued to scout out coffee shops for the next 3 years. As you might imagine, my fantasies did not play out. I finally decided to take the plunge into apps when Guinevere got into a long-term relationship, recommending a site called Tinder. After quite a bit of trial and error, I started to get the hang of it. I had a few conversations with guys who lived across the city by this point, but they didn't really go anywhere beyond the initial, "Hey there." That's when I got a new message from someone, a local guy named Caleb. It just said, "Hey, I think you're really pretty. Would you like to chat with me?" I'll be honest, I was quite intrigued. His formal way of asking was quite different, and his profile picture was that of a good-looking guy with a nice smile. I messaged him back pretty soon. "Hey, thanks. How are you tonight?" We spent most of the night talking after that, and the day after, and the day after that too. Slowly, the conversation escalated past all the small talk, and he eventually opened up to me about his unusual job. He worked part-time as a clown for children's birthday parties. He even sent me a couple of pictures of him with one of those wearable noses and in all the face paint. I didn't mind. I thought it was pretty fun. He proved he had a sense of humor too. This was exactly the sort of lively experience I'd been expecting. After only about a week of texting, he asked me to meet up for coffee. He even joked around with me. "I'll bring my nice shirt so you can spill something on it." I was elated. I told Gwen where I'd be that coming Saturday, and she told me to call her halfway through to update her. I promised that I would. Off I went, fantasizing all throughout the days leading up to the date. Carefree conversations, maybe even a kiss or two. The day finally arrived. We settled on a small cafe halfway in between our two places. Since it was getting much colder, I picked out a nice sweater and my favorite pair of warm boots. When I arrived at the cafe, the warm embrace of the building's heat made me shiver. I was already mulling over my choices for what to drink as I made my way to the line in front of the counter. Caleb didn't seem to be there yet, so I figured I'd have time to situate myself and gather my nerves. That was until a hand touched my arm from behind. I spun around, ready to say, "Excuse me," but I stopped when I saw who it was. Caleb put his hands up in mock surrender. I didn't know why, but for some reason, as soon as he touched me, the last thing I wanted to do was be near him. "Oh, God, he scared me," I said, brushing it off with a laugh and dispelling that feeling. "Sorry, I just couldn't resist." He flashed me a toothy grin and went to sit down at a table in the corner. I ordered and joined him. Conversation flowed just as well as it did over text, but there was just something about him in person that seemed kind of off. I figured it was just last-minute nerves, but that feeling wouldn't let up. He asked me about my job, my family, my roommate. I found myself giving much more vague answers than I'd expected. I told myself to relax as I sipped on my coffee. The topic of his side job came up again, and I felt the tension in my shoulders leaving. Finally, he'd started to talk a bit about himself instead of just bombarding me with questions. Hopefully, my nerves would start to go away from this point on. But what he said next definitely caught me off guard. I love meeting new kids as Chuckles. Their faces just light up. Do you have any siblings? Nieces or nephews with a birthday coming up perhaps? It was a nice gesture to meet my family with, but at the same time, we'd only just met in person right now. It was moving a little too fast for me. I lied and said no. I did have a little 5-year-old niece who'd be turning 6 in a couple of weeks, but that wasn't something to tell someone you'd just met. Caleb seemed a bit flustered, but moved on to the next topic fairly quickly. Finally, I thought the butterflies were going to start fluttering. Except they never really did. We went for a walk after coffee to a nearby park. He did all the things right. He laughed at my jokes, held my hand, put his respectfully on the small of my back whenever someone took up the walkway. But still, even after all this, I couldn't shake this feeling of nervousness. I decided to call Gwen to pick me up early, as I'd promised to call her halfway through. I made up an excuse of my cat needing to go to the vet, and got out of there. Caleb seemed genuinely surprised, and said he'd call me later. Gwen thought it was absolutely hilarious, and based my discomfort on clown jitters. I wasn't quite so sure though. Caleb continued to message me after, but I would always wait until I felt like I couldn't keep putting off replying. I decided to do a little bit of research, looking for his business online. After all, simple word of mouth as an entertainer can only get you so far. You'd obviously have to advertise it somewhere. What I found shocked me. Rather than a little website or Facebook post advertising his party service, I found news article after news article with titles like "Man Fakes Clown Business, Arrested for Inappropriate Contact with Children," "Chicago Man Arrested from Molesting Child at His Birthday Party After Being Hired as a Clown," and most worryingly of all, "Fake Clown Accused of Molesting Children, Bailed Out." I felt sick. I felt like bile was rising in my throat. It's a wonder that I didn't throw up all over my phone when it beeped, and I saw a notification from Caleb come through. "I know you lied. I'd like to visit your niece in 2 weeks, Amy." I immediately blocked that son of a bitch and called my brother, my parents, anyone I could think of. I left at least 3 messages on my brother's phone alone. I sent him all the links just to be safe. I burst into Gwen's room and showed her the message and the articles. She told me I needed to make a report in the morning. That's exactly what I did. Gwen took me down to the police station, and I told the officer everything I discussed with Caleb, what he'd said during our date, and the message he'd left me. The officer was very patient and kind. She said I did the right thing by coming in and informing my brother, and that she'd be giving me a call if they found anything new. My brother was grateful as well. He called me the next morning saying that Caleb had tried to get hired for the niece's birthday party. He'd reported him to the police in their town as well. My parents called me too, and were glad I was safe. I never heard from Caleb again, and I took a break from Tinder for quite a while. Fortunately, the officer did call me back and say he'd been arrested again, so hopefully he won't be finding work at another child's birthday party anytime soon. It's funny, I expected to go on a date with a few clowns, but I never thought I'd find one like this. In my experience, working a haunted house is good, clean, scary fun. Some years I've been a ticket master, sometimes a person who breaks up the groups going into the attractions. This year though, 2018, my senior year of high school, I got to be an actor in our fun house, or scream house so to say, attraction. The experience was so different from what I was used to. Instead of greeting people in the usual customer-friendly sort of way, I'd be setting out to scare them, or at least give them the creeps, as our haunted houses didn't have the highest budget in the world. For this role, I'd be playing an it type of clown. You know, red balloon, sharp needle-like teeth, all that jazz. I don't know if our local Halloween fair committee violated any copyright laws, but I wasn't about to be asking any questions. What I found most challenging about the role, ironically enough, was how to be scary, really. I was never really one to pull pranks or anything like that on Halloween. Hell, the scariest costume I'd ever dressed up as was a cliché bedsheet ghost. I really hated seeing kids cry, and so I really struggled at our practice sessions. Worse still, I'd be at the very end of the house, the final scare before people leave. I had to make an impression that would last. Other folks playing roles and our casting director would bring their kids in the weeks leading up to the fair and go through each attraction, giving feedback at the end on what we could do better. I was, for a lack of a better word, quite terrible. Although I looked the part through no magic of my own, I lacked the bite that this sort of thing is supposed to have. The dread in the pit of your stomach that forms when people think of those clowns when watching movies. Personally, I blame Tim Curry and Bill Skarsgård for being such tough acts to follow, but I digress. I watched the movies religiously in my spare time and tried my best to emulate the behavior. According to the director, though, my performance was now lacking subtlety and individual flair. Yeah, because people going to a county haunted house look for subtleness in their scares. I turned to online horror for more examples, as well as looking for some acting tips. Some short films on YouTube were helpful in the opening, the kind where you stand still and just stare at the patrons. Others gave me a brand new perspective on how a scary clown should act. I became kind of obsessed with scary videos, aside from research, going down long rabbit holes into the night. Going down long rabbit holes late into the night after my family had gone to bed. That's not the point of this story, though. The point happened on a fair night a few days in. The director said I had improved a lot in that time. I was feeling good at the creeped out looks on patrons' faces as they left. I felt a little bit bad when I made a little girl cry, though. I tried to mask it with a sinister, in-character grin as she and her parents went on their way. The sun had long since set, and I'd managed to make a few good tips for the funhouse by the end of the night. They had a tip bowl by the exits for anyone who wanted to give a little something extra for the budget for next year. After the last few patrons had gone, the other actors and I filtered out of the attraction to go home ourselves. There were haunted dolls, marionettes, mirror ghosts, even the odd crazy jester or two. But I was the only creepy clown performer. In hindsight, this made me really easy to identify later. The grounds in which our fair took place were sectioned into 3 parts: the attractions, the food area, and the parking lot way off to the side. I didn't have a car at the time, so I had to walk all the way across town at midnight just to get home. All alone. Yeah, I know. It wasn't the best feeling after performing in a haunted house all night and watching so many scary movies, but it's not like I had a choice. At least my folks would leave the light on and the door unlocked. I started down the block with no issues, and quite a lot of bravado. After all, I was still wearing the scary clown costume. The makeup had cracked a bit, and my skin was itchy and uncomfortable, but I didn't feel like anybody would want to be approaching me so late at night. I'd plugged in my headphones at this point, so I only saw the car when it passed by me on the street, rather than hearing it coming. It was a dark, ambiguous color in the inky darkness, and low to the ground. What stood out to me most was that it had stripped tires, or whatever those are called, not very common in our area. It moved slowly through the suburbs. It was late at night, so maybe they wanted to be careful. I know I would've if I was driving. What made me scared shitless, though, was when the car slowed down to a stop, circled back around, and came by to pass me again, even more slowly this time. I ripped my headphones off my head and tried not to panic. Maybe they were taking a wrong turn. Maybe they wanted to ask for directions. Maybe. But hell no. The car circled back around 3 more times, sometimes speeding up, sometimes slowing down again. I began to sweat through the makeup and began to speed walk, as much as I could in this bulky clown costume at least. I soon came to the corner parallel to my street. All I had to do was turn this corner and book it to my house down the road. But as I turned the corner, the car still followed me, and a new terrifying thought shot through my head. I don't want them to know where I live. Oh God, what do I do? I was already on my street. Obviously, they'd see what house I was going to, but I couldn't just keep walking aimlessly. Who knows what they'd do to me once they were finished toying with me? Gathering my courage, I remembered an old school survival horror tip from one of my rabbit hole videos. Act crazier than they are. I swear to God, I hope this works, I thought to myself. Just as the car slowed down to pass me again, I whipped around and screamed, slamming my fists into their driver's side window as hard as I dared to. With the white and red makeup and freaky-looking prop teeth, I guess I was more terrifying than they'd expected. While I couldn't make out any distinct features in the dark, I could clearly see the whites of the driver's eyes widen. The car jerked to a stop, squeaking as it hit the curb. I didn't care. I just kept screaming and laughing as I pounded the door, window, and windshield over and over, as if I really was a crazed demonic clown trying to get in. The car sped off in a hurry, and I even chased it to the next house, all to make sure they'd stay well and truly gone. My lungs hitched, and my body buzzed with adrenaline. I'd never felt so scared or so alive in one night. The energy drained away as soon as I reached my own house, though, leading me to crash on the living room couch and sleep for the next 17 hours. I guess acting absolutely batshit for the sake of your life can do that to you. My dad shook me awake the next afternoon and asked me if I had a tough night. I'd surely tell him later, but he had no idea at the time. I loved the circus when I was a kid. I absolutely loved it. The spectacle, the big tent, the popcorn and animals, all the balloons I'd get to keep. It was all so exciting. I was an only child and a pretty lonely kid, so I guess my parents wanted to take special trips with me every year to give me some good experiences. The circus was one of them. I know as an adult that most circuses treated their animals horribly and aren't quite as glamorous as I remember them. But when I was little, none of that really crossed my mind. I still have the big Scooby-Doo balloon from the first time I ever went in my closet. I don't know why they were selling Scooby-Doo and alien balloons in particular, but I won't question it. I didn't mind the clowns either. They weren't exactly my favorite, but I would still laugh when they did their flips or chased each other around the ring after one got pied, sprayed with the water flower gun. Sometimes they would come to the front row and wave at us little kids. We usually sat higher in the stands though, so we could get a better view. I also remember having this little booklet with pictures of the clowns and all their stage names that they would autograph after the show. I particularly remember one called Mr. Turkey Lips, one with yellow straw hair and these bulging painted lips that overtook his entire face when he smiled. He was nice, polite, and pretty hilarious. He was the one to help me get over my initial fear of clowns in the first place. There was one clown, though, that completely turned my view of the circus upside down, and that would be the last time I would ever go. For the first couple of hours, this trip was completely normal. We pulled up to the big top, got a jumbo popcorn, a couple of pretzels, and grabbed our seats. This time, however, most of the back rows were already taken up, so we had to find a spot in the very front row. I sat between my mom and dad as they pointed out the trapeze and animal acts, as usual. It was amazing seeing them all up close like this. but it also made me have to really crane my neck in order to see the tightrope act. When the clowns came out, they pranced about into the ring with water guns shaped like flowers and mimed fighting with one another. One ducked as another fired, resulting in the front row turning into a splash zone. I laughed while my mom groaned and waited for the show to continue. I noticed one clown standing off to the side, though, that looked a bit different than the others. Instead of a bright and professional-looking outfit, his costume was somewhat disheveled, ill-fitting and dirty, as if he'd been rolling around outside in the mud. I also thought it was kinda weird he was just kinda standing there, not really doing anything entertaining. Being a little kid at the time, though, I figured it was all part of the show, and he'd do something silly with the other clowns in just a minute. Maybe he was just waiting for his turn or something. That's when he turned around and saw me looking at him. He continued to stand and stare at me until another clown ushered him away to make space for the next act. He glanced at me before heading by the stands in the direction of the bathrooms. By the time the animals were let in, I'd forgotten all about that strange clown who'd stared at me. That is, until I had to use the bathroom myself. My parents were the kind that once I got to a certain age, they trusted me to at least be able to find the bathroom and my way back to them on my own. I went off behind the stands and outside, where the small restroom building sat at the edge of the grassy parking lot. The air was cool, and the grass, being wet from the recent rainfall, squished underneath my sneakers with each step. There was no one else outside, so it was eerily quiet, which made me hurry to the light of the bathrooms even faster. I opened the door for the men's side and hurried in. I was half hoping there would be at least one other person in there to ease this feeling of isolation. On the other hand, though, I was very shy, so I was glad on some level to have it all to myself. Or so I thought. While in the stall, I kept hearing this ominous creaking. At first, I thought it was the wind or someone coming in. It definitely didn't help with my anxiety. The bathroom was completely quiet, save for this singular creaking sound. That's when I realized, though, that it was coming from a nearby stall. "Hello?" I called out. It was stupid, I know, but maybe someone was stuck in a stall or something and too embarrassed to say anything. There was no answer, just more creaking. Maybe one of the stall doors was broken. I finished up and went to wash my hands. The sinks were framed by a gigantic mirror that hadn't been cleaned in a while. A thin layer of dust obscured my face as I washed my hands and wondered what act might be on now. Suddenly, the stall door next to mine came crashing open, and the clown from earlier rushed up behind me. He grabbed my hand and forced it behind my back. He forced my stomach into the sink so I couldn't move. His makeup was smeared, and he ditched the bodysuit, wearing only a ripped t-shirt and jeans. I could smell the sweat coming off him, as if he hadn't showered for days on end. I felt sick. I wanted to scream. Something sharp pressed into my back. I didn't know what it was. The man whispered in my ear, "Scream and I'll gutcha. Now, you want to kiss the clown, boy?" His voice was deep, and I could smell something bitter on his breath. He looked to be in his mid-40s, maybe older. Now that I think about it, he was also clearly drunk. "No! Let me go!" "No one's coming for you. Get going." He started trying to shove me out the door. I clung onto that sink for dear life, to the point where my knuckles turned white and my fingers hurt. I was begging, crying for him to let me go. For my mom, my dad, for anyone. That's when Turkey Lips in full clown garb burst into the men's room. He took one look at me, at the man who was presumably holding a knife in his hand, and he sprang into action. He dashed at the man, repeatedly striking him in the face until his grip slipped just enough that I could get away. I ran with tears streaming down my face and fogging up my glasses. I thought my lungs would burst. I ran into the big top screaming as I found my mom and dad. They were shocked, confused, and scared because I'd never acted this way before. They took me outside when I pointed to the bathroom. I frantically explained everything along the way. the clown, the man, and most importantly, Mr. Turkey Lips coming to my rescue. We found him lying on the floor, blood trickling out of his nose, and a gash in his stomach. The man who tried to kidnap me was gone. We called 911 immediately and waited with Turkey Lips until the ambulance arrived. My dad took me outside so I wouldn't have to see all the blood any more than I had already, while my mom tended to him. She was an ER nurse, so she knew how to relatively stop the bleeding on the fly using paper towels. It was not the cleanest method, but when you had a man bleeding to death in the circus bathroom, you had to make do with whatever you could. The ambulance showed up not long after, as well as the police. They took him away on a gurney and questioned me and my parents separately. I told the officers how he'd helped me, and about what the kidnapper had looked like both in and out of costume. I remember throughout the entire ordeal, the peppy circus music was playing out of the speakers like nothing had happened at all. My parents took me home and made me sleep in their room that night, in between the two of them. I think they were afraid of leaving me alone, like I might disappear if they weren't looking, none the wiser. They also wouldn't let me go to the public restroom again for a long time, circus or not. It was a little bit embarrassing, but I understood. I didn't really want to go alone either. We also stopped going to the circus after that. I was a bit sad that one of my favorite childhood places had been tainted by such a bad experience, but with the way I felt even seeing ads for it on TV or in the paper, I got over the sadness pretty quickly. Thankfully, I learned later that Mr. Turkey Lips, I never learned his real name, made a full recovery. Apparently, he was on break and going to the restroom when he heard me screaming. After I ran out, he wrestled with the man and ended up getting slashed twice and stabbed once in the stomach. He said he didn't regret getting injured to help me though, and I'll forever be grateful for that. Had he gone straight to his car like usual for his break, or decided not to get involved, I wouldn't be here today. I learned from my parents that apparently the man who tried to abduct me didn't work for the circus at all. He'd somehow stolen a clown costume and slipped in unnoticed by everyone. That's why he'd just been standing there. He didn't know the choreography, nor did he have the right props to really blend in. Maybe when he zeroed in on me, he went to the bathroom hoping I would use it during the night, and unfortunately I did. I don't know what he had planned for me, but I thank God I never had to find out. Stay safe out there, and remember, if something looks out of place, don't just ignore it. I came home from a date at around 11 p.m. or so. The house was completely dark, but I didn't switch on the lights at the moment because I knew my way around well enough. When I emerged out of the bathroom on my way back to the bedroom down the hall, I bumped into my dog. He's pretty big, about mid-thigh or so. I told my dog that I loved him and that he needed to get back to sleep with me. I opened my bedroom door and switched on the light at the same time. To my surprise, though, I saw my dog already laying on my bed, lifting his head up in confusion when the light came on to look at me. I wondered what I'd just bumped into in the hallway. I had a favorite pair of silver hoop earrings that I like to wear pretty much all the time. One day, I decided to look for them, and I couldn't find them anywhere. No big deal. I'm kind of disorganized anyway. I figured I just left them lying around somewhere. I kept my eyes open for the next day or two, figuring I'd eventually stumble across them, but there was no such luck. They had been missing for several days, and I had a date planned for later that evening. I really wanted to find them, so I really thoroughly looked everywhere I could think of. Behind the furniture, under the couch, everywhere. I especially looked in and around my bedroom, as I had a tendency to climb into my bed with them on and feel them poking and pulling when my head would hit the pillow. My usual habit was to sleepily pluck them out and toss them on the nightstand, but sometimes I would miss. I looked everywhere. Behind the nightstand, under the bed, in the sheets, under the pillows, no luck. Bummed out, I gave up a couple of hours later. I went and got ready for my date. Just as I was about to leave, though, I glanced over at my bed. only to find them sitting there in plain sight on top of my pillow. I was home alone at that time and hadn't left the house in between looking for the earrings and getting ready for my date. There's no way I could have missed them. I can't for the life of me figure out how these things were happening to me. It's so strange. I was hiking through the remnants of a long abandoned remote town. In the surrounding area, to get as far into the woods as I was, you had to cross fallen trees over a creek 3 times. I had just crossed over the 3rd bridge and was about 5 miles in or so when something blue caught my eye just ahead of me. There was a man about in his 60s or so, wearing blue satin pajamas, sitting in a tree. The closer I got to him, the more and more he began to laugh. It wasn't like a maniacal laugh, but it did set off alarm bells in my head nevertheless. He wasn't wearing any shoes and looked well-groomed and clean. I gave him a friendly wave as I passed him by. He just kept laughing. As I'd gone on a bit further, it stopped. I turned around to check, and he was already gone. There had been no branch cracking, no plants rustling, nothing. It's like he'd just disappeared. It rubbed me the wrong way. The area I was in was a pretty rough hike already. It was very secluded, and not many people ventured as deep as I was that day. I have no idea what that man was doing there, but it sure was a freaky sight to see. I worked in the graveyard shift doing security at a facility that had a couple of large warehouses on it. It was Christmas Day, so there were not many other people on the property at all, which was going to mean a super easy night for me. As I was roving around doing my patrols though, I noticed one of the bay doors was open in one of the warehouses. It was odd for any of them to be left open at all, so I decided to check out what was going on. I walked over to the bay door and walked inside. One thing I must point out now is that in an effort to save money on utilities, all the lights in the warehouse are motion activated and turn on as you walk underneath them. After you're out of range of the sensor, the lights immediately shut off. That means the lights are never on unless someone is moving directly underneath them. As I peered into the warehouses, I looked down one of the aisles of shelves and saw a light on in the distance, approximately 300 yards away. As I watched, the next one turned on, and then the next. The lights were coming toward me, as if there were someone moving in my direction. Yet I could see absolutely nothing in the aisles. After watching the lights move all around the facility for a few moments, I got weirded out and left. I never figured out why it happened, but it creeps me out whenever I think about it. When I was in college, I took a part-time job stocking shelves at Kohl's. We would arrive at 2 a.m. and work until 7 in the morning. Each morning, we'd have 5 people arrive like clockwork. We would all walk in through the same door and take the far left aisle to get to the back of the store, where the employee lounge was located. On this morning, though, I took the middle aisle because I wanted to bypass the lounge and go straight to the inventory room to load up my cart. Department stores are really creepy when they're not open yet, especially with 90% of the lights turned off. The floor sometimes has mannequins half-dressed and in the aisles because they're constantly shifting product around after closing up the day before. On this morning, I walked down the center aisle and noticed this man walking from the back of the store to the front. He looked to be an older man, wearing business clothes of some sort. Obviously, I thought this was out of place, but sometimes the regional manager would show up. It was very early, and this guy was very tall. As we approached one another, I couldn't get a good enough view of his face to really tell. He seemed to be wearing these really thick eyeglasses that cast a shadow over his mouth and chin, blocking any chance of making eye contact. Because of this, it was really awkward when we got within 10 feet of each other. I just looked down and said good morning, giving a quick look. I couldn't really see his face still, so I just looked back down. He gave me a cheerful good morning response as I continued to the back. The man continued on to the front, and I went into the inventory room. I began unboxing items and placing them on the cart. The manager of the morning team came back and started giving me instructions for the Christmas items. She was the sort of person that was very charismatic and always happy. After she finished, I asked her who that corporate guy from earlier I saw that morning was. She gave me a weird look and said nobody was expected to be there. She asked me for a description, and I shared it with her. At first, she thought it could be the new regional marketing guy, but we realized that couldn't be it, because he didn't have the keys to get inside yet, and they never come at 2 o'clock in the morning anyway. She darted off to the neighboring admin office to find out if anyone was expected, and I went back to work. 20 minutes later, she came back, saying that indeed nobody was expected to be there. The security system showed no entry since closing that night before. She asked me if I was messing around, or if I'd been drinking or something. I told her to check the cameras because I'd definitely seen someone. She asked if I would go with her to check the camera feed. I agreed and we walked to the room. She was joking around, saying, "Let's go see if we can find your new imaginary friend here." She pulled up the interface for the cameras and set the dial to the hour we arrived. It started to play the first camera angle. At first, we saw nothing. I couldn't remember exactly where I'd crossed paths with the man. She asked me if this really was the area. My mind was blown. I really started to question my sanity. There's no way he was not in the camera feed. She pulled up the next angle, though, and this time, we saw a shadowy figure moving around in the back next to the walls. They were quickly scrambling around, weaving in between the clothes racks with the clothes moving on their own hangers. They ran through the women's section. I went from questioning my sanity to being completely freaked out. We both got the chills. She stood up to turn the lights on in the room that we were in, and we both looked in disbelief. After viewing it again, she decided to look from all angles to make sure this really happened. She clicked the next camera pointed in that direction. As it started to play, we saw the dark shape more resemble a person this time. Clearly, this person was moving about on all fours though, low to the ground like something you'd see in an exorcist movie. At this point, the manager picked up the phone to call 911. While she was on the phone with them, she clicked the next camera angle, which gave us the overhead 360-degree view. I get goosebumps thinking about this. You could see the man in his clothes, but I could finally see his face, which is what made our jaws drop. In surprise, she hung up the phone. I screamed at her for hanging it up, and she picked it up again to dial 911. To this day, I still really can't explain it. It was almost like the man had no mouth or something wrong with his face. He had those glasses on, and no lights were able to get through them to see his eyes. It made it difficult to confirm what he really looked like. We played the next camera at the exact same time. We arrived to the point showing him going toward the front of the building. As we watched, though, we never saw him leave. As we looked at further camera angles from right now, we confirmed there was someone in the back moving to the front of the building again. As they moved past the dressing room, there was a gap in the midsection between the cameras that couldn't be found. She asked me to get on the overhead speaker and ask everyone to come to the lounge. I did so, and heard her telling the police we had an intruder or a possible squatter and didn't feel safe. She asked that they hurry. She got on the intercom and told everybody to come once again, but stated it was for a quick meeting. She switched the screens on the live camera feed to focus on the front entrance, seeing if anyone would show up or leave. I started to hear everyone coming to the lounge. We received notification from the 911 operator that 2 officers had arrived and asked that we open the door. Thank goodness, the patrolmen were sitting in the parking lot right next to the door. We asked that they come into the building because we felt the intruder might still be hiding in the middle area. We continued to look through the different camera angles until we heard banging on the door next to us. We jumped up in surprise but disarmed the locks. The two officers walked in and we told them more details. They asked for one person to speak at a time and to slow down. After explaining that we believed the person was still there once again, they started to be more alert. One cop said he would stay with us, and the other volunteered to walk around the floor. As I showed the cop what we'd seen on the video earlier, he was disturbed by what he was seeing. These were obviously not normal moving patterns. He grabbed the radio on his shoulder and requested assistance. He specifically requested 5 of the closest patrolmen in the area. He asked if the brightness could be increased. She brightened it, but it didn't really help. Then came the distorted face scene. He was quite surprised that this really creepy guy went from a demon running on all fours to a casual guy from a distance earlier. He claimed he had never seen anything this bizarre and definitely felt the man was still in the building. Within 5 minutes, the other patrolmen started to show up, and they did a search of the store area. We all stayed in the back watching the cops. Nobody was found, and no video showed the man leaving. They got their paperwork and started interviewing us during this time. We viewed all the different angles and in fast-forward mode to see if we could find him again. We did find one strange instance where a coat fell from the hanger onto the ground, but nothing was near it, so no videos of anyone were found. Except for the crew that had closed the night before, the entry log showed no intrusion or access request was made. In the end, they had no idea who the man was or what happened to him. A report was filed, and the video was taken by the cops. They went to the neighboring stores and looked through their video feeds too, but found nothing. We opened at the usual time later that day, and nothing else unusual happened. When I first started working with the medical examiner, I was asked to come in and prepare the autopsy one day. We would typically do our autopsies early in the morning due to the pathologist's schedule, which meant I had to go in very early to prepare the body. So here's me, a kid fresh out of college, in the morgue, during the dark of night at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I was surrounded by dead bodies, thinking to myself this was how every horror movie started. The body I was preparing for autopsy this time was that of a larger person, and I had to move the body from the gurney and body bag onto the autopsy table by myself. I was still pretty new, so I struggled for quite a while. As I was pushing the deceased's torso up onto the table, I heard a low wheezing sound escape his lips. If I hadn't studied anatomy and physiology so closely, I would have dropped that body, potentially ruining the autopsy, and pissed myself while running out of the morgue. As it stands, I was pretty freaked out. I tried to remember, though, that some air does get into your lungs and stay after you pass away. Pushing on the body, I seemed to have forced some of it out of his trachea, and this caused the dead body to moan like a ghost. It really surprised me while I was trying to move it around while alone in the morgue, with a fridge full of dead people at 3 o'clock in the morning. A literal graveyard shift. Luckily for me, though, it was a totally explainable phenomenon and not a zombie outbreak or something. I worked the night shift at an Amazon warehouse. On slow nights, management would send people home. On this particular night, though, I was stuck working on a very slow night, with only 2 other employees in this enormous warehouse. You could hardly see anyone else amongst the 5 floors and hundreds of racks on a normal day, let alone during a shift like this. During that shift, though, I started to catch glimpses of someone wearing red, turning the corners as I did. I saw them numerous times. I waited until lunch and checked out what my other coworkers for the shift were wearing, and neither of them were wearing red. One night at around 1 a.m. or so, I was dead asleep with my boyfriend next to me. All of a sudden, I heard someone in my house shouting and asking if anyone was home. I woke up my ex and told him to go see what the hell was going on. We both got out of bed. I couldn't find my glasses, but the man was still shouting. I came out of my bedroom in my pajamas and saw there was a big bald man in what looked to be a police uniform standing in the entryway to my house. I was squinting, trying to get a better look at him, when he looked me in the eyes. "Excuse me, ma'am, I just wanted to tell you that your door was left unlocked. You should lock it from now on." I mumbled something to the effect of, "Oh, okay." He left immediately after. I was still as blind as a bat, but I could see that he walked away instead of getting into a car. No policeman would be policing a woodsy area like the one I live in on foot. The next day, I called the local police station and asked if any officers had reported this incident. They said they would check with the on-duty officers and get back to me. They called me the next day and said they'd checked with every single one of them. No one had done this. I still get freaked out whenever I think about this happening, and I wish I knew what this guy was up to and why he just left like that in the end. The creepiest thing that ever happened to me would have to be when my old neighborhood served as the setting for gang warfare. Now, this neighborhood was fairly nice and mostly a middle-class suburb. I was in elementary school back then and lived with my brother and mom. At 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up to a loud popping sound. Surprised, I ran into the hallway to see my mom and brother standing there as well. We heard several more of these sounds and slowly went to see what they were. The living room was located right next to the front door and had a huge window overseeing the front lawn. When another pop was heard, it followed by a bright flash from the window. My mom yelled at me to get down, so I did so. We crouched together under the window for about 3 minutes on end. At the end, there was a loud screech of tires, followed by even more cracks in the night. Then there was silence. After a few more minutes of waiting, my mom slowly opened the door and peered outside. When she gave us an okay, we also went out with her. All of our neighbors were outside, looking around to see what had actually happened. In the morning, local news trucks came by to cover the event. Apparently, 2 Asian American gangs met at the local park to make a drug deal. When things went awry, one of the gangs chased the other throughout the neighborhood. One of the gang members was even shot dead right on our very block. In 1997, I was 17 years old. I was driving my girlfriend at the time home late one night. We were sitting at a stoplight at an overpass above a freeway. All of a sudden, an 80s Dodge Omni comes flying up to the light across from us and barely even stops at all. They blasted through while the light was still red. I looked across at the driver in disbelief, only to see he looked extremely panicked. That's when I looked over to the passenger side, and shit immediately got real. I noticed there was a girl with duct tape wrapped around her face and shoulders. Her hair was disheveled, and she was crying. It took me a few seconds to even process what I was seeing. I looked over at my girlfriend, and she looked back at me. What the hell is going on in that car? No sooner than I turned to look back, the guy had already turned the wrong way onto a one-way street. I freaked out. I threw my car in reverse and tried backtracking. I flew down city streets to keep sight of him. At one point in time, we even saw him hit a curb and turn around onto 8 Mile. He didn't have plates on his car. I didn't know what else I could do though. I hurried up home and rushed in. I called the cops right away, while my girlfriend frantically tried telling my mom what we'd seen. The cops came and took our story. There was never a missing persons story that matched what we'd said about that night, so my mom never quite believed us. It was all just written off as two teens with overactive imaginations. I know what I saw that night though. I'm a man in my 30s now, and I'll never forget the look on that girl's face, the crazy look in that guy's eyes as he drove away. My girlfriend, who later became my wife, remembers it vividly as well. It was one of the craziest nights of both of our lives. I went outside one early morning and saw this woman kneeling in my mother's flower garden. I was a little creeped out. I was about 10 years old, and suddenly a person I didn't know was just sitting there in the middle of our garden. Not knowing what else to do, I waved hello to her. She turned around and immediately apologized for being in our yard. She said that we had such nice flowers, she just couldn't help it. Then she just walked away. I didn't really think that much of it. I went about my day as usual. My mom and dad left to do errands eventually though, so my brother and I were home alone. We were both watching TV when, without any warning at all, someone tapped on my shoulder from behind me. I turned around and saw the woman was standing right there. She apologized and asked me where my mom and dad were. I told her they would be coming back at any time, but that she really shouldn't be inside our house. Strangely enough, she asked for a pen and a piece of paper, saying she wanted to write them a little note. I complied and told her to do it out in the dining room. I watched from behind a corner in a hallway and never let her out of my sight. I was beyond afraid in this moment. She calmly set the pen down though, then walked out the front door like nothing ever happened. I bolted to the window and made sure she'd actually left. Then I went to the door and locked it up. I nervously and very slowly approached the note she'd left on the table and read it to myself. I was dumbfounded by what it said. She said she believed God had spoken to her in the garden and told her to build an altar for her grandmother. The note was her scheduling an appointment with my mother to discuss placing a tombstone and a prayer table in the garden. My parents got home soon after, and I told them what happened. She'd left her phone number on the note. My mom took the day off and sat out on the porch. At the time, the woman said she waited for her to arrive, but the woman never showed up. My mom called the number on the note too, only to get a disconnected message. The only proof I had that any of these things had actually happened was the note she'd left for my mom and dad. They don't believe most of the story. It seems like my brother even forgot about it too, but I know it really happened. This random crazy woman somehow got into our house in the middle of the day and just gently tapped on my shoulder and left a note. I'm an extremely outdoorsy female. I love to spend a lot of time in nature. I spent the better part of my early 20s living in the remote northern locations and exploring a lot of Alaska, Yukon, and BC. I have many odd, frightening, and bizarre stories that came from my times in the north, and this is one of them. In the summer of 2012, when I was 22 years old, I was living and working in a pretty remote town in northern British Columbia. I worked from May to September. The place I worked at was a campground in a provincial park on the Alaskan Highway, 4 hours north of Fort Nelson and 2 hours south of the Yukon/British Columbia border. The best part about this park was the fact it had a beautiful natural hot spring, which attracted tourists from all over North America. They came every summer. I lived in an old trailer on a separate part of the campground where the rest of the staff lived. I quickly got used to living in a place that had no running water, no electricity, no cell phone service, no internet, and driving for hours to Fort Nelson every 2 weeks to get groceries. Laundry wasn't exactly easy either. Life was pretty sweet though. I got to hike, go for late night dips in the springs, and make some traveling friends. I also got to spend a lot of quality time in nature, getting to know the flora and fauna of the landscape. My job at the campground park was facility operator, which was general maintenance and cleaning of the campsites, as well as the gatehouse. Sometimes I also had a few security shifts here and there. The feeling of living in the woods was completely different than the feeling of living in a city. As far as safety goes in the city that I'm from, there are people all around you and you're aware of the fact that your house or apartment could get broken into, but emergency services are pretty quick to respond, and neighbors are a big plus. In the woods, you feel much more vulnerable. The nearest police are 4 hours away, and I lived in a trailer that was run down enough that anyone could break into it. Not to mention it was really dark, which made it all the more easy to sneak around at night. I was already on edge sleeping every night in a trailer. The one next to mine was abandoned by the previous manager of the campground after his son had shot himself in the head inside of it. The previous manager had promised numerous times that he would hire a company to drive up from Fort Nelson and tow that abandoned trailer away. But that never happened. Not whilst I lived there, at least. Nobody seemed to care about it too much, though. I went into the trailer once and saw that blood and brains were still on the wall from way back then, and never went back in. Back in the 90s, there had also been a fatal bear attack at the hot springs. We all had to read the incredibly gruesome and detailed police report for our training. So, yeah, it was an unsettling atmosphere to say the least. One night, probably at around 2 in the morning, I was asleep inside my trailer when I was woken to a very loud banging on the trailer door. Reasonably shaken, I looked outside the window next to my bed, only to see a car with its lights on and 2 men I'd never seen before standing at my door. I could feel the blood drain from my face. This was the moment I'd been scared of for all this time. Through the door, I called out, "Excuse me? How can I help you?" One of the guys, clearly hammered out of his mind, started rambling on about something. No matter how hard I tried, though, I couldn't understand what he was saying. "I'm sorry, sir, I can't understand what you're trying to tell me." The other guy starts frantically trying to explain something in the same drunken state as the first guy. I decided at this point that they probably didn't mean any harm. I opened the door to speak to them. They looked visibly shaken, and I could tell they were pretty desperate for help. They didn't have the mental capacity of a sober person, though, so they couldn't coherently tell me what was wrong. One of the men started telling me a very long-winded story, and somehow I managed to piece things together through all of his slurring and hiccuping. Basically, he and his friends were on vacation. They came up from Fort Nelson to party and had a really long drive. They were at the hot spring drinking beers, which they were very sorry about doing without permission. They were very drunk when someone started running around the camp randomly stabbing people. I looked at the guy telling me the story and noticed he had blood all over his clothing. I repeated what he said. "You're telling me someone is out there right now going around stabbing everybody?" He replied, "Yes. Someone was running around stabbing everyone." The other guy yelled, "Come on, let's go!" They hopped into their car and sped off. I didn't even get the chance to. Furthermore, now I was standing at my trailer door in the darkness alone, thinking there was a maniac running around outside wielding a knife. I had no phone. The only person I knew who had a communication device was the ranger, and his cabin was a 5-minute walk away from my trailer. I remembered at that point that I did have some type of radio, though. I ran inside my trailer and locked the door. I tried to get the ranger on the radio. Of course, his radio was switched off. The only thing I could think to do at this point was go to the ranger's cabin myself and notify him of this emergency situation. I slipped out of my trailer and ran through the darkness, across the maintenance ground, past the creepy suicide trailer. I ran towards the ranger's cabin, and every single noise I heard from the surrounding forest was making my heart pound faster and faster. I kept imagining this maniacal man sneaking through the bushes, entering people's tents and killing everyone like some bad horror film. I got to the ranger's cabin and pounded on his door. He answered within just a few moments, visibly sleep-deprived. I told him the whole story. Whilst I was still there, he called the police and told me they were on their way. They would take about 4 hours to get there. He grabbed his gun and walked me back to the trailer. He told me to not let anybody in. I stayed up the rest of the night listening for any sort of disturbance around me. The intense kind of listening, where you're concentrating so hard on the external sounds that might be made that you almost feel like you don't hear anything at all. After about 2 hours of doing this, my trailer started rocking back and forth. I froze. My heart dropped in my chest. I could hear the sound of someone breathing extremely heavily. I was thinking this was it. That knife-wielding maniac was going to murder me, and this trailer was going to be another abandoned one, which they'd have to tow away some years later. I'm just sitting there on my bed in the trailer as it's rocking back and forth, waiting for this maniac to stop tormenting me and just break the window and end me. I'm listening to this heavy breathing, and that's when I hear a grunt, a very non-human sounding grunt. I got a feeling this was not what I thought it was. I peered out the window and saw a bison was scratching its back on the side of my trailer, causing it to rock back and forth. The RCMP got there around 6:30 a.m. and proceeded with their investigation. For about 10 hours, they closed off the springs, and the entire campground turned into an episode of CSI. I didn't hear anything about what took place during the night until the investigation was over. Apparently, there was a guy at the springs who made a lewd comment about one of the females in another group, which resulted in an argument. The guy disappeared and returned an hour later with a knife. He stabbed 2 of the guys in the group and booked it away. Not before stopping at my trailer with his buddy to tell me of the incident, though. Yeah, one of the guys at my trailer was the guy going around stabbing people. My guess is that he and his friends stopped by my trailer to try and make it look like they were innocent. It was their drunken logic. The 2 men that were stabbed survived, which is very good. For many days following this incident, I was cleaning up blood-soaked clothing and rags from all over random places in the campground. Let me preface this by saying I'm just a domestic engineer living in North Texas. I don't believe in paranormal, ghosts, demons, or aliens, or whatever else. I did have an event happen to me this Halloween, though, that I have to admit kinda has me scratching my head ever since then. So, we'd been having a slow trick-or-treating night in our neighborhood. That was pretty odd in and of itself. We usually have kids from all different areas dropping off in ours and constantly parading around our door. That night, I'd say we had no more than 8 to 10 groups of kids, though. It was around 9:30 or so, and my husband and I were sitting in our family room watching some of those ghost shows based on supposedly true events. Like I said, I kinda scoff at that kinda stuff. I do like a good ghost story every now and then, though, and I was in the Halloween mood. We hadn't had any activity at the door in over half an hour or so, and it was getting quite late now. We decided to turn the porch light on and let our dog Chloe out of her crate. Chloe is an American bulldog. We only put her in the crate because we were afraid she'd try and get out and play with all the kids, and I didn't want to have to chase her down every time down the street. I also didn't want her scaring or intimidating anyone away because she can be a little bit scary when she's excited. I turned the outside light off, let Chloe out, and she followed me back to the couch. She laid down on my feet. It was getting close to 10 p.m. or so when my husband decided he'd had enough fun for the night and was going upstairs to take a shower and get ready for bed. After all, it was a Thursday, and he still had to get up early for the next day. Our teenage son was out with his friends at the local haunted house and wasn't expected back for another hour or so. That left me all alone on the couch with Chloe. Just because I don't believe doesn't mean that those shows don't freak me out though, and being alone now, I have to say I was kind of on edge watching the shows. It wasn't long until I heard the upstairs shower turn on. All of a sudden, the light came on in the patio. My initial reaction was, what the hell? Really? It's almost 10 p.m. Soon though, an uneasy feeling came over me. Why was nobody ringing our doorbell? It glows in the dark, and without the porch light on, it should have been extra obvious to everyone there. I paused. I couldn't really ignore it. Our door had a big glass panel, and everyone right by the door could easily see inside and know I was just sitting there watching TV. It would have been rude for me to not answer whoever was there. Just before I got up though, there was a knocking sound from the door. I glanced down at Chloe, only to find she was already gone. My gaze followed her usual path to the front door, expecting her to be on her way there as she normally did. Instead though, I looked around the room and found her crouching by the back door like she wanted to go out. I have to say this strange behavior heightened my anxiety. "Chloe, crate," I said. She just turned back to look at me like I was crazy though. I yelled up to my husband, but if he was already in the shower, I knew there was no chance of him hearing me. That was about the time a car drove by our street and cast enough light on the door for me to see the silhouettes of two small people through the glass. I instantly felt relieved as it was just some kids. Probably a couple from my neighborhood even, on their way back home after a long night of trick-or-treating. Maybe wanting a bit extra or something. I headed for the door and watched back to make sure Chloe wasn't following me. I turned the porch light on. When I got to the door, sure enough, I could see through the glass what appeared to be a couple of pretty small kids. Out late for such young ones, I thought. I began to wonder what kind of parents would let their kids run around the streets this late at night alone. I opened the door just enough to see who was outside. What struck me as immediately odd was that these kids were not wearing any costumes. They were just wearing normal street clothes. There was no customary trick-or-treat either. I began to feel a bit uneasy. It was one girl and one boy. The girl on my left was older, I'd say around 11 or 12. I could tell she was blonde but couldn't make out any distinct features, as our lights come from high above and on the columns at the front porch, so most of the light was coming in from behind them. The boy was younger and about a foot shorter, I'd say between 8 or 9. The girl very politely spoke up. "Ma'am, can we please come inside and use your phone to call our mother?" As she spoke though, something in the pit of my stomach was telling me that something was wrong. What kind of kid that age didn't have a phone of their own these days? I couldn't even remember the last time I had someone ask me to use my home phone. "Huh? Don't you have a phone of your own that you can call your mom on?" I asked. This is when things got really weird. They both turned to look at one another, as if they were supposed to say something, but neither of them spoke. They both turned back to me at once, and the girl said, "Ma'am, my cell phone battery doesn't have any charge left. Can we please come inside and call our mother? We're alone out here, and my brother is scared." I have to admit there were two competing feelings going on inside me. The first, that of a mother's heart wanting to help these two small children. But there was that sinking fear in my gut that was keeping that feeling at bay. It was then that I noticed during the short conversation, the door had already opened a few extra inches. I was completely unaware of having done so myself. "Honey, why don't you give me your mother's number and I'll call her myself?" There was another pause, and they again looked at each other. After a short moment, they turned back to me. "Ma'am, my little brother has to use your bathroom. Can we please come inside while you call our mother?" With that last statement, the little girl moved closer to the door, almost as if she was just going to walk inside. As she did, she stepped into the light coming from inside the house, and I got my first real good look at her. She had these solid black eyes. That's all I could see. The motherly instinct was gone and replaced by terror. I don't think I've ever felt that before in my entire life. I could feel every hair on my arm and the back of my neck standing at attention. I closed the door to where my face was just able to stick out a little bit. The girl again pleaded, "Please, ma'am, we're really scared and alone out here. We have to come inside. Please help us." Then, like on cue, both kids began to whimper and fake cry. I shut the door and locked it. "I'll call your mom if you give me the number," I shouted through the door, "but I'm not letting you into my house." I could still see them standing there on the porch, just staring at me through the glass pane. Part of me wanted to run upstairs to my husband, but the bigger part didn't want to lose track of where they were. That would have freaked me out even more, to know they were not there. After what seemed like forever, probably only a few seconds, I decided to call my neighbor who lived across the street. As I made my way to the side table by our couch to get my phone, though, I glanced back to the door. I got my phone and started to look for his contact info. That was when the kids stepped away and began walking off into the street. As they did so, I went over to the door to get a better look at who they were, where they went too. I could see that the kids had walked out to stand under the street lamp nearest my house and were staring in at me. As I lifted my phone to my ear, only then did the kids start walking down our street. I met up with my neighbor out under the lamp once he was out there, but the kids were nowhere to be seen. Like I said, I don't really believe in any paranormal stuff. I had never even heard about black-eyed kids before talking to my friend. What I really think, what I have to think, is that these kids were just yanking my chain on Halloween night. But I will say this for them, they were really, really good at it, because they scared the fuck out of me and my dog, black-eyed kids or not. Thinking back about this, it still seems like something out of a horror movie and makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. So me and a girl drive her car out to a nature center at around 11 p.m. one night. The gate was never closed after business hours, so we stopped the car in a parking lot overlooking a marsh. There was a boardwalk which ran through it, and heavy brush as well. Fleetwood Mac was playing over the stereo, and we were just shooting the shit. 10 to 15 minutes after we'd parked the car, I swore I could see a flickering light far off in the brush. We both kinda shrugged it off, as we were in the middle of nowhere. Who the hell was going to be roaming around in the woods of a closed-down nature center? As you can imagine, it's pretty damn dark in a marsh at night. Once your eyes adjust, though, you can just about make out silhouettes and see things directly in front of you. That's about it, though. Fast forward to 15 more minutes later. We're making out in the driver's seat, and she's sitting next to me. Both of our seats were sort of reclined back, and I was leaning over half on top of her. After a few minutes of this, I leaned up to say something to her when I noticed a big dark object pressed up against the passenger side window. At first, it didn't quite register. Then it hit me like a ton of bricks, though. I realized there was a man with his face pressed right up against the window, watching us. I shot back a bold stare at the man, but he did not seem to move or react at all. The girl looked at me, then traced my line of sight over to the window and screamed. With that, the guy took off and ran off into the marsh. I turned the car on and put that nature center in the rearview mirror as fast as I could. My cousin and I went out drinking in Ohio. I was very drunk, so I stepped outside for some fresh air from the crowded bar. There was this guy outside who was kind of lanky and seemed to be having a smoke. Feeling disoriented, I sat down on the bench to rest my head a bit. That was when the guy came right up behind me and whispered to me, "You're never gonna make it in this world if I had it my way. I would take you home to my tool shed, tie you to the wall, and torture you to death." I responded, "Well, that sounds really lovely. Hold on, I'm really interested in that and all, but I've got to take a piss real quick, so I'll be right back." I rushed back into the bar and went to the men's restroom, where I locked the door until my head cleared up a bit. Then I came out and told my cousin we should leave right now. My neighbor is an old lady who comes outside every once in a while to chat with people who walk by her house. The first conversation that she had with my dad, she complimented the painting that he had hanging in his bedroom. No big deal. She probably saw us moving in, or caught a glimpse of it at some point before we got curtains. Then though, when she met our dog, she said, "He's much scarier through the window, isn't he?" Again, no big deal. She began to comment on things like this often though, asking us why we didn't walk our dog that morning. She's just an old lady though, right? She's probably just bored and outside a lot. When she met me, she swore she'd already met me before, but I'd never seen her in my entire life. She asked me how I liked my room and told me all about the girls who'd had it before me. It was starting to get kind of weird. She rubbed me the wrong way, but I didn't really mind it much. She was fairly easy to avoid, or so I thought at least. As I was taking the dog outside one day, I happened to glance over and see her staring in at me through her window. She lowered the blinds when she saw I'd noticed her, but I could tell she was peeking through them, watching me still. Hours later, I went to the kitchen, only to see her again watching me very intently through the window. Upstairs in my parents' room, there's a window in their bathroom. I saw her again watching as I was replacing the towels in there. She just kept on watching me more and more. The more I looked for her, the more I could see she was watching our house, basically all the time 24/7, not only from her window either. She'd sit behind her car and watch us from the street, or sit on her porch and watch our front door. She'd slowly walk down the street in front of our house and watch us at literally all hours of the day. Apparently, she'd done it to the people who lived here before us too. Everyone knew in the neighborhood to keep their blinds and curtains shut all the time, otherwise she was basically guaranteed to stalk you. I used to work overnights at a hotel and would monitor the security cameras. A little indicator would blink when motion was detected. It always gave me the creeps when I would hear the elevator ding. I'd run out to the lobby to greet the guests and make sure they didn't need something, only to see nobody getting off the elevator. I'd watch the tape sometimes and see the motion indicator blinking on a floor. Then I would see the elevator open on that floor and the motion indicator blinking on the camera down the hall. It really scared the hell out of me to see no one was there. One time I was in my office in the middle of the night even, when I began to hear what sounded like someone banging on the door with their fists, just slamming down over and over. You could even see me reacting to it in the video from the security cameras. My head whipped to face the door where the sound was coming from, then immediately whipped around to stare at the cameras to see who the hell was outside my door. There was nobody there though, and none of the motion sensors had picked up anything either. It was not fun finishing the rest of that shift that night. There were always just some weird things going on there. I was living with my godparents at the time of this event. It was around 6 p.m., and my godfather got back from work. He asked who had left all this blood near the pool in the backyard. Needless to say, I was very confused. I had been in the room right next to the pool the whole time, and I had no idea what he could possibly be talking about. We pulled up the security footage on our security system, only for it to show a man jumping the fence in broad daylight. He'd cut himself on the barbed wire and was looking for ways to get into the home through the back. I was only 10 feet away from him the entire time, and I didn't hear a single thing. It's scary to think about what could have happened if a window or the back door had been left unlocked. I would have been caught totally unawares. I used to sneak out of my house as a teenager to go spend time with my girlfriend who lived 3 miles away. I would normally ride my bike, but I decided against it this night for some reason. After I left my girlfriend's house, I had to head home. And that was when I noticed a pair of headlights coming down the road opposite me. As soon as the car passed me by, I could see the surrounding area lighting up red from their taillights. They were slowing down. The car turned down into a side road, so I didn't really think much of it. Maybe someone coming home from the bar or something. About a minute passed by though, when I see headlights coming up from behind me again. It was the very same car. As it got closer to me, it slowed down. I calmly reached for my pocket knife, just in case anything was about to happen. I wasn't ready for what I was about to see though. The car pulled up right beside me. I looked inside and could see a man dressed as a clown. He smiled at me, and it was not a friendly smile either. It was a smile that could induce nightmares. A lowered brow, showing his teeth. I could feel my legs going numb. I couldn't even look away. After about 15 seconds of driving by me at walking speed, he sped off over the hill. A veil of relief fell over me, as I thought I was now home free. No. Only moments later, the same distinct headlights came roaring back over the hill. I knew immediately it was him. I gripped my blade so hard my knuckles turned white as I prepared to defend myself. He slowed down as he approached me, but this time his smiling face was gone. He was dead-faced and serious. What I had thought was some cruel joke erupted into the realization that this clown had something sinister planned. He drove past me and turned into a side road once again. While he was turning around, I knew I had to act fast. I took off running into the woods, knowing my house was only a single mile away. I stayed hidden in the shadows, praying I wouldn't be spotted. Thankfully, it seemed I had lost him in the woods. I got home safely that night. I still wonder what would have happened, though, if I had just kept walking along the road. A long time ago, while my family was away on vacation, I was left home all alone. I got a sudden bad feeling one night, so instead I went to go stay at my friend's house down the road. While at his house, at around 2 a.m., I ended up receiving several blocked phone calls on my mobile phone. When I answered, the person on the other line didn't say anything. I could just hear them breathing, and after a few moments they hung up. A few weeks later, I decided to check my phone bills and discovered that those calls were coming from my home phone. There had been an unknown person inside my house. I never did report it, but I don't think I slept for months after that. Nothing was missing from the home, so I have no idea what their intentions could have been. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, my mom was putting me to bed one night. I'd fallen asleep when suddenly I was awoken in the middle of the night. I saw a dark figure in the shape of a man standing in front of my window. I woke my mom up almost about to cry. I was hoping it was just a tree or something because we were on the second floor of the house. When she woke up though, she saw him too and told me to stay put and not move. She quickly ran to the living room where we had guests over, and everyone was still awake. She told everyone what happened, and for 3 hours everyone went out and searched around the house. What I never told her though was that in that split second when she left the window, The window started to rattle, as if someone was trying to open it and get inside. They never did find him, though. I was home alone with my sister. I was 11 and my sister was 14. We had just gotten home from school, and we were entirely new to the concept of being home alone. My younger brother had left his bike out on the stoop by our front door, as he always had a tendency to do. I was practicing my piano when I heard a sudden knock on the door. I went downstairs and saw a woman dressed in all black, wearing black sunglasses outside the door. I opened it slightly, and she said hello. She told me she was looking for her lost son and that he might possibly be playing somewhere in the neighborhood. I was confused and asked her what her son's name was. She insinuated by looking at the bike by her that her son might be playing with my brother in our house. She refused to give me his name, though. I called my sister, who approached the door. The woman was very deadpan and gloomy. She just kept asking us if we had seen her son, like she was a robot or something. Finally, we were freaked out enough that we slammed the door in her face. I ran to the window to see what was going on outside after we had shut the door. The lady just kind of stood there for about 5 minutes, staring at the doorway. She didn't move at all. She was just standing there silently. After a while, she slowly walked back to her car and got in. She backed out of our driveway and out into the middle of the street, where she proceeded to sit and idle for quite some time. I remember frantically not understanding what to do during this moment. My sister and I were both panicked. We didn't understand who this woman was. We were unsure if we should call 911 because there were 2 daycares close to where we lived. We sat and watched her car until we saw Mother's car approaching. When our mother's car pulled into the driveway, her car sped off immediately. Our mom didn't believe us when we told her about the weird encounter. I still remember how deadpan and off-putting the woman was. I don't know what that was all about or what to believe. I've lived in the British countryside my whole life, so dark woodlands and animal noises are nothing new or noteworthy for me. I joined the Scouts when I was young, so many nights were spent playing, tracking, and doing stealth games in the woods. I knew the terrain and the area like the back of my hand. However, the campsite was much larger than I actually knew. When I was younger, I hadn't quite memorized the entire area. There were some beat-down old signs labeling the borders of the camp to the neighboring moorland and murky pond, full of duckweed. This is also where the toilet block was located, a small wooden shack with showers and stuff inside. The light had been broken for as long as I'd ever known, so when camping at this end of the site, we used to tie gas lamps to the washing line to light it up at night. For some reason, when going there alone, I always felt quite strange. When it was loud and busy, I could simply ignore this feeling, but it was much more pronounced on one night. I was just finishing in the bathroom before my friend. I was waiting for him to get done as well. We were about 9 or 10 at this point, so of course neither of us wanted to go alone. There I was, perched on a tree stump waiting for a good 20 minutes. No clue as to what he was doing taking so long in there. The whole time I had this strange feeling like I wasn't alone. I felt a presence in the trees behind me, which I brushed off as just me being paranoid. Eventually it got too much though. I climbed up a tree nearby to get a better view of the woods. What I saw I could swear were eyes. However, they weren't that of a cat or a badger or any other kind of animal. I reckon they looked like a human beings. They stared back at me for a good few seconds while I held my breath, trying to melt back into the tree. A loud bang was heard, startling me. I looked back to see my friend was now finished. I quickly looked back to where the eyes had been, only to see nothing there. I grabbed my friend and hurried back to camp. Nothing else strange happened for the rest of that weekend. There's a reason, though, that I mentioned earlier. The grounds were bigger than I had known. I always felt a little uneasy in one particular end of the woods, like I was always being watched there. There was nothing past that toilet block on our crude printout maps. However, there was a much larger tapestry map in the base room, which I had never paid much attention to. After the weird eyes incident, I tended to avoid using that block at all, sometimes even bothering to walk an entire mile to the fancier clean ones near the base. When I was 12, I remember making my way back from the nicer toilet block. I was daydreaming a little, as it would take me a while to get back to camp. I wasn't fully paying attention to my surroundings. Suddenly, I heard a faint crunching of leaves right behind me, too heavy and uncoordinated to be an animal. I whipped around and punched it into gear. Of course, I was very shaken up. While running, I was entirely going off adrenaline. I didn't get a good look at the guy. I only knew that I'd punched and smacked them before I turned to leave like only a terrified preteen girl could manage. I was stumbling backward to get away from whatever this was when something pulled me up. I looked back to see my scout leader had pulled me onto his quad bike. He'd been looking for me since the other girls had been complaining about how long I'd been gone. I felt safe with him. He gave me a lift back to camp, but I still have nightmares about what might have happened to me if he hadn't come exactly when he did. Nothing else happened for a long time since that incident. That was until I was 15 years old. Our gas lamps were running out, so we only had one very dim light left this evening, just enough to light up the area. The nicer toilet block wasn't an option this time, as another group was camping near there. I went to open the door to one of the cubicles when I felt a slight vibration through the wood. The door swung open, and I saw a figure slide out of sight into the night. I kind of turned and walked out, not really sure how to react. Needless to say, I pissed in the woods near camp that night. I live in Denmark at the edge of one of our larger cities. The apartments here are for students only, and a lot of people live close together in this area. You don't really see a lot of people though, except for the student bar after midnight. A friend of mine lives here as well, just on the other side of the parking lot, next to which there's a small playground. This friend and I enjoy watching horror movies, and that's what we were doing on the evening I'm describing. I was at his place, and we had been watching movies all night long. It was getting quite late. I think it was around 3 a.m. or so. I was going to head home and go to bed. I've never been too comfortable in darkness, and watching horror movies doesn't necessarily help. Furthermore, for some reason, there were often issues with some of the lampposts outside in this area, so some areas would be completely unlit. There I was walking home at 3 a.m., and naturally the light was out in the parking lot. It was also out in the playground area. Not a problem though. I was not particularly excited about it, but I was very familiar with these areas. I was about halfway across the lot when I heard a squeaking sound coming from the playground. I turned to examine the origins of this sound, and on the playground on one of the swings is what appeared to be a girl of some sort. I could tell she had long hair, but it was very dark. She was swinging eerily back and forth in the dark alone. I went straight home and called up my friend, whose place I'd just left. I told him about this weird sight. He has a window overlooking the playground and was of course intrigued. He left his computer to have a look outside and returned only seconds later to inform me the playground was completely deserted. I grew up on an island in Alaska and lived on the same property ever since birth. Our house had 2 stories. and the downstairs had a bathroom, furnace room, storage room, entryway, and rec room. One of the walls had some plywood pieces up, so we could feed extension cords through it to our crawl space. We had a C-shaped driveway that you could enter from one side, then park in the carport, then just drive toward the exit. The crawl space consisted of 2 big water tanks. We caught our own rainwater. We also used this area for storage. The space was 10 by 15, but only 3 feet high. You had to lift up a cover to get into the water tanks, and you could only enter the crawl space from the side of the house. It was a 2x2 door that we kept a master lock on, but we never actually locked it. Our dog Brewster had an area to the side of the house as well. He had a big fenced area, his own stairway, and porch too. He had a doghouse there. During the summer, we had black bears in our yard most nights, and Brewster would give a quick bark to let them be on their way. We knew his barks well because of this. There were 4 of us in my family. My parents, myself, and my older brother, who's 2 years older than me and has Down syndrome. My brother was in special education at school, and there were other kids who would come into the same room. They had similar disabilities and were able to keep some of their general classes. Some of the kids had discipline problems though, or mental illnesses. My brother was loved by the school kids and everyone that knew him pretty much. One day, a native kid that was about 15 came to our door and wanted to play with Travis. We thought it was odd because Travis had moderate snot and he didn't really like playing with other kids. Instead, he liked watching them play more. Travis really liked watching movies and listening to music. My mom asked the kid what his name was, and he said he was Mark. He knew Travis from junior high the year prior because he would go into Travis's class sometimes for help with his homework. I remember him staring at me a little too much. He didn't seem like someone who was mentally challenged either. My mom let him come in but kept a watchful eye on him. Travis seemed like he didn't even want him to be there. My mom told this Mark that we were having dinner soon and told him it was time for him to go. My mom found out he'd moved into the area where we live, but it was still a little ways away. He had been in and out of foster care for most of his life. His parents were abusive. I think he came over another time too. My mom felt bad for him, and she really felt as if something was off. She felt like he was coming over only because of me. My mom told him that Travis didn't really like having visitors, and he seemed okay with that. He never came over again. My parents went to a church service on Wednesday evenings and would be gone for a couple of hours. I would stay home with Travis during that time. I was around 11 and he was 13. I started helping out in the church nursery when I was 9, and when I turned 11, my best friend and I took a babysitting course, which included CPR and first aid. We would babysit together, and at age 12 we started babysitting on our own. My mom was a homemaker and would always be home except for Wednesday's church service. My parents didn't drink, didn't do drugs, didn't smoke either. I can only even remember them going out a few times. When we were in need of a babysitter, I would leave the downstairs door unlocked for my parents, usually when they were only going to be gone a couple of hours. I was expecting them home in half an hour, and I was surprised when I heard the downstairs door open early. I thought I must have not heard their car pull up or something. Travis was up past his bedtime, so I quietly told him to go to his bedroom and get to bed. I started walking through the kitchen, and I called out for my mom and dad. I heard footsteps stopping. I looked down the stairs, and I could see men's work boots and jeans. This was obviously not my parents. The way the stairs are set up, you could see the bottom half of someone without descending them. I was scared to death. I ran to Travis, who was going down the hall. I grabbed him and dragged him to my parents' bedroom because that was the only room that locked up there. It had a phone too. I don't mean this in a very rude way, but my own kids can be very stubborn. My brother wanted to go to his room. I got him to sit down on the bed though, and was trying to keep him inside while grabbing a gun. I called my neighbor. I could hear whoever this was walking around downstairs. My neighbor answered her phone immediately, and I whispered to her that someone was in our home and that I was really scared. She told me to come out to the front porch and she'd be there. I got the courage to run down to the door. I got outside, and she was already in our driveway. She had a hound dog with her. She let me know she was going to enter the house through downstairs. She disappeared from sight, but came back quickly to tell me the door was locked. She made her way upstairs. When she got to the top, we heard the downstairs door open and the crunching of gravel. The intruder ran off. She let her dog go, and the dog chased the person into the woods. The dog came back 10 minutes later, and our neighbors sat down with us until my parents got home. The police were never called. I think my parents assumed it was a neighbor's boy screwing with me. We live in a safe place where the only thing you have to worry about are bears and the occasional wolf after all. A week after this incident, our dog would bark for 15 minutes after we went to bed, consistently every night. We would look out the windows and see nothing though. We figured it had to be bears because it was springtime. Brewster was probably getting used to them again. A couple of months and the barking was still happening. I had my best friend stay the night. We would always stay downstairs so we could be louder and stay up as late as we liked. She had a brother that was 7 years older, and we'd ask him to bring us booze. All the kids were starting their vices at our age. It was a little after midnight. Her brother never showed up, and Brewster never barked that night either. We were sitting on the stairs braiding each other's hair when we both got the feeling as if someone were looking at us. We looked over, and there was a guy staring into the window. We ran upstairs in a panic. We thought perhaps it was his brother, but he wouldn't have come up to the window to spy on us. The face also seemed a bit darker than his. We had lights on downstairs, and there were no lights by that window outside, so it was hard to tell who it was exactly. We didn't want to wake my parents up just in case it was her brother, so we waited 30 minutes, then went back down to grab our stuff and went to sleep in my bedroom for the night. The next day we spoke to her brother, and he said it wasn't him. That night, Brewster was back to barking again. 2 more months go by, and I had gone to bed and heard Brewster's bark once more. I looked out my window, and as usual, I didn't see anything. I dozed off again, but woke up to Brewster barking frantically this time. I looked out my window and saw a guy running down our driveway. I thought about waking my parents, but we had a trail on the side of our house that kids used to use to run to the road behind ours. The neighborhood was on the side of a mountain, so all the kids used trails to get straight through to another road instead of using the main roads. I'd never seen someone come out of that part of the driveway though, because the trail was on the south side of the house, along with the crawl space. My room was the only room on the north side. I decided to go back to sleep and was tossing and turning. 15 minutes go by. I smelled smoke. I went into the hall where the smell was a lot stronger. It was starting to get hazy too. Travis's room, which was directly across from mine, was on fire. I screamed, which woke my parents up. Travis didn't want to get out of bed, but thank God for the strength of adrenaline. We got outside, and the flames were pouring out of the crawl space. We got Brewster out of his enclosure, and the neighbors all came out to help us. The firemen arrived rather quickly too, but the fire had destroyed the crawl space and my parents' and Travis's rooms because they were directly over it. The firemen got the fire out thankfully, and no one was physically hurt. That was one of the scariest nights of my life. I always remember the fire chief kneeling down to speak to me after he'd spoken to my parents. He told me, "Hey, Melinda, we believe it was arson." I looked at him with tears streaming down my face and said in anger, "Who is arson?" Everyone started laughing so hard. I was just thinking, how is this funny? This damn arson could have killed our whole family. He then explained to me what arson is. I'm actually still friends with the old fire chief's son. I share that story with him often because his father passed away from cancer when we were teens. His father is the only happy memory I have from that horrific night. The island I grew up on had a city and a village out south. We lived in the area down south, but before the village. We had firemen for the south, north, and the city. We had state troopers for the island, and city cops in the city limits. My mom took my brother and I to our family friend's house, and my dad dealt with the fire officials and the state trooper. After the investigation, my family, neighbors, and firemen pieced together that a person had been living in our crawl space for at least 4 months. We knew he set the house on fire on purpose. He used a box of matches. My mom said the odd thing she noticed was that night she smelled sulfur. We also figured out who did it. It was Mark. His uncle was one of the first firemen who showed up to our house and saw him standing near our driveway, watching. My mom had told him my description of what the person was wearing that I saw fleeing from our house, and that was exactly what Mark was still wearing. Because our crawl space wasn't locked, our insurance company wouldn't have paid for the repairs. Because the space was supposed to be locked, my parents never said anything to the police, and the firemen never said anything either. It took 4 months for our house to be repaired, and it smelled like ozone even years later. What bothered me the most, though, is knowing he had seen me and my friends undressed numerous times while changing in the rec room during tons of sleepovers. He had set up shop right next to the plywood with the holes drilled through. He listened in on all our secrets. I never explained to my friends that he'd seen us and heard us during our sleepovers. I didn't want them to feel sick to their stomachs like I did. I can't sleep if I'm the only adult in the house. I keep the volume on everything very low, and I'm scared to shower. I like to be able to see the front door. I have night terrors to this day. I'm 34 now, and I've been dealing with the anxiety since the fire and panic attacks since I was 18. I was just recently diagnosed with PTSD. When the intruder was in his early 20s, he was caught for burning down a house and put in jail. All of my childhood toys have been stored in the crawl space, along with a lot of our family's sentimental possessions. Ultimately, though, we lost a hell of a lot more than just some possessions that night. I went through a period of time where I was really scared of what was happening in my life. It started fairly normally, even to the point in which I didn't realize something was going on. It wasn't until I was able to step back and go over many specific details that I was able to see what was happening the entire time. If I take a look back in time, I think the first time I noticed this lady was when I was at the grocery store one day. I was a bit of a recluse, spending all my time in my home, which was a big country house about an hour away from town. Being at the grocery store was pretty much the only time I really had a chance to pay attention to people. She was 20 years younger than me, and sort of dark. What I mean by that is that she wore dark clothes, had dark hair that looked like it had been dyed black, and had many facial piercings as well. That's the reason why I really remembered her right off the bat. She seemed very different from the people I'd usually see. At the time, I remember thinking that she kept on looking over at me, but when I looked back at her, she would look down or look away. At the time, I thought that I just kept noticing her over and over again due to her striking appearance. It was also a big grocery store, and she kept showing up in the aisles right after I'd first set foot in them. It did start to get a bit weird to me, I guess, but not something I would have seriously worried about. It was after that time, though, when I began to see this lady around far more often whenever I came into town. Again, though, I didn't really think too much about that at first. I mean, after you've clearly noticed someone or something more than once, you generally do see them around more often because you notice them more. I started noticing she seemed to be at the grocery store every time I came to go shopping. There were a couple of times I caught her walking behind me when I turned a corner and just happened to look back. In those cases, she would normally just continue forward and stop following me. One day, though, I got this strange letter in the mail. It was addressed to me by name and was written in all uppercase letters in pencil. In the letter, I was told that I was a horrible person because I had changed my name. It said that I should admit who I am and stop hiding the truth, or the letter writer would be forced to reveal it for me, and at that time I would really regret it. I honestly didn't know what to think of this, other than it being very weird. I guess when you're the recipient of something so odd, you probably just want to feel better by pretending it doesn't mean anything. At the time, I definitely did not make the connection between seeing that lady showing up wherever I went and this letter. There wasn't anything really tying the two together at that point. After a while, though, I got a second letter. This second letter seemed to be much more severe in tone, making vague threats at me, while alleging I was hiding all these things that would be brought out into the open if I didn't reveal them myself. After getting more and more of these letters in the mail, I finally decided they seemed pretty serious. I went to the police and filed a report about them. Unfortunately, that was really the only thing that could be done, since there was no way of telling who had sent the letters to me. After getting threatening letters in the mail over and over again for some time, I very obviously began to get somewhat paranoid. All of them made horrendous threats about what would happen to me if I continued to ignore the letters. The police, of course, had not done anything at all to help me feel better. I kept on expecting something bad to eventually happen. I would be nervous just walking around outside or going to the store, worried that the letter writer would eventually show up and do something. I normally felt pretty safe when I was at home, though, because other than receiving those letters, nothing had really happened at home before. That was the only saving grace of this entire thing. I felt completely safe when I was at home. I sat down that night and decided to try and read a book I was struggling to get through. I had a small study on the second floor that I like to use to read in. I went up there with a cup of tea and tried to focus on my reading. As soon as I sat down, though, I could tell that something was off. I couldn't quite explain what it was, but I had this very strange feeling. If you've ever had one of those moments when you just couldn't get comfortable, or something was in the way of you feeling normal, you know exactly how I was feeling. I got up a few times and tried to fix myself something else to drink as well, but I just couldn't get this feeling to go away. I couldn't figure out why it was hanging around me either. A short time later, though, for some reason I can't quite figure out, I decided to turn to my left and look out the window. It was hard to see outside because it was dark. Living in that area, there weren't street lights or anything like that. As I looked, though, there was something outside in the tree just beyond the window. It looked like it was moving around, but after I squinted my eyes and tried to see everything more clearly, I jumped as I saw the strangest thing. There was someone outside my window, looking in at me. When I caught sight of them, they froze like a deer in the headlights, and I recognized them immediately. It was the woman I had seen weeks before. She was up in the tree that gave her view right into my window. I freaked out and grabbed my phone to call the police. However, when I looked back out the window, she had already disappeared. I ran downstairs and made sure all of my doors were locked. I was fortunate they already were. I turned on the outside lights and searched around for the woman, but she was already gone. When the police arrived, of course they didn't find anything. All I could do was file a report and give them a description of this woman that I didn't really know anything about. I didn't know why she was in the tree, but I began to think that maybe it was her that had been writing all those letters. I mean, how long had she been spying on me? There could have been many times she had been watching me in my house, and I would have never known. Now, whenever I went outside, I was always worried about running into her. When I was at home, I was worried she was watching me. I thought she might not show herself again since I had caught her, but the thing about that is, you can never be sure. Nothing happened for a while, but the nothing was maybe even scarier than if something had happened. It was a time full of fear and paranoia. Finally, though, something did occur. I didn't receive any other letters, but I did find a small package sitting on my front porch. It was addressed to me, but I hadn't been expecting anything to be delivered. When I opened up the package, I knew it had something to do with all of this immediately. There was no letter inside, but what was in the box was the only message I needed to be scared. There was a dead bird inside. It was a crow, which scared me even more, because I love crows and I have pictures of them in my house. This choice of bird was not random. What could I do? Only file another police report. I didn't have any information that would help me find this woman. I had no way of doing anything at all to figure this out and feel safe. So how does this story all end? Well, it's probably a little disappointing. I didn't get any other letters after the crow. I never caught the woman in my tree ever again either. In fact, I never saw her walking around the streets again. I never got over being scared so much though, and even to this day, I don't know if some psycho is still watching me. The strangest kid I ever knew in my entire life was a guy named Alan. I actually say that as a compliment, however. Being a bit of a strange kid and now a strange adult myself, it only makes sense that I would be interested in other strange people. Knowing Alan was not only strange though, but became quite dangerous at a point as profoundly affected my views. I moved around a whole lot when I was a kid. It wasn't that we were in the military or anything interesting like that though. My dad was just an alcoholic who was able to get a doctor to lie for him in order to get disability. We would be in a house for a while until he began screwing up again and not paying rent. When that happened, we had to start looking for a new place all over. It was a process that I went through over and over again while I was growing up. I would be going to new neighborhoods and new school systems all the time. A lot of times when I would go to a new school, there would be some initial excitement among the kids to have a new student. That never lasted very long though. I wasn't the kind to make friends very easily or very well, and I sort of got depressed from the idea of constantly having to lose the friends I did make, so I stopped trying after a while, for the most part. Because of this, not long after arriving at any new school, I would become just another one of many social outcasts. I often think this is why I started getting so interested in more academic things. I don't think I came off as a nerd necessarily, but let's just say reading books was the most enjoyable thing for me. This move happened around the time I turned 14 years old. I went through the normal process of moving to a school, although this one was a school that I'm not completely sure I remember a whole lot about. My family moved into a rather big house that I was never quite sure how we could afford to be in. Perhaps it was because it was in the middle of nowhere, though a lot of those houses out there could be pricey too. It didn't take a long time for the kids in the school to get bored with me, and it took even less time for me to get bored with them. Now, don't get me wrong, I wasn't bullied or anything like that. I just became one of those quiet loner kids who was left in the corner all alone. Of course, that's how I came across Alan, who just so happened to be another kid exactly like that. Alan and I had a lot of the same interests with some distinct differences. Whereas I liked to do good in school, he didn't really care about that in any way. He certainly had the knowledge and put forth the effort to learn things on his own, but he didn't bother to try and do well in anything involving school. I, on the other hand, loved doing well in school. He was that guy that did really good on tests but never turned in a single homework assignment. One of the things we both hadn't learned in school but were really interested in was astronomy. That was our major point of interest that we shared. We both lived in really rural areas, but surprisingly far apart from each other. In the areas we were in though, it made it pretty good to have a hobby like astronomy. He always claimed the view from his house was likely even better than the view from mine. I didn't really know how he figured such a thing, because he'd never been to my house before. We were all worked up and excited about a meteor storm that was coming around once on a fall day. Like before, he insisted it would be better if we watched it from his place, so finally, I decided I would go ahead and take a trip over to his house and find out myself. I had to go with him by bus after school on a Friday afternoon. The shower was mainly going to be on Saturday night, although we were likely to see something on Friday evening too. It turned out Alan was not lying about him living even further out in the country than I did. I had a few people who lived close to me in the area that I lived at least. However, his house was all alone on a hill, with no other houses anywhere near his for miles around. There weren't any trees in the yard to obstruct a view either. All in all, he was absolutely right, and I was pretty surprised. Everything went fine the first night we were there. There was nothing different I noticed about Alan. We had a nice time and even saw some falling meteors that night. Alan suggested during the main phase of the shower that we climb up on top of the roof and watch from there. I was a bit afraid of heights, but I thought it would be cool to get a better view of the shower. The following night we got situated on the roof with some snacks and things. Alan's parents were going to be out for the night. We had this telescope set up in case we needed to use it. We got up on the roof and started to watch the shower. I'd almost forgotten about my fear of heights while I was up there. Even so, at one point, Alan told me he wanted to show me Saturn on the telescope. Apparently, I would be able to see the rings that night, something I'd never experienced. He stood up and told me to follow him over. I got up to do that. Alan had a 2-story house with a slanted roof, so I was a little wobbly when I stood up. I knew what happened next had nothing to do with just my balance though. I felt Alan's hand shove me hard before I could regain my footing. I fell and rolled off the roof of the house and hit the ground hard. I could hear several bones breaking, so I was unable to get up again. Alan didn't help me. He let me call out for help over and over, but never answered me. I kept expecting it to be a mistake, that he would come running out of the house to help me at any moment, but he never did. I laid on the ground for hours and hours before Alan's parents finally came home. They found me and did what they could to get me to the hospital. Separately, they found Alan, still laying on the roof and watching the meteor shower as I lay on the ground screaming in agony. I found out afterward that Alan had a pretty dark history, and most of the kids and even a lot of the teachers wanted nothing to do with him. There were a few weird stories associated with him, and certain things he might have done to other kids. As it turned out though, there were plenty of horrendous things he had done that were already basically confirmed as well. He'd gotten into some pretty bad fights growing up, including going completely mental on people nearly twice his size. I was surprised to learn he had such a violent background. Thus, that's the irony of the entire story. If I had been a little less antisocial when I first started up at that school, I may have been warned about what he was actually like. Someone may have told me what he was up to before I had to find out all on my own. The weather looked like it was going to be very bad that day, and possibly worse in the evening. I worked a roughly second shift job at the time, still do as a matter of fact, and had a really long commute home that I was not looking forward to. I didn't mind the drive itself for the most part, except when the weather was going to be bad, and this looked like it was going to be a nasty storm of some sort. For most of the day, it was strong with thunder and lightning, but it seemed like it was building up for hours and hours. When it was time for me to get off my shift, it was still in this weird holding pattern that didn't seem like it was ever going to break. I had a little pickup truck, and I clocked out at 11 p.m. in order to start the over 1 hour drive it took to get home. I had a feeling it was going to take a little bit longer than normal tonight though. My ride home was mostly through some back roads, including some that were in the mountains. In this area, the best jobs normally took a lot of travel in order to get to. You kinda had to deal with the long rides in order to get a good job. This was going to be a very long drive. I didn't know quite how strong the wind was, but I could tell it was strong enough to shake the hell out of my truck. I had to drive much more carefully than usual, which meant the ride was going to take that much longer. The roads were normally very empty, but they seemed even more so on this night. I don't recall seeing a single car or truck for the majority of the ride. I made this drive more times than I could possibly tell you, so I can't explain why it is I made the mistake the way I did. It may have been because my truck was so small, and I was paying so much attention to trying to not get blown off the road, but eventually I ended up making the wrong turn. It was very similar to the turn I usually did take. That was because all the turns around here were just like that. My focus was off, and about halfway through I made that wrong turn. I was in sort of automatic mode, so I just kept following the road without realizing I was on the wrong one. I didn't exactly get lost, but it was a long while before I figured out I had taken the wrong turn. Those rural routes all seem very much alike. When I did realize it though, I didn't really think it was that big a deal. All I would have to do was turn around and head back home. The worst thing that was going to happen was that it was going to take me a whole lot longer now. From what it seemed like, to backtrack and get back to the main road, there would be a total of 40 minutes added on to the trip. Luckily, I didn't have to get back to work the next day, so that really wasn't too much of a big deal to me. Mostly, I was still very concentrated on the weather and how rough it was on the drive. I got back on the road. The storm was still in build-up mode at that point. After an agonizing drive, I finally made it home. All of the lights were out, which made me think my roommate must have been out too, but I couldn't have been more wrong. When I got inside and checked out the inside of the house, I noticed that my roommate in fact had been nearly beaten half to death. I was able to get him to the hospital in time to save his life, thankfully. He didn't tell anyone else but me what actually happened. He dealt drugs apparently, and got into a pretty nasty spat with his supplier. They'd tried to beat him to death because of it. That's scary enough in itself, but he said it happened just a half hour before I arrived home to find him. If I had never taken that wrong turn that took me 40 minutes out of my way, I would have been home at the same time for that wrong drug deal and may have gotten the exact same treatment. Who knows, maybe we both would have been killed that night. For anonymity, I'm going to leave out some details from this story that I'm sharing with all of you. All my wife wanted for her 31st birthday was to go on her favorite country artist's summer tour. The average ticket price for even mediocre seats seemed to be well over $200. That was surprising to me. I didn't go to very many concerts, but I thought it would be a lot cheaper than that. Anyway, I got a bit lucky. The tour was coming pretty close to her hometown, and I knew it would be the perfect gift for her. The tickets were going to be on sale on a Tuesday, and since I was working, I was going to get online and grab them after work. Well, again, my ignorance of the concert scene came into play soon, and the show sold out almost immediately. I saw that there was nothing available when I got home from work. I was texting one of my buddies, and he told me I could search on the secondary market for some seats. I would probably have to pay an upcharge, though. I was just excited there was still a chance. I began scrolling through the main sites, StubHub, Vivid Seats, all those others. After limited success, I switched gears, though, and began looking at Craigslist and Facebook groups and markets to see if I could find anything from a more local seller. I sent a few messages out, but hadn't really received any responses. The ones that did respond were increasing the price after every single message. It seemed like as the days and weeks rolled on, I should get ready to give up on my hopes. That was until I found someone selling 2 tickets for what seemed to be a very reasonable price. Their name was Victor, and he had the tickets listed on Facebook Marketplace. I messaged him in a real hurry, praying that they were still available. I didn't receive a response for the next half hour or so, and I'd assume they were most likely already spoken for. I decided to get some sleep and went to bed pretty disappointed. When I got up for work the next morning, though, I had a message from Victor that he had sent at around 4 a.m. It said the tickets were still available if I really wanted them. I was ecstatic. I asked him when I could go grab them or meet him to pick them up. He replied and said he had a few other inquiries first, so I would need to send the payment via PayPal. Then we would schedule a time to meet up. He was okay with using PayPal goods and services, so I knew my money would at least be protected if he was trying to scam me. I quickly sent the payment and he confirmed it was received. He said he could send the tickets virtually or provide a physical copy if that was preferred. Since it was a gift, I asked if he could meet up for the physical copies. He said he had no problem with that. We had a plan to meet at a local grocery store at around 8 p.m. so I could grab the tickets from him. I showed up a little bit early and parked in the back left of the lot. As we'd agreed to, about 50 minutes later, an old Marin Oldsmobile pulled up and sat a few spaces away from my car. I wasn't sure if it was Victor or not, though, so I waited about 5 more minutes. The door to the other car opened, and I asked them, "Hey, are you Victor?" "Yeah, hi. Thank you. I really appreciate you buying these from me. Here are your tickets, sir." We small-talked for about a minute or so. I thanked him and said they were for my wife's birthday, and we both went our separate ways. I wrapped them up in a box for my wife and gave them to her for her birthday. She was so excited that we would be going to the concert just a few short weeks later. We get to the concert and everything was amazing. The seats had a really great view, and we grabbed some drinks as well. We were having a fantastic time. It was about 15 minutes into one of the opening acts when someone suddenly tapped me on my shoulder and said, "Hey, great to see you." I kid you not, it was Victor. "Oh, hey, what's going on?" "Sorry, I'm a little late. The traffic was pretty crazy." Victor reached across me and put his hand down to introduce himself to my wife. "I'm really glad you could make it." My wife, who was polite enough, didn't say anything to me immediately. But after saying hello and introducing herself, she pulled me aside and asked who this was. I thought it was the guy I'd bought tickets from. I didn't know he was going to be there, though. I thought he was just selling the tickets to us. Now, Victor seemed like a nice enough guy, and I had no problem sitting next to him for the entire show while my wife took the aisle seat. But some of his comments throughout the night were pretty confusing. It almost seemed like he thought we had made a plan to all go together, and that we were a group of friends hanging out or something. I was polite and tried to answer him every time he said something, but there were definitely a few times that I was weirded out. I just tried to enjoy the show and made sure my wife was having a good time more than anything. Anytime he would say something weird, like, "I'm really glad we got together," or give like a weird look, I would just give him a half smile and sort of nod. It became more and more clear that something was off with this Victor guy. My wife was having a blast though, and that's what was most important to me. As the concert grew to a close, Victor leaned over to both of us and whispered, "What's next? What do we got planned for the rest of the night, guys?" My wife looked at me confused. "Look, so, hey, I appreciate you selling us these tickets and all, but we're gonna head home and have a night to ourselves if that's alright with you." I got up and grabbed my jacket, as did my wife. We started to walk up the aisle when I felt something grab my arm. It was Victor. Before he could do anything, I said, "Hey, what's wrong with you, man? I don't even know you. Why don't you just leave us alone, alright?" At that moment, I was pretty angry, and after a night of appeasing a complete stranger's notions, I think my patience had grown a little bit thin. As we left, I felt bad, though, and regretted yelling at him. It was pretty late, and my wife and I decided to grab some food on the way home and eat it on the couch before bed. The next few weeks went on as normal. My wife and I were both busy with work and had a ton of things to do around the house with any free time that we had. I remember going to bed early one night and trying to fall asleep when I got a Facebook alert on my phone. There was a message from Victor. "Hey, I had a nice time at the concert with you. I'm sorry if I overstepped, but I'd like to take a chance to get to know you better. Both of you. I deleted that message and blocked his account instantly. I was a bit weirded out. I don't really use social media all that much, and this was exactly why, because of weird people on the internet like Victor. His message really creeped me out, and it was on my mind a lot over the following days. Eventually, as all things do though, it began to fade slowly from my mind. About 6 or 7 weeks after the concert, my wife and I were sitting on the couch messing with our phones when our dog started going absolutely crazy. It was a loud pounding on the door outside. Outside of a few immediate family members, we never had anyone over to see us. I told my wife to stay where she was, and I would go through the garage to see who was there. I opened the garage and peered toward the front door, and my heart sank. I saw it was the weirdo from Facebook Marketplace, Victor. I was at a loss for words. I think I muttered something out like, "What the hell are you doing here?" I know, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have showed up unannounced, but I have some tickets for the next week's show. I thought you and your wife might want to go with me. He had this big smile on his face. I asked him how he knew where I lived. He said he'd found it from the PayPal transaction. I told him if he ever came to my house or my family again, I'd call the cops and let him meet my 200-pound dogs himself. He could hear them going crazy inside the house. His smile turned into a frown. "Oh yeah? We'll see." He walked away. I took a few moments outside to collect myself and went back inside to my wife. She asked me who that was, and I told her it was just a UPS. I told her I'd gotten a package. For the next few nights and even weeks later, though, I felt something was really off. I noticed the motion lights going on much more frequently, and I felt like I heard scratching or creaking outside doors and windows. I chalked it up to the idea that I was just hypersensitive and hyper-focused on a weirdo showing up in my house. Thankfully, we haven't had any additional incidents or run-ins with Victor, but I know I'll never buy anything on Facebook ever again. I had a really bad fever once, so I woke up early to make a phone call to my doctor. It was around 8 a.m. or so. I knew they were closed because they opened at 9, but I decided to call the office anyway just in case. So the phone rings and goes on ringing, and finally goes on to the receptionist voicemail. I quickly hung up because I absolutely hate leaving voicemails. On top of being feverish, I'd also lost my voice pretty badly, so there was really no point in leaving a message anyway. After hanging up though, I kind of regretted not leaving a voicemail. I was kind of psyching myself out back and forth, and eventually I redialed the number. I didn't want to bother phoning 1 hour later, just in case I passed out on my bed or something. I thought I may as well leave a number at least for them to call me back. Let me tell you, trying to make an appointment with a family doctor can be a bit of a bitch sometimes. I go to dial and the phone rings again. I was waiting for the automated voicemail like before, but before I could go ahead and leave a message, to my surprise, someone actually picked up the phone. There was no introduction or asking of, "How can I help you?" It was super odd. There was just a very cold, "Hello?" I was left wondering why anyone had picked up, to be honest, since they didn't bother picking up the first time. "Hello? I would like to make an appointment to see Dr. Ma if I can." "Dr. Ma doesn't work here anymore." "What?" I looked at the number in my phone again, thinking maybe I dialed the wrong one. I went to apologize to her and said, "I'm so sorry." I hung up quickly after. It was 8 a.m. in the morning and I felt like complete shit. I then went and woke up my mom and told her to check the doctor's number to make sure. We'd had this family doctor for a long time, since birth even, so 20 years, and they'd never moved locations or anything. She pretty much yelled at me for waking her up to check a phone number that was correct. I couldn't sleep. I had goosebumps. At 9 o'clock, I called the number again. I was waiting, and another lady, much more cheerful sounding this time, picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Dr. Ma's office. How can I help you?" "Can I make an appointment with Dr. Ma?" I said, confused. "Absolutely. What time would you want to come in?" I was silent and scratching my head in confusion. As soon as possible. How's 11 a.m. sound?" "Oh, that's great." I went to my appointment and finally saw Dr. Ma. He was the same doctor I'd had for 20 years. After checking my tonsils, I told him what happened with my phone call earlier that morning. He went white in the face. His brow and eyes became serious in less than a second, and it became super quiet in the room. All he said to me the whole time was, "Did you call our old office?" Immediately after, he rushed me out the door, probably the quickest someone's ever kicked me out of the office before. When he showed me to the door, I asked him who that lady on the phone was earlier this morning. He didn't reply though. He only looked extremely upset and sent me on my way. Then I heard the door locking behind me. That was that. I really have no idea what happened that day. Last December, I was in Hyderabad, India with some friends for another friend's wedding. It actually has some cool things there, but it isn't exactly on the Indian tourist trail if you know what I mean. Everywhere we went, we were basically the only white Western tourists there. We had a morning free and went to the center of town to see some of the sights. They sold this really cool pottery on the street in a part of the downtown area. We bought some small painted mugs for 200 rupees, or about $3. Yeah, we were getting ripped off a bit, but they were really nice, and we didn't really care. All of a sudden, this guy with a big mustache next to the pottery vendor started asking us a bunch of questions in broken English. All we could really understand him saying was something about a hotel. We told him no thank you. As we were walking to the palace, my friend, who is usually a chatty guy, went silent. I asked him what was wrong, and he told me the mustached man had been following us for almost a block on his moped. Worse still, he'd been talking to someone on the phone the entire time. We stopped and watched the man go past us, then pull a sudden U-turn and start following us again. Now, I've traveled a fair bit in the developing world, and at this point I assumed he was going to try and jump us or send his buddies after us to rob us later. We got to the gates of the palace just fine though, figuring we'd be safe there. We watched him pull in too. We rushed inside, and the mustached man still followed us in. He even bought a 50 rupee ticket just like us, which, again, not cheap by Indian standards. He started following us around inside. At no point had he ever tried to talk to us again. As we were inside, he was maybe 20 or so paces back. We were still freaked out. We stopped in front of this magnificent building, and he appeared next to us. My friend asked him what the hell he wanted, but the man was completely silent and just stared at us. We went inside the building, and he was still walking directly behind us. I turned to confront him and told him we didn't want anything and to leave us alone. "You think I have bad feelings?" he said. I told him to fuck off. We went into another room and he continued to follow us, only now he was standing right on my neck, breathing silently. My friend raised his voice in anger, and people around started to notice. The mustached man then dashed off and disappeared. When we left the palace, our day was ruined by this creepy, silent, mustached man. We were freaked out that maybe he'd be waiting for us outside with his entourage. Thankfully, though, he was long gone. The crazy thing is, at the wedding later that day, we told this story to our Indian friends, saying basically, "Oh, by the way, that thing where white guys get randomly followed around, that happened to us earlier today." Every single one of them replied to us that that's not a thing, and they'd never heard a story like that before. Who was that man, and what did he want? Was he following us because he thought we were just going to throw money at him? It was certainly very creepy. When I was about 11 or 12 years old, I went for a walk through our rural neighborhood with a group of friends. I was really feeling creeped out, like someone was staring at us for some reason. Since most of the area around us was woods, that made it even creepier. The boys, of course, all called me names and said I was being stupid, but I insisted the other girl and I go back home right now. We found out a bit later that a girl of similar age and build to us had been kidnapped from the county on one side of us, and her body had been left in the county on the other side. The police thought he might have been out looking for another victim as well. My front door has a window at just about head level. You can see straight into the living room through it, and I can see the window in my peripheral vision from the chair I sit in when watching TV or playing video games. One night I was watching a movie at around 2 a.m. when in my peripheral vision I noticed the window getting somewhat dim, like something was blocking the light from outside. I looked over to the window, only to see the silhouette of someone's head peeking inside. I froze and stared back at them until a few seconds passed. The person quickly fled, probably after noticing that I'd seen them. After that, I taped some paper bags against the window. It's a nice place I live in, somewhat new, but it's also in a crappy part of town. I'm almost positive that person had been scoping out my house to break in later. For a couple of days after, though, around the same time every night, someone would knock quickly and loudly on my front door window. I assume it was the same person. I'm thinking about getting a firearm to combat this. It was the weekend, and I'd just gotten out of my German course. I had my bag full of books with me. I stayed at the mall with my friends until about 2200 hours. At that moment, I knew I would have to catch the last bus going to my house, very far away from the mall. I left first to arrive on time, with my friends deciding to just stay there, because they all lived nearby. I got to the bus station shortly after, and it was already quite dark out. I, a 14-year-old boy, was now stuck alone at the station, very close to a nearby park. After a few minutes, I noticed a guy with a black hat on and a big black coat, with a slightly disfigured face appearing out of nowhere. He stood 2 feet away from me and just stared dead into my eyes. I could tell immediately something was not right with this 30-year-old stranger looking into my eyes. After 1 minute of silence full of adrenaline, he asked me if I knew what time it was. I didn't get my phone out or anything. I just told him my approximate guess. He leaned in even closer to me and whispered to me with a sadistic smile on his face. "You know, a few days ago, I saw this guy my age sucking a boy's seed, and the boy looked just like you." He then waited smiling for my response to this. I took my hand to my little knife I had in my jacket, a knife I usually used only for cutting paper. I could hear my heart beating in my head. I didn't even dare to blink while watching him. Do you not find that interesting? A man giving a blowjob to a teenager your age for free? I calmly responded that I did not find such a thing intriguing. I grabbed my phone out and called one of my friends from the mall. I pretended to talk to him while saying that he needed to come to the station shortly, telling him I needed him right away. The very moment I mentioned that someone was waiting for me, the man quickly disappeared into the park nearby, while my friend reminded me I'd left my bag at the mall. He was very confused as to why I was so scared. I ran back over to the mall and told my friends what just happened. They decided that this time they would all come with me to the bus. Right as we stepped out of the building, though, we noticed the exact same guy hiding from us in a corner, staring at me. I screamed out, "That's the guy!" He then started running from us, while 3 of my older friends started chasing him. I went to the station with the rest of my friends, where they waited with me until I got on and arrived home. One of my older friends called to tell me that the guy had disappeared around a corner and they couldn't find him after. I still get the chills telling this story, even 3 years later. My friends and I went to a house party, being thrown by a girl who was leaving town and trying to raise money for her last month's bills and moving costs. It was a pretty good time, aside from keeping my then girlfriend from trying to start a fight with the girl who was moving. We didn't really know anyone there though, beside the girl who was hosting the party. I was the designated driver of the group, so I kept checking in with my friends to see if everybody wanted to stay. One of my friends looked like he was feeling very ill, and he told me that he suddenly had these body-racking chills. The party was in the early summer, so it was still quite warm out. I asked him if he wanted some aspirin, or if he needed to go to the hospital. He said he just felt like we had to get out of there right now. I gathered up him and all my other friends, and we left soon after. I drove us down to a diner, and on the ride there, my friend's chills started to subside. He couldn't really explain it, other than a weird feeling that we needed to leave, that subsided as soon as we had gone far enough. It turns out that about 45 minutes after we'd left the party, a fight had started, which ended up with multiple people being stabbed to death. We found out on the following Monday. This story happened a while ago, but it still messes with my mind. As a side note, I live in a quiet countryside where usually nothing ever happens. I'm an 18-year-old girl who can easily walk around my hometown alone without being scared at all. It's really safe here. So as usual, me and my dog went for a walk one evening. There was nice weather outside, so I decided to go to a nearby field. I usually let my dog off her leash there, so it was a lot of fun for both of us. She's a nice, obedient dog, and always comes when I call for her. We get to the field and everything is going really well. Nothing seemed off at all, except I got this kind of odd feeling in my gut that I never usually had. The last time I'd felt this feeling was when I was 8 years old and we were driving at night with my family. I remember telling them, "Something is wrong, you should be careful." They slowed down because I was so serious at that moment, and a minute after I said it, a deer came out of nowhere. It would have crashed right into us if we had been going the same speed as a minute before. We were all shocked, and I remember it like it was yesterday. In this field 10 years later, I got that very same gut feeling. Whatever, I thought. I kept going, completely ignoring it. We rolled around the fields and nearby forest until the sunset started to arrive. I put my dog back on her leash and decided to leave on one of the tiny paths going through a small forest. It was the fastest way to get to my home. It was not a popular way to go, but it was much quicker. As I was walking along that path, I suddenly spotted a silhouette at the end of the road, just before the forested area started. I didn't really take that much note at that point, and kept walking. After a while, though, I had a strong gut feeling, and stared at the silhouette a bit closer. That was when I noticed that the silhouette was staring at me too, not moving. I was just thinking that maybe they were waiting for someone, because at first the silhouette almost looked like a child's. As I got closer though, I noticed it was not a child at all. It was a grown man sitting down on a child's bicycle. It was a blue-green boy's bike. His legs were way too big for it, and his whole body looked like he was forcing himself to ride it. It was a genuinely unsettling sight. Still, my dumbass didn't want to turn around and have a couple kilometers of wasted time. Even though this was really creepy, I still thought maybe he's waiting for someone that usually comes this way. Every step I took, though, I could see his eyes following me with an intense expression. I was only 20 meters away from him when he started to do these weird wheelies on his bike, smiling the ugliest and most unsettling smile I've ever seen. His eyes were almost popping out of his head. It looked like he was really expecting something. The man was clearly in his 50s, very long, thin legs and arms, bald with his unsettling smile. The alarm bells really started to ring now. I glanced behind me and noticed no one was there. It was just me, an 18-year-old small girl, and her fluffy, definitely not guard dog. I turned around right away and started to jog back where I'd come from. I glanced back at him and sighed in relief when I noticed he was not following me or anything. Maybe he really hadn't been waiting for me after all. I called myself stupid and a scaredy cat. I was so wrong, though. My adrenaline started to slow down. I was in the middle of the fields and I still could see no sign of him attempting to follow me. I let my dog off her leash again and she started to run around. I was nearly at the end of the field when my dog spotted a rabbit or deer or some interesting thing and flew towards it. I panicked because she had never done that before. I yelled out for her. I yelled plenty of times for her to come back right now. I'm relieved nothing happened to her, but as I put her back on her leash, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The freaky bald long legs was biking towards me, not even looking at the ground as he biked forward, but instead at me. Freak out wasn't enough to express my feeling in that moment. I don't know how to describe this, but I've never seen a human being who looked so crazy. More than crazy even. What surprised me the most was how effortlessly he was biking through this field. I can tell you it's not an easy field to even walk in sometimes. It has muddy ponds you need to jump over, but that psycho was just biking right through them. I didn't want to watch another second behind me. I just started running. I ran so fast that I saw black from my asthma and nearly collapsed. My lungs hurt so bad, I thought I was going to die. I glanced back behind me, and he was still right there, keeping up his full speed on the field grounds with that ugly white smile and that way too small for him bike. After that, I ran like crazy until I found a random house and hid in their yard. I didn't even mind that I was on someone else's property. It didn't matter to me in that moment at all. I waited for a while, with my breath stuck in my throat, but the man didn't come. At some point, the adrenaline started leaving my system, and I left my hiding spot. I ran again until I reached an area with multiple people out in their yards, so I would have help if I saw him again. Of course, I didn't though. I typed 911 into my phone, but I couldn't bring myself to call, mostly because I didn't have any proof, and I didn't want my parents to find out. They were way too overprotective, so they probably wouldn't even let me leave the house anymore. I've been paranoid after this incident. My dog was frightened too. I guess she noticed something was really off about this guy. I swear to God that I will always listen to my gut when it's telling me something from now on. I'm still scared of that man. I keep expecting to randomly spot him in some area. I always think about what he could have done to me. I can't forget his awful smile. It feels like he's gonna jump in through my window one night and do whatever he wants to me. Almost exactly a year ago, I had one of the worst experiences of my entire life. My friend Shane decided to have a cookout since a lot of our friends had just graduated from college, and we were all home for the summer. The afternoon started exactly how you would expect a summer cookout to go. We grilled some burgers, drank some beers, and enjoyed a beautiful summer day. One of the great things about Shane's place was that it was seemingly in the middle of nowhere and located right on the lake as well. If you knew Shane, you would understand how out of character this was for him. Shane was very much a city man. He grew up in the city, spent all of his time in the city, even went to college in the city. Being outside, boating, and fishing are things I never thought I would associate with him. But here we are. He ended up getting a job after college and received a massive sign-on bonus. He works from home 90% of the time, so he spent the majority of that bonus time out on a boat, even though he had never driven a boat in his life before. The afternoon of the cookout, everybody was begging Shane to take the boat out, and he was refusing. I think the main reason he refused was that there were a lot of people at the house, and he didn't want to leave them all unattended. Honestly though, I also don't think he knew how to operate the boat that well, and that's why he didn't want to take it out either. As the afternoon progressed and people started leaving, eventually there were only 7 of us left. The girl he liked at the time started to beg him again to take the boat out, and before we knew it, all of us were chanting and begging him to take it out as well. Finally, he gave in to the peer pressure. I knew right away though this was a bad idea. He was struggling badly to get the boat untied from the dock, and once it was untied, it was a 15-minute struggle to get it moving into the lake. It was clear to me that Shane had most likely never done this before, at least not on his own. It was around 5 in the afternoon at this point, so there was still light outside. We probably had a good 3 hours of light left. I figured we would take the boat around the lake a little bit, not move too far away from the shore, and be back well before it got dark outside. Well, it was apparent that not everyone on the boat shared my concerns. Everyone except for me was pushing Shane to go further and further. Turn down this channel, go over here. Before we knew it, we had traveled far away from Shane's house. It was starting to get real dark out too. I could tell that Shane was nervous. I asked if he knew where we were, and he just shrugged quietly. Around 8:30, it was nearly completely dark out, and everyone on the boat was getting quite cranky. Tempers had started to rise. Shane had no clue where we were, and he had no idea how to get back either. He started yelling at everyone, telling us it was our fault for making him go out there in the first place. He was half right, of course, but some of the blame was on him, since he was the one who gave in to the pressure. Around 9, not only were we just drifting out on the pitch-black lake, but it had also started to rain lightly. That caused the temperature to drop quite a bit, so we all huddled up under the little canopy on his boat. I said I was going to call the authorities so they could send someone out to help us. Shane didn't like this idea one bit though. He said that we can't call. This is when he finally admitted to us that he didn't even have a license to operate the boat, and the boat wasn't insured either. That meant if the police came out to help us, he would be getting a hefty number of fines. So instead of getting help, we just kept drifting and drifting. At this point, nothing was really scary though. It was more annoying. I mean, sure, the darkness of night on the water is eerie, but being cold, wet, and angry trumped any feelings of fear I may have had. At nearly 10 o'clock, Shane exclaimed that he finally knew where we were, and that he would get us back right away. He said we were almost at his place already. A few minutes passed, and we started making our way close to the shore. Just as we were preparing to dock, Shane said in a sort of depressed voice, "Oh no." I looked up and realized the reason why. There was no dock to be found, and no house in sight either. Wherever this was we had landed, it was not where Shane lived. I finally had the genius idea to check the GPS. I don't know why it hadn't dawned on me until now. I blame it on all the drinking, and the fact I've never been on boats or used GPS on a boat before. It took a second to find service, but when I finally did, I finally realized we were in the nightmare situation. Not only were we nowhere near Shane's house, but we were truly out in the middle of nowhere. The shoreline next to us was nothing more than a small island, and the next shoreline seemed very far off. After some panicking and yelling, of course, we all calmed down and agreed to work together to get back to the mainland. The idea was that once we got to shore, we could just use the GPS map to follow the shore all the way back down to Shane's place. It took a little while, but we eventually did get back to the shore. We started to slowly track our way back. About 10 minutes through, though, we saw a light coming right at us on the horizon of the lake. It was another boat. We figured that we could ask them for help and make sure that we were on the right track. Shane got the other boat's attention. The man that pulled up was quite creepy. It was an older man, very rough-looking. I could smell fish even from where I was sitting down. The guy was clearly some sort of fisherman and told us we weren't far off. He would guide us back so we didn't get lost. We were quite relieved and started following this fisherman. I started to question him a little though, since the GPS said we were going in the opposite direction. Shane said not to worry though, and to trust the fisherman since he probably knew some shortcuts or something. At around 11:30, the fisherman docked his boat on this rickety dock in the middle of nowhere and asked us how our fuel was doing. Shane admitted that he was nearly out. The fisherman said he would fill us up, but he needed help getting the fuel since he'd hurt his back and couldn't lift the containers himself. Me, Shane, and the two other guys got out and started walking with the fisherman. The girls stayed in the boat. They seemed kind of freaked out, which I couldn't exactly blame them for. Something didn't feel right about all this. I didn't know anything about boats though, so I didn't know if this was proper etiquette or what. We walked around 100 feet from the boat, and there was this tiny shack, but no house at all. In fact, there was nothing in the area except for trees and this one shack. The man said the containers were just inside the door, but the door was heavy. He asked if one of us could get the door and open it. Shane started to open the door, but when it was finally opened, there was nothing inside. We turned around, only to see the man running towards Shane's boat without saying anything. He jumped into the boat and turned it on. We could hear the girls screaming and feared the worst. Thankfully, he didn't get very far though. Shane and I dove into the water and swam to the side of the boat as the man was beginning to leave. Shane managed to jump on, which alerted the man to our presence. Once he saw us, he dove off into the lake and swam back to the shore. We lost him in the darkness. Seconds later, we picked up our two friends on the rickety dock, and I called the police with the little service that we had. I didn't really care what Shane had said anymore. Thank God they showed up soon enough and realized that we were about an hour away from Shane's house. Believe it or not, they actually found this guy's fisherman boat. I learned that apparently that boat had been stolen. Shane, of course, got into trouble for not having his boat legals and still gives me crap about calling the police to this day, even though some deranged stranger almost stole his boat with all our friends inside it. Obviously, I don't really talk to Shane anymore. Since that night, he blames me for everything that happened. As far as I know, they never caught the random dude, so I have no idea what his plan was at all. All I know is that this was one of the worst nights of my life, and it could have been a whole lot worse if we hadn't managed to catch him before he left the dock. The story I'm about to tell you is a lesson for you to choose your friends carefully, because sometimes the people you think are your friends are the very monsters you're afraid of. I know that sounds a bit cliche right off the start, but honestly, it's true. I'm still in awe of how certain individuals can act. A little more than a year ago, I moved to a new town. I'm a city girl by heart, but I was happy to start a new life in this town. I don't want to say exactly what town it is, but it's a fraction of the size of the place I grew up in. I spent the first few months just kinda keeping to myself and learning the day-to-day operation, how it works at my new job. On weekends, I would just sort of listen around and see what everyone was up to. A couple of weeks into the job, I finally got invited out by one of the girls I worked with. I'll be honest, this was a lot like high school. This was the girl I wanted to hang out with. She was the popular girl at the job, and all the guys liked her. The girls all wanted to hang out with her too. Yes, we were adults, and this mindset still applied. We went to some local bar that Friday night after work. I wasn't drinking much since I didn't want to make a fool of myself with my potential new friends. It didn't take long, though, for me to realize exactly the kind of person she was. For the purposes of this story, I'll refer to her as Marissa. She was getting that wild level of intoxicated, and it was really uncomfortable to watch. I just laughed along and hoped the night would end soon. I made sure all the girls got an Uber home, and finally headed off myself at around 2 in the morning. I was completely exhausted that night. Clearly, I'd underestimated these girls. When I woke up in the morning, I had forgotten about a lot of the nonsense from the night before. I just remembered most of the good times. I was happy to have new friends and not be all alone out here. That thought alone blinded me from the reality of who Marissa really was. The next night, we all hung out again, and that night was a copy of the previous night. Nothing noteworthy other than Marissa being completely out of control again. Marissa was constantly saying how she couldn't wait to get out again this weekend, all week every time at work. She also said she loved hanging out with me. I was actually flattered and was ready to do this again the upcoming Friday. It came, and this time she was beyond intoxicated. She had even become mean to her friends and the other girls we worked with. They all left after saying so many words I don't want to repeat. Before I knew it, it was just me and Marissa left. We were at the bar and she was barely coherent. I got her home and stayed on her couch to make sure she'd be all right. When I woke up in the morning, she was already awake and cleaning out her kitchen. She thanked me for the previous night and invited me to party later in the evening. I knew I didn't have any plans, so of course I accepted her invitation. She told me to pick her up at around 10 that night and that she would direct me to the party area. She had me excited about this before we even left the house. She told me it was going to be a real epic time at her friend's barn, a massive bonfire with food, drinks, dancing, and much better company than we could have at the local bar. I was so excited that I was basically singing in the car. Well, that excitement started to dwindle, and I realized how long we'd be driving. It was after 11, and we still weren't there yet. If I knew I was going to have to drive more than an hour to some party, I would have declined earlier in the day. Marissa was so pumped up though, and I really wanted her to like me. She finally had me pull over at this sketchy area. The only word I can think to describe the situation there was suspicious. There was nothing inside at all. No streetlights, no signs, no houses, most notably no signs of a party. I asked her what was going on. She only told me, "You're gonna love this." It was so dark when we pulled up, I didn't even realize there was a small barn on the side of the road. I could see the beams from a small flashlight shining out through the doors. Marissa told me the party was over there, and we needed to hurry up. That made no sense though. Why would we need to hurry up? It's not like it was going to end anytime soon. While we were briskly walking over towards this barn, I noticed that Marissa was wearing jeans, and the person who was waving the flashlight seemed to be dressed in all black, yet here I was wearing some cute dress. I had my full makeup on too. We were almost at the barn door when I noticed Marissa seemed to be falling back a bit. She was walking about a foot behind me. For some reason, the guy with the light opened the door, and inside I still can't believe what I saw. It was one of Marissa's friends from the bar, one of the ones that had said some not-so-nice things to her. She was sitting unconscious in a chair. I freaked out and demanded to know what was going on. Marissa replied, "She disrespected me, and now she's gonna pay for it." I was stunned by the completely unhinged nature of her. I knew at this point she was a wild party girl, but I didn't think she was capable of whatever this was. I didn't want to know why I was there, and I didn't give her the option to tell me either. Thinking as quickly as I could, I kicked some dirt in the guy's face who was holding the light and grabbed the unconscious girl. I wasn't really worried about Marissa stopping me because I was nearly double her size. I hoisted the girl up and ran back to my car. I basically dumped her in the back seat and sped off. While I was driving, I was fortunate enough to get some cell service, and even though, like I said, there was nothing anywhere near close to us, I was able to call the police and told them I had an unconscious woman in my back seat. I told them about Marissa as well, and the guy that she was with. Thankfully, not too long into the drive, the girl started to move and groan, then started to talk. I pulled over and explained what happened, and she started crying. She told me that the guy was some guy she had been dating for a while. He said he was taking her to a party at a barn, only when she got there, Marissa was already there and smacked her across the face with some sort of heavy object. Whatever it was had knocked her out cold. We finally linked up with the cops, and Marissa's former friend was taken to the hospital and treated for a minor concussion. Thankfully, that was all the damage that was done. Later that evening, they found Marissa at her house, and she was completely surprised as to why she was getting arrested. She claimed to have done nothing wrong, and that the events that transpired that night were all just a prank. They never did catch the guy, since he had been using a fake name and fake cell phone number. Marissa refused to turn him in. From what I understand, she still claims it was just some sort of prank. Now she's locked up though. I can't remember exactly what they charged her with, but I know she got in trouble for assaulting her with a weapon and kidnapping. Obviously, her future's not looking too bright at this moment. It was truly insane to be a part of, and I hope at least one person can learn from my mistakes. This story takes place about 5 days ago, and I'm still shaken up over it. I'm a 19-year-old female. My parents and I packed up our U-Haul and made the long drive to our new home up north from our small and dinky apartment in Central Florida. I can't lie, I was very excited about this move. Attending college in the spring, finally getting to start my dream career, and so many other things I couldn't or didn't get to do in Florida were now available to me. On the first night of our drive, we stopped at a hotel in what appeared to be a shady area. It was kind of scary, as it was set up right outside a closed-down gas station with boards and graffiti all over the place. From my parents' experience and what I'd seen on TV, these aren't the types of places you want to go lurking around in. My dad, who's usually very calm and collected, was on edge the whole night, since the door to our room didn't close all the way. We had to prop one of the hotel chairs against it and use the deadbolt to have even the slightest bit of comfort. I thought it couldn't get much worse than that, but I was so wrong. The second night, we stopped in a small town in North Carolina. We had our 2 cats with us, so we had to find a hotel that was pet-friendly. We came across one of those hotels and booked a room for the night. While my parents were busy making sure nothing had shifted in the U-Haul, I was in the passenger seat of my mom's car with my little buddy, trying to calm him down. He seemed a lot more agitated than usual. About a half an hour after pulling into the parking lot, we grabbed the cats and our essentials. Emotions were running high, so we were all on edge about getting to our new home in the next day or two, depending on the amount of sleep we got. We loaded our things into a cart and approached the hotel's side door. My mom pulled out the key card, and it took a while for the door to finally unlock. The second we heard it click, though, a woman started yelling at us. We all looked up and saw a random woman frantically running towards us. Her voice was in a complete panic. It still sends shivers down my spine every time I think about it. She was wearing a long dark blue jacket, and her hair was in a messy ponytail that was tucked inside. She looked really tired, like she hadn't slept in a year or had just gone through something horrible. She was screaming, muttering the words, "Call 911, there's something wrong with my baby." There was no child with her, nor did we see any kids in sight. My initial thought was that maybe there was a kid near the front of the building, and there was a car accident or something. The woman kept telling us to call 911, but my mom told her we didn't have a phone on us. I always carry mine on me though, and so, being the kind-hearted person I try to be, I offered to call for her. The moment I pulled out my phone, my dad snatched it out of my hand. "It's really, really bad. You need to come and see." My mom told her she didn't want to see, and that we should go inside so the lady could go to the front desk and get some help. At first, she was screaming, No, I don't need their help. I need your help." But my mom kept insisting we go inside. At this point, my little buddy was whining and clawing at his pet carrier, trying to get out and attack this lady. The lady took one look at him and attempted to reach for him. Yeah, let's get the babies inside." The way she said it was so creepy. This time, she sounded like she was on drugs or had bad intentions. I scooped up my cat before she could touch him, and we led her to the front desk, where she told the hotel worker the same story as us. The worker tried to calm her down, and while the lady was distracted, my parents and I walked toward the elevator and got inside. As I looked back at the lobby, I saw the woman now staring at us, her eyes full of anger. She then started charging right at us. Before I even had the chance to react, my mom pushed me and the cat into the elevator, them standing in front to protect me. I could still see the woman charging towards us even as the elevator doors closed. I remembered the small screen near the elevator in the lobby, showing which floor the elevator was headed to, so to stop this crazy lady from harassing us all night, we pressed every single button and stopped on every floor. First the second, the third, the fourth, then the fifth. After the fifth floor, we pressed the button back to our original floor and quickly piled into the room. There was silence outside. My heart was pounding the entire time. My body started shaking at what just happened. As I got my cat out of the carrier, I heard my mom and dad talking about the lady. My dad speculated that maybe she had a mental illness or was on drugs. My mom said she could have been a trafficker with the way she was trying to get us to come with her and see this supposed situation. My heart really broke. I try so hard to see the good in people, but at the same time, I try to keep my distance the best I can. This was the first time someone ever approached me for help, and I was so gullible I believed her story right away. I tried to hold back my guilt as best I could, but I ended up breaking down. My mom hugged me, saying everything was going to be okay, but no matter how many times she and dad kept saying that, I kept shaking, and my paranoia lasted throughout the night. Even at the slightest creak, I shot up from the bed and looked out the peephole, thinking the lady must have somehow found us. Luckily, she wasn't there. That night, we all decided we were going to get up around sunrise and reach our new home before nightfall. No more hotel stops, no more creepy people, and no more shady areas. As we checked out the next morning, the same employee from the last night was there. We asked her what happened after we got into the elevator. The worker told us that after that, the crazy lady left in a huff, her hands clenched into fists. Then the worker revealed a detail that my mind keeps going back to. When she turned to go after us, she saw a syringe in the crazy lady's jean pocket. I don't know if she'd already used it or was planning to use it on me and my family. It makes me wonder what the outcome would have been had my parents not been there. What if I had given the lady my phone instead of offering to call for her? Would she have robbed us while we were injected with whatever she was on? Anyway, we made it to our new home 2 days ago, but the fear of that night still eats away at me. It goes to show that no matter how panicked or frightened someone may sound or act, you truly don't know if they're in genuine trouble or have bad intentions. Please be careful out there, guys. I unfortunately had to learn the hard way that not everyone in this world is a good person. I was visiting a friend in California, and due to his living situation, I had to stay at a motel for a few days. The second day, I was at the motel with my friend checking out the pool, etc. We ran into a girl about our age and struck up a conversation. We decided to see if she wanted to hang out, or perhaps if she had any friends with her. I invited her back to my room, and the three of us went up. As soon as she got inside, though, She started acting very strange and asking me about my mother. She started telling me that I should call my mother that day and tell her how much I loved her. I kinda brushed it off and thought it was weird, but she kept on pushing the issue, basically commanding me to call my mother that very second and tell her how I felt. She then said she was going to run up to her room real quick and be right back. As soon as she left though, I told my friend I was really freaked out and that we needed to get out of here right now. I wasn't sure she was going to do anything to us, try to rob us or whatnot. Or maybe she was going to come back with her posse, but I knew something bad was going to happen. My friend thought I was overreacting, but agreed to leave. As we were pulling out, we saw her coming back down by herself with a knife in hand. We just kept driving. I still had to sleep there that night though, and needless to say, I was scared completely shitless. The next day, I checked out ASAP and stayed at a nice hotel for 2 times the price instead. It was well worth it. To this day, I don't know if I dodged a bullet or not, but I know that something bad was going to happen, and I didn't want to risk it. When I was 12 years old, riding my bike home from school, which was about a half-mile trip, a van suddenly pulled up next to me, and the driver knew me by name. I vaguely recognized the man as one of my down-the-street neighbors. Our neighborhood was pretty kid-friendly, and that there were dozens of us around, and we would play throughout the streets with each other, or in people's yards without issue. His was one that happened to be commonly played in, but he and his wife had moved out a couple of years prior. Anyway, he was just talking to me, asking me how my family was, and saying how much he and his wife missed all the kids playing in their yard ever since they'd moved away. It was innocent enough, but then he became very insistent that he give me a ride home. I told him it was fine, and I had my bike with me. Besides, at this point, I was literally only 2 blocks away from home. He kept on insisting though, even getting out of his van to open the back doors and invite me in. At this point, my something is wrong dar was going off loud and clear to ignore this man and get the fuck out of there. After telling my brother, who was 6 years older, about it, he confessed that all the kids in the neighborhood stayed away from that couple before because they'd all had similar, if not more intense experiences with both him and his wife. I truly believe I dodged a bullet that day. I live in a small town where the school has roughly 150 kids. Keep in mind that's for kindergarten through 12th grade. If that doesn't tell you how small my town is, nothing will. Of course, every small town has its own haunted house, and that house happened to be mine. My mom always claimed that our house was haunted. She claimed to see shadows, hear voices, and footsteps in the hallway. I was always a skeptical kid anyway, though. I was about 12 at the time. I was home alone waiting for my mom one night. She was to come home and take me to a church activity. It was around 7 o'clock at night, and I was sitting on my couch with my dog at my feet. Most likely he was sleeping. I had always been afraid of ghost movies and such, but that night made my fear of the paranormal that much worse. The whole house seemed to be alive. The floors were randomly squeaking, the walls were cracking, and there was a terrible wind outside. I was terrified. I tried my best to just pay attention to what was on the television, but all I could hear was my scared breathing. Suddenly, all at once, the squeaking and moaning stopped. It was dead silence. Out of that silence, though, I began to hear obvious heavy footsteps coming from the hallway behind me. My sleeping dog instantly shot up and started barking and running around the house. Being a scared little 12-year-old, I curled up into a ball on the couch and screamed to go away. Just like that, the footsteps stopped. Everything stopped. It was silence once again. Since then, I've never stayed home alone. I've been too scared to. Before I start my story, I'd like to say that I'm about 6 foot 3 inches tall. This took place during the middle of summer in 2015. I had recently landed a position in field sales, and I couldn't be more happy with it. The money was great, and the company I worked for even gave me a company vehicle. The only downside to the job was that my sales territory was quite expansive. That could mean me driving across several states sometimes. The people I worked for expected me to drive to most of my customers. I was grateful, however, since not that many people my age get these sorts of opportunities. After a couple of weeks of getting the hang of things, I got a business call from a clinic in northwestern Florida. They wanted me to come and provide a demonstration of our product. I told them that I'd be there by noon the next day. This drive would take me straight down the middle of Alabama on Interstate 65, then bring me through Alabama State Route 113 down to Florida. I planned to get there by around 11 p.m. or so. The night before, once I got past Montgomery, it was almost 9:30, so it was already dark out. I have some experience with driving long distances during the night. Because of that, the fact that it was nighttime didn't really bother me. Once I saw the exit sign, I took the exit. I had just noticed it was already 10 p.m., so I stopped at a gas station and bought myself an energy drink so I could still arrive at my destination on time. Once I'd gotten back on the road, I realized this drive was going to bring me right through the middle of nowhere. After about 25 minutes of driving past nothing but farms, fields, and small towns, I arrived at another small town and stopped at a McDonald's to stretch my legs. Once I got back onto the road and headed south, I noticed a sign. The sign read, "Farm Machinery and Deer Crossing." Crap, another long route through the middle of nowhere. After about 10 minutes or so, I noticed my car was running low on gas as well. After a couple minutes, I was just praying I wouldn't be stuck out there on the country highway in the middle of the night. It didn't look like I was going to be finding a gas station anytime soon. As I was driving down the country highway, I tried to use as little gas as possible. Just when it seemed my car was about to completely run out, I did see a small gas station, barely a quarter mile away. I pulled up, only to notice immediately that this gas station was completely run down and there were no cars at all around it. Just when I started to think this place wasn't open, I found out where the fill-up tanks were. Once the car was filled up, I was looking down at my phone when I heard a sudden but barely noticeable sound on the top of the gas station roof. I looked up, being really quiet to try and hear that sound again, but I couldn't hear anything. Everything was silent. Thinking it was probably nothing, and I was probably tired from driving so long, I decided to stop driving for the night and sleep in my car. I looked at my phone for a bit, then fell asleep. I was out for a good hour or so when I was woken up to the same noise again, coming from the same area it seemed. This time I got outside my car though, to investigate. That was a big mistake. I went to the road so I could see the roof better, and when my eyes adjusted, I saw a huge man crouched up on the roof. "Hey, what are you doing up there?" I called out. They suddenly stood up and locked eyes with me. They let out this huge ear-piercing screech, which I remember clearly to this day. The next thing I knew, I remember them jumping down. I was amazed at how tall they were. Based on how tall I am, they seemed to be even bigger than me. They ran almost inhumanly fast off into the woods. I knew after seeing this, I might as well be seeing skunk ape or something. I ran as fast as I could back to the car and got out of there as soon as possible. My heart was beating so fast it could have popped out of my chest at any moment. God knows what that guy could have done to me if I was still sleeping. Once I got to the nearest town, I got a hotel room and tried to calm myself down. I stayed awake all night, then drove down to where I needed to be. A couple of months after my encounter, I remember watching this TV show. I remember this part about a guy that matched that description of what I saw that night. Honestly, I still have nightmares about what I saw. That experience has made me scared of driving through country highways at night, and whenever I go to a gas station after it's gotten dark, I always make sure there are at least 1 or 2 cars there already. I had recently been on vacation in South Dakota with my family and 2 others. In my family, there was my mom, my dad, and my sisters. In my family, there was my mom, my dad, my sister who's referred to as Julia, my other sister Gretchen, and myself. I was 15, Julia was 12, and Gretchen was 10. In the second family, there were 4 people, the parents and their 2 daughters. The last family was made up of 2 parents and their 3 kids as well. I woke up on one of the last days of the trip and went outside to sit down on the porch of the camper cabin. My parents were up, along with Chet, Carl, and Julia. The adults were at the picnic table, talking about whatever outdoorsy people talked about. I was more of an indoors person though, and I had no interest in joining their conversation. I was on the outside because Gretchen was not a morning person. Julia ran over to me and said she had to show me something. She brought me only a few feet away from where I'd been sitting and pointed down at the ground. What I saw made me immediately queasy. There was a leg covered in furry skin that was slowly rotting away. You could see the bones poking out of it. Julia thought it was a pronghorn leg, but I thought it was from a coyote. We told our mom, and she said that Nathan and Calvin had brought it over after finding it in the woods near their cabins. Needless to say, I was horrified. The next day, we went to Bear Country, USA, which not only has bears but several other animals as well. One of the enclosures was a coyote. Remembering that terrifying leg, I looked at the live coyote's legs. I was right. It seemed the leg had been the back leg of a coyote. My stomach churned. Whatever had killed that coyote had severed its leg. It was big and obviously a carnivore. There must have been only one creature in the park that fit that description, either a bear or a mountain lion. The thing was, Nathan and Calvin weren't allowed to wander more than 80 feet away from the cabins. This mountain lion or bear must have been right next to where we were staying. Us kids often played outside in the dark. I was the oldest and tallest, and I was only 5 feet tall. I was skinny and weak, just like the others. That bear or whatever it was could have easily taken all of us down. It scares me so much to this day to think that leg could have been one of ours. It's so horrifying I can't even bring myself to imagine that ever being the case. What makes small towns so small sometimes is how much nature surrounds them, and this time the nature was much too close for comfort. Walking the dog with my girlfriend one time in a really brushy/grassy area. There was only one dirt path, and the grass was taller than us on either side. I started getting this strange feeling, like we were being watched or something. I just couldn't relax. I was constantly looking behind us and around the hills for anything. We stopped at a bench that backed up to some very tall brush, and my girlfriend pulled out her pipe to smoke. I couldn't bring myself to do it though. I was too anxious. Something was watching us. I could feel it. I stood on the bench she was sitting on and looked out into the brush to see if I could find it. Both my dog and my girlfriend, though, were completely chill, like nothing was even wrong. I didn't notice it at the time, but I realized after I heard the sound of cubs crying somewhere nearby. Finally, I urged my girlfriend it was time to leave right now. On our way out, which there was only one way out, I got to the crest of one of the winding turns. When I saw a gigantic cat with pointy black ears and huge black paws trotting away from us around the bend. I only saw it for a second, then it was gone. I was the only one to see it too. It's about now that I put 2 and 2 together. Those were her cubs crying that we'd heard. What do you know? It was also getting to be about dusk time. This was not a good situation. The worst part was having to exit the exact same way I'd just seen that cougar go. I never knew if it was trying to leap out and take us away or what. We never saw it after that again, thankfully, and we never went there near dusk again. When I was 13, I was almost kidnapped. I live in a somewhat sketchy neighborhood. I used to walk home through a residential area, and at the end of the street was a dead end. I would have to climb a bunch of stairs, surrounded by trees, to get to a walkway behind my building. This one week, our principal notified us that a few girls had been desperately harassed by a group of men, and the police were also searching for a known sex offender who had a warrant out for his arrest. I'm a guy, so at the time, I really didn't give it that much thought. This one afternoon, though, I was taking my usual route when I noticed an abnormal white work van. You know, the ones child abductors use to kidnap kids in movies. It was driving right behind me. The van slowed down to roughly the same speed I was walking at. I kept turning my head to see where this van was every few seconds when I see it started driving on the sidewalk behind me. This is where things got really creepy. I began to walk very fast, pretty much a light jog almost. The van picked up speed behind me and was getting closer and closer to me. I bolted for the stairs as I heard the car getting even closer. Just as I was turning to run up them, I looked back for a second and saw 2 men jumping out of the van. I don't even know where the strength came from, but I began jumping up those stairs multiple at a time, like some kind of Olympic athlete. I could hear the tapping noise the steps made when someone was climbing them behind me. When I got to the top of the steps, I ran into my neighbor, who was going to pick up her kids from the elementary school. She asked me what happened and why I was so terrified. I turned around behind me to see if I could spot those 2 guys, but they were already long gone. I just barely caught a glimpse of the van speeding down the street and turning the corner. I told her everything that happened, and she helped escort me home after. When I arrived, I told my mom, and she called the police right away. They came over and I told them everything, but I never heard back from them about what happened. So maybe 4 years ago, I was kind of into going to this church, and the pastor was a younger guy like myself. We really connected and spent a good amount of time together. One Wednesday night we were finishing up. There was a woman we didn't really know who had only showed up to church the first time that night. The pastor, Dave, was talking to her and being the personable guy he always is. This woman, not to judge by looks, but she probably was a meth user, just by looking at her teeth and the condition of her skin. I'm going through and locking the back doors when Dave comes over and asks me to ride with him. This woman apparently needed a ride home, and he wanted a witness so that she couldn't accuse him of something later. A smart move, since the woman seemed to be acting a little bit suspiciously. I was a bit hesitant at first, but I soon agreed. As we were walking down the front steps of the church, she walked past a wooden cross in the yard and ran her hand over it. She told us she found the scene of Jesus on the cross very sexual and that his torture aroused her. That was weird enough, but it got even better. As we're driving her out into the middle of nowhere where she lives, it turned out to be a trailer in the middle of the woods. She kept on talking about how she could feel the devil, and she knew the devil was much stronger than God. I honestly felt this really horrible sense of unease. I had the distinct feeling that I was about to experience an exorcist scene in this Corolla or something. We dropped her off at her home and drove off pretty soon after. She never came back to the church again, and to this day I still haven't had a weirder or scarier moment than that night. One night, when I was driving back from a friend's house, I noticed I was being followed by a creepy biker dude. He'd followed me for almost 10 miles already. It would have been different if this was the highway or something, but I also cut off from there and went through multiple residential areas where he followed me too. Eventually, I had to lead him right past a cop and get the cop to stop us both. Apparently, the biker guy was really high, and he was paranoid as well. He thought I was someone else, so he wanted to corner me and take me out. Luckily though, I grew up in a small town, so I knew most of the cops personally, and I also knew the areas where they liked to patrol. I don't know what would have happened to me that night if I didn't get that cop to stop us. My first girlfriend was way back in early high school. I broke up with her, and I broke her heart too. A few years later though, some guy started impersonating me. Messaging her, buying her things, leaving her all sorts of gifts at her doorstep. She thought it was me, and she was extremely pissed off I was messing with her heart. Somehow, the guy had managed to get into her Facebook. This was shortly after Facebook became widely available, and did a deep dive, learning everything he possibly could about me through all my messages to her. Apparently, he was so convincing she was positive it was really me. At some point, the guy started following me too. By this point, she wanted to kill me, thinking I was messing with her way too much. I started proving where I was, and eventually she did get the guy to confess. It was so bizarre. At first, I wanted nothing to do with her. I just kept telling her to piss off because I thought she was messing with me to get some revenge for me breaking up with her. The strangest moment of all was when he had followed me while I was smoking at a nearby lake. I was alone, and it was about 4 a.m. in the morning. I only found out about him because she texted me to notify me, and I happened to turn and see him there. We did manage to get the guy to stop, but I really don't know what that was all about in the end. There's a skating rink by my house across the street from a fairly large cemetery. The cemetery is accessible by a large steel gate that's locked after dark. Its perimeter is blocked off by a 4-foot-high cement wall. When I was 12, my friends and I had our parents drop us off to go skating. We would sneak out sometimes and walk around the neighborhood like dumbasses though. This particular night, we were daring each other to jump over the wall and dance on a grave. We heard an urban legend that if you did so, a skeleton would reach out and grab you. Eventually, all 6 of us girls were dancing around when we saw a woman coming towards us. She was wearing a nightgown, and she was coming from deep within the cemetery. She appeared to be pushing a shopping cart. This cemetery is right on a busy 4-lane road. We leapt out and ran across the street back to the skating rink. It probably took us about 20 to 30 seconds max. Somehow though, when we turned around, this woman was still walking towards us cart in hand, but now on the other side of the wall. We were about a block away from the steel gate. The only possible way she could have crossed that fast and been on the same side was if she had somehow lifted her cart over the walls in that 20 to 30 seconds. She then followed us inside. There was a teens hockey league in the middle of playing, and some of their parents chased her into a phone booth while screaming at her for trying to scare a bunch of little girls. She got into the fetal position and started screeching. We ran out and waited around the corner for my mom. Mom picked us up a few minutes later, and while she drove away, I again saw the woman pushing her cart down the street by the cemetery towards us. 15 years later, I can only imagine she had deep psychological issues. My local Walmart is in Quincy, just outside of Boston. It's a short drive away, and up until about a week or so ago, I would make a weekly trip to the huge superstore to pick up groceries and cheap stationery items for school. After driving over, I parked my car and started making my way toward the main entrance. That was when I started hearing some jerk catcalling me from all the way across the lot. I'm not the most beautiful girl in the world, not by any stretch of the imagination, but I still get whistled and hollered at by half-drunk nobodies all the time. I just kept walking, totally ignoring their shouts and whistles. As I approached the Walmart, that's when I heard his footsteps. The guy who had been shouting at me had jogged the entire parking lot. I know, maybe that's not the most terrifying thing you've ever heard, but it really did have me on the verge of panic. What did this guy want? Why would he run all the way across the parking lot? Just to try and mac on me? Then this guy must be way more pathetic than I'd first thought. I don't deal well with conflict, so I was dreading having to tell him to back off in person. He then starts calling me by this other girl's name. My name is not Allie, but for some reason he kept calling me that over and over, kind of talking to me like he knew me or something. I told him that wasn't my name, but he just laughed like I was joking around. This is when I started to get super confused. I honestly couldn't tell if he was being serious or if this was some kind of weird prank or dare. When I finally told him to go away, he murmured something about seeing me around later. After a few days, I realized I'd forgotten to pick up a USB stick I needed for college. I was literally raging with myself because I figured the only reason I'd forgotten in the first place was because of that weird creep in the parking lot. They seemed harmless enough, sure, but I have to admit I was pretty rattled from the encounter. As I rolled into the parking lot again, I parked my car and looked around, this time making sure the gang of dudes wasn't hanging around or something. Unfortunately, like something right out of a bad movie, there they were hanging out in the exact same spot as before. Only this time, as I'm looking over, I happened to make eye contact with the same dude that had been bothering me the last time. I knew I messed up immediately. As you can guess, he came sprinting over in the same way he did the previous time, only this time he was distinctly more aggressive. He started calling me Allie again, but now he was accusing me of owing someone money. Like, a lot of money by the sounds of it. I told him to go screw off, but he got wicked mad at this point. He started cussing me out in front of everyone. I started shouting back a little, but like I said, I don't exactly do well with confrontation. I felt myself tearing up as he threw all kinds of insults at me, saying threats about how he'd get the money out of me no matter what, if it's the last thing he did. He only left me alone when in a shaking voice, I told him I was going to call the cops. I didn't go to the Walmart for a little while. I was freaked out by what was going on. I thought it was best to just avoid the place for the time being, and let this whole mistaken identity stuff die down. Maybe it really was just a big prank, but the guy had gotten so mad last time, it really didn't seem like he was playing around. When I was pretty sure all was blown over, I finally plucked up the courage to hit the Walmart again. If the guy was there and he got weird, this time I'd just call the cops right away. No getting upset in front of a crowd of strangers again. I drove to the parking lot slower this time, making sure the guy and his friends weren't still hanging around. There was nothing. No big group of creeps with a bottle or brown paper bags. I was safe. It felt so liberating to not have to look over my shoulder just going to the store. I practically jogged inside to grab more graph paper, treating myself to some cheap candy since I was in such a good mood. Still smiling, I exited the store, relieved the whole ordeal seemed to be over. I was wrong though. Somehow they must have seen me driving into the lot. There were so many of them outside. Guys, girls, many of them looking angry, some looking excited. It seemed they were gearing up for a public whooping. I've never known fear like that in all my life. All I wanted to do was run back into Walmart and hide. I was frozen on the spot. "Hey, where's my money?" One of the girls was livid with rage, bounding toward me with her hands balled into fists. She too kept calling me Allie. I hated that name so much, I never wanted to hear it again. The angry girl screeched about how I was dumb to think I could get away with robbing them, how I was a thieving little rat that was about to get what was coming to her. I tried to protest my innocence. They had gotten the wrong person, but all my pleas were drowned out. Phones were out and filming the crowd, expecting this screeching monster to start hitting me at any moment. I remember just closing my eyes and waiting for the blows to land, but they never did. Instead, a pair of arms threw themselves around me and pulled me away from the fray. A deep accented voice began barking at the thugs to stay away from me and how the cops had been called already and were on their way. It was the Walmart security guard, this big black guy. He'd seen the whole thing and jumped in before it was too late. He led me to the security office, away from the screaming mob, and waited with me until the cops came. I broke down almost immediately. It was the kind of ugly sobbing you can only imagine. I tried to say thank you, to tell him how grateful I was, but the words wouldn't come out. I just hugged him. He shushed me. As the cops dispersed the crowd, the state police detectives ended up visiting me at home a week or so later. They explained that the thugs in the Walmart parking lot had mistaken me for some addict who was indeed named Allie. Apparently, she was a lady of the night and part of some drug-dealing gang. She had disappeared a few months prior. When the detective showed me a photo of her, I immediately understood why they'd mistaken me for her. It was almost like she was my twin. The exact same brown eyes, same curly brown hair, even the way she smiled reminded me of myself. It was so spooky, seeing my doppelganger right there in the photo. They explained that she had robbed her coke-dealing boss and absconded with a large chunk of cash. She overdosed on fentanyl not long after she escaped though, and that's why the gang were convinced it was me. They hadn't seen or heard anything of Allie, and when they found me, I guess they just saw red. I sometimes think about that girl and wonder how all this came to be. How that trouble she'd caused would come to outlive her and end up hanging over my head. I work as part of the loss prevention team at my local Walmart. No, I'm not saying where, because I don't want to lose my job. I really need the money. The incidents I'm about to tell you about actually made national news too, and with the loss prevention team being so small, this story could easily be traced back to me. I hate my job. Yeah, I know I literally just said I needed it, but that doesn't mean that I have to love it. I don't like spying on people, but that's unfortunately the entirety of what the job entails. Wandering around the aisles, staring at the CCTV, watching for anyone walking too fast or acting too nervous. It can get really boring sometimes. Sure, there is a little action every now and then. Some people try to steal a DVD player or something. We get to play cops and robbers for half an hour until the real police show up. Half the time, it's just some young, dumb addict breaking down in our office, telling us she never wanted to be this way. Yeah, I didn't doubt it. No one did. That's not even the half of it, though. You know how angry a lone black person can feel when they think you're following them around the store? I've been called racist more times than I can remember. I'm not, though. I'm just doing the job I have to do. I hate so much having to follow people around. It still sucks, though. You can really see the worst in people working in loss prevention. The weirdest thing I ever saw while working for Walmart, though, wasn't some junkie or a thief or an armed robber or anything like that. It was something else entirely. So, this guy comes walking in through the doors one afternoon. Nothing particularly unusual about him. Nothing to give us loss prevention guys any suspicion at all. I took my eye off him for a little while patrolling the store, as it was my turn to do so, instead of watching the cameras. Honestly, I sort of forgot about the guy. I try to take note of the little details, but when you do it with so many people, Someone so ordinary doesn't really stay in your mind. Usually they have to look particularly shady or something. I wandered back around toward the meat aisle, casually keeping an eye on various shoppers, when I saw this normal-looking guy again. He was balding and had a blue shirt on. He was just standing there checking out all the steak chops and cutlets, sitting in the fridge units. Again, nothing unusual. But here's where it started to get weird. As I was walking past the dude, his head sort of snapped toward me. I remember he had these light-colored eyes, but they looked almost empty. I said hello and greeted the man. He had this big wide smile that stretched all the way across his face, and as he opened his mouth he had no teeth at all. Not a single tooth remained in this guy's head, just 2 rows of diseased gums. I had to stop myself from physically recoiling. I tried not to react. I felt a bit sad for him. Maybe he had lost his dentures or something. I wouldn't judge him if he had. I do another loop of the store, watching families try to rein in their screaming kids, as impatient singles cut in their direction. I thought about how much I wanted kids myself, even if they can be rascals. It's something my mind wandered to quite often when I was bored on the job. As I'm coming back toward the meat aisle, though, something immediately struck me as abnormal. The blue shirt, balding guy was still looking at the meat, only this time, he was not just looking at all the meat. He was staring at it. It's hard to describe. It was almost like one steak in particular had really caught his eye or something. They weren't darting around like they had before. They were just kind of staring beyond. This time, when I walked past him, he didn't even acknowledge me. He didn't even move. He was just frozen, staring down into the fridge units with this dead look in his eyes. I don't even think he was blinking, honestly. I watched him for a good few seconds after. This guy, something was weird here. I decided not to take my usual loop around the store again. Instead, I stopped by the end of the meat aisle, watching this guy slyly out of the corner of my eye. He didn't move a single inch. It was almost like he was one of those street mimes. You know, the people that pretend to be a statue or something. Normal people never really stand completely still. Even when they're not moving, they fidget, shift their weight from one foot to the other, take an idle breath, blink a bunch of times. This guy was still as a statue. Something was wrong with him. I called it in on the radio, asking a coworker about the balding man in the meat aisle. Was he known to the loss prevention team? It came back negative, though. The guy I was working with that day had never seen our toothless friend before in his life. As I'm watching this guy, still listening to my buddy on the radio, this toothless man just reaches into the meat fridge and picks up a large sirloin steak, still packed away in the plastic. I started feeling like an idiot. Maybe this guy just liked to take a real long time selecting the right piece of meat. He was toothless after all. Maybe he needed something special for his dentures. He brings the steak up to his nose, taking a deep long whiff of this thing through the plastic wrapper. Now I could tell this guy was obviously nuts. I know the crazy kids when I see them, and this was classic crazy. Still though, it's not like he was stealing anything. Technically, he was not even doing anything wrong. Being a little nutty isn't exactly against the law. Then though, he ripped off the plastic wrapping. That was my cue to step in. Only when I saw what he was doing with the newly unwrapped steak, I stopped in my tracks. The toothless man stuffed the whole raw steak into his mouth, straining his jaws. He began to mush the thick piece of meat up with his bare gums. I was stunned. It was literally the last thing I expected a guy with no teeth to do. I thought he was going to stuff it down his pants or something. I mean, I've seen shoplifters stealing weirder stuff and hiding it in weirder places, but to see him shove an entire steak down his lips and start chewing, it was the freakiest thing I'd ever seen. His eyes started rolling back into their sockets. His cheeks caved in as he started trying to suck all the fluids out of the raw piece of meat. The noises he made, good God, they scared the life out of me. It was like a weird moaning, like he was getting off trying to swallow the entire piece of steak whole. More and more was stuffed into his mouth. I watched him spit the meat out, panting and gasping for air. I rounded the corner of the aisle, actually terrified at this point that he would see me, as the sole witness of what he had just done. I waited, having somehow managed to freak myself out watching that weirdo. He escaped from the meat aisle with his back to me. As he walked quickly toward the main exit, I know I should have stopped him. It was my job to, but we're trained to keep our distance from offenders we deem violent or unhinged. I was gonna let the cops deal with this one. Now, every part of me wanted to know why he'd done something like that, why his teeth were missing. What kind of person was he that he couldn't be trusted with his own teeth? The cops picked the guy up eventually. Turned out he was a mental patient off his meds. Old guy too. He'd probably lost his teeth through simple lack of care. I mean, that's what they thought. Whatever was wrong with this guy though, he certainly had previous convictions for retail theft. The cop we spoke with said it was his 4th offense, and he was likely headed to prison for reoffending. I wondered how a guy like that would handle prison anyway. I don't know if you guys will find this particular story that scary. Maybe it's just gross or a bit sad. A poor old guy losing his mind in the middle of the store. Either way though, it's definitely the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me working for Walmart. In October of 2017, I managed to land myself a part-time job at my local Walmart here in Thornton, Colorado. It's a fairly large suburb of Denver. It's many things, close-knit, homely, but it's hardly the most exciting place in the world. I think that's why Halloween is one of my favorite times of the year. We take the holiday pretty seriously. So the anticipation and build-up to the spookiest night in the calendar is really something to look forward to. The majority of work at Walmart during that time of year involves sorting and arranging displays for all the novelty Halloween products. You know, those ones that are stocked only during October. It was hard work, sure, but getting to mess around with all kinds of masks, costumes, and ghoulish accessories was actually really fun. Even if it did cause our grumpy old supervisor to glare at us every now and then. Halloween came and went, but I found myself kind of enjoying working at Walmart. I know that sounds pretty crazy. The customers can be awful, the hours are pretty long too, but I had grown close to all my coworkers there. There were even one or two I would go so far as to call good friends. Naturally, when one of the store managers asked if I wanted to extend my contract into the new year, I jumped at the chance. It would be one of the biggest mistakes in my life. So far, the morning of November 1st, 2017 was a gray one. One of those mornings where the world couldn't be any less inviting. All I wanted to do was crawl back into bed and sleep the day away. Still though, I dragged myself into the shower, washing away all the cobwebs and preparing to face the day head on. I was due for a shift from 10:30 until 6:30 that evening. I hated the longer weekday shifts. They had a tendency to drag on, but the thought of getting a cup of coffee from my coworker Teresa, who happened to make the best flat white this side of the Rockies, spurred me on to make it to work on time. Of course, I was right in the end. The day dragged on so bad I thought I was going to go crazy. Part-time weekend shifts were quite busy, but at least the activity made the time fly by. Spending hours at a time counting boxes of merchandise as part of some pointless groundwork is enough to make your brain congeal. By the time 6 p.m. rolled around, I was about ready to give in. There was so little time left on the clock. I found myself watching the minutes roll by, wandering around the store and pretending to look busy. I saw my friend Miguel hanging around near the front desk and struck up a casual conversation with him in an effort to kill another few minutes. That's when I saw him. I'd like to think I'm not an overly judgmental person, but this guy gave me the creeps right away. He was dressed normal enough. Black leather jacket, a reddish shirt, but it was the man's face that drew my eyes away from Miguel. It caused a nervous feeling to run through me. He was so pale. He looked sickly. His cheeks were gaunt, and his eyes were ringed by deep black circles, sunken back into their sockets. It almost looked like he had a raw skull, with nothing but a thin layer of flesh to disguise him. Miguel must have noticed the look on my face, because he too turned to look at this guy. I suppose it was for the best I reacted that way to seeing him. I think it might have saved both our lives when I look back on it now. It's like time slowed down for minutes. I know that's like a super cliche thing you only find in movies, but now I think there's some kind of truth to it. I remember every little movement, every single detail. The way his jacket was a few sizes too big for him. He almost looked silly as he reached into the inside of his pocket. I remember the way the polish of his handgun seemed to glint in the bright artificial light of the store. I watched as the man looked around for a second or two, scanning the shop floor for his first victim, before he raised his pistol and started firing. I was completely and utterly horrified. I would come to understand then that there are three common reactions to a sudden rush of fear, the first two being the well-known fight-or-flight responses. But there's also another one that's equally common, and no one ever seems to talk about it: total shutdown. Unfortunately, that's what I experienced. The deafening bang of the first pistol shot echoed around the building. An unsuspecting customer collapsed to the floor, an older man, dragging a shopping cart down with him, spilling the contents out as he lay bleeding on the ground. I couldn't move. I was frozen to the spot. I had never seen anyone get shot before. I'd only ever heard a gun fired like once. I could feel my body trembling, but I couldn't bring myself to flee. A horrific scene of violence was unfolding before us. Thankfully, Miguel did not have the same reaction. He grabbed my arm so hard it left a bruise in the shape of his hand, and dragged me behind a display of kitchen appliances to take cover from the shooter. All I could do was clutch onto him and pray the shots would stop. They didn't. Over and over again, the skull-faced man fired at staff and customers alike. I remember hearing this horrible cracking sound right next to us as we crouched behind the heavy appliances. I would later learn this was the sound of pieces of lead breaking the sound barrier as they traveled within just inches of us. The thought of it makes me feel sick even today. Suddenly, Miguel was pulling me by the arm again as we rushed toward one of the emergency exits that lined the shop floor. Shots were still ringing out as Miguel crashed into the metal bar that opens the door. I could still hear the pop of bullets behind us as we spilled out into the freezing Colorado night. Before us were two young children, maybe only 7 or 8 years old. They were crying and asking for their dad. The poor things had no idea what was going on inside, only that a bad thing was happening and they couldn't find their father. We tried to comfort them for a few moments, while the sound of police sirens grew louder and louder. Eventually, the parking lot was awash with blue flashing lights of cop cars and other emergency vehicles. We did reunite the kids with their father, and he openly wept as he thanked us for finding his children. Miguel was struggling to hold back tears, but I had completely broken down by that point. Many people had in the aftermath of this shooting. A 48-year-old man named Scott Ostrom was arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. Ostrom was handed 3 life sentences for the 3 people he'd shot and killed, plus 48 years for the other victims that were lucky enough to have survived. During the sentencing, the presiding judge said the killer had a black and malignant heart, fatally bent on spreading fear, misery, and death. It was also brought up that Ostrom's sisters said he had never been the same since trying LSD in the 80s. No other motives were given for his crimes. I quit my job at Walmart and went to therapy for a while after the shootings. I felt a lot of survivor's guilt at first, wondering why Ostrom hadn't chosen me as his first victim. Why did those other people have to suffer the way they did when I was right there? They suffered while people like me got to walk away unscathed. Mostly, I just thank God Miguel was there to save my life. Life is a very precious and fragile thing that can be snuffed out in an instant, so I try to live life as full as I can now. If not for myself, then for the people who were innocently shopping that day, unaware they would never see their loved ones again. So I'm a 23-year-old female, and I live on my own. I just moved out to the area for school, and I went to my local Walmart to gather some supplies for cleaning. As I walked inside, I took note of an older man near the entrance that I briefly made eye contact with. I nodded at him and kept on walking. I looked at folders for a bit, then made my way toward the electronics section at the back of the store to go and look for a charger. I was making my way through the aisles on the way down, looking at all the fall decorations. A lot of them were more geared towards kids, so I just glanced at them quickly, then turned around to leave. As I did so, I noticed the same man as before was right there behind me. I hadn't heard him walking through the aisle. He was holding and inspecting some paper plates with childish Halloween designs on them, clearly for kids. I thought that was a bit strange, but I brushed it off, thinking perhaps he had some grandkids or something. I laughed and made my way to the electronics section as planned, where they kept the chargers locked behind these glass doors. I was there for about 7 to 8 minutes when the same old man showed back up. Now, at this point, I was pretty far from where I'd last seen him. I saw in the reflection of the glass that he was clearly checking out my ass as he walked by. I brushed it off because I was used to men making quick glances like that in public. I left it at that. He was looking at the display behind me, on the other side. I went to leave, and this is where it got creepy. He suddenly stood right behind me and started aggressively eyeing me up and down, licking his lips, paying particular attention to my backside and legs. He was basically undressing me with his eyes. At this point, he was giving off massive creep vibes. I started shaking with adrenaline. I was really afraid of this guy. I thought he was going to try and grab me. I stayed calm though, despite my throat feeling like it had a ball in it. I waited for him to leave. He did. I then went to a random nearby general part of the store. I noticed there were 2 men near the electronics counter. I wanted to stay near them, just in case something went wrong. I waited for a few minutes, just standing there next to him to see if the man would show back up. I wanted to confirm if he really was following me around or not. Sure enough, a scant 5 minutes later, he was already back. I caught him quite literally speed-walking down the main walkway, looking down each aisle as if he was frantically searching for me. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw I'd noticed him, then promptly scurried off into nowhere. I informed the workers that I was indeed being followed and that I really wasn't comfortable. I asked if there was any nearby security. They told me they didn't have any, just the loss prevention team. They offered to check me out there or accompany me to finish my shopping. They were both very kind, and I did actually take them up on the offer to get my cleaning supplies nearby. As we turned together down the aisle, the same man was standing further away, still staring at me. All he'd done was increase the radius he was using to follow me, now watching me from the front registers. I got my stuff and checked out. Then I weaved through all the different clothing sections to leave from a different area than the one I'd originally entered in. I didn't see him at all that whole time. I got back to my car and promptly drove back to my new place. I stopped about halfway at a random neighborhood though and pretended that was my house, just to see if anyone had tailed me. I didn't want the guy finding out where I lived, needless to say. When I didn't see him around, I drove home. Maybe I was overreacting a bit, but this area is new to me, and I'd never had someone be that openly creepy and persistent in following me. I've done things on my own plenty of times, and I've never had an issue like that before. This all happened in the middle of the day at 3 p.m. too. I was just wearing loose clothing. I wanted to make a quick trip in and out. I have no idea what could have happened if I didn't notice him, or what his intentions might have been for me. Was he just a looker or did he want to grab me? I can't imagine they were anything good. If he'd followed me to my new place, who knows what could have happened. Either way, the whole encounter was really scary. He had no clue that I'd seen his reflection checking me out that time, and that nasty expression on his face. Just stay aware, you guys, and watch yourselves. One night when I was 17 years old, I was clothes shopping at Walmart. I was trying to get on a couple of pairs of jeans in the fitting room. After I'd tried on the first pair, I walked out of the fitting room and walked a little bit around the clothing department, to try and break them in a bit. I switched back into my other pants and bought 3 pairs of the jeans I had tried on. I went to go to the checkout, and when I got to the self-checkout area, I noticed there was this guy staring at me. He looked to be in his early 40s or so. He was tall, too, about 6'3", and real skinny. He had short black hair, and he had this creepy grin on his face. He looked like a demon straight out from hell. I tried not to pay attention to him, though. I checked out and went out to my car. I drove home in relative peace. 2 hours later, though, at 11:30 p.m., I got a text from an unknown number. The text said this: "Hey, did you see me at the self-checkout at Walmart a couple hours ago?" I asked who it was, and another text came in immediately. It was the same guy that was staring at me at the self-checkout. I texted him back, asking him, "Oh, hey, where did you get my number from?" He said he'd seen it in my open wallet while I was in the fitting room, and that he just wanted to say hello to me. As you can imagine, I was pretty damn creeped out by this. I was just like, yeah, alright then. He said he wanted to get to know me because I seemed so cool to him. He even sent me another text saying those jeans I was wearing made my butt look so hot. He asked me to send him a picture of myself in my underwear. Obviously, I was disgusted. I told him I was only 17 years old. "That's alright. I'm really into people your age. Just send me one picture of you in your underwear." I told him no, and that he shouldn't be flirting with minors. He told me that he was gay anyway, and to send him a picture of me naked. I told him to go fuck himself, and told him he was a pervert for asking a 17-year-old for such things. The man then said he knew where I lived, and that he would come to my house and strangle me to death if I didn't send him any photos of me naked. I went to go show the text to my mother. When she saw all of these things he was saying, she was furious. She jumped in the car and drove to the police station to file a report. We showed them the messages, and they printed them off as evidence. They tracked the guy's phone number, and it was confirmed to be the exact same man who'd given me that devilish grin at the self-checkout at Walmart. The police came back and told us he was a registered sex offender and pedophile, and was also wanted for the abduction of a 9-year-old girl. Long story short, the guy ended up getting arrested. Both me and my mom were very relieved when he was, and we never did see him again after that night. My name is Samantha. I'm 20 years old and work at a Walmart by a small town named Jackson in Alabama. Since I don't go to school full-time, my boss would oftentimes put me on an overnight shift. This happened back when the store was open 24 hours a day. Given that it was a supercenter, there would still be a number of employees working my shift. This one particular night, I got a 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift, and I was one of the only couple of employees doing stock work there. There was 1 or 2 other employees at the registers up front. Given that our store sits in the countryside of Alabama, we didn't exactly get much business at these insane hours of the night. It was, however, a prime restocking period. I didn't personally know the other employees working that night, but it's not like we'd run into each other in this gigantic store anyway. I started my night off folding pants in the men's department and generally tidying up the place. I kept headphones in at night because usually there would be no one to tell me to take them out. At that time, a customer wandered into the jeans section. It was around 11:30 p.m. or so it wasn't really that weird. People would still come in every now and then and close shop usually until around midnight or so. The customer came up to me and asked me if we had any more of the specific pair of pants he'd found in a different waist size. I apologized and told him only whatever was on the rack was available. He thanked me and walked away. I made accidental eye contact with him as soon as he stood by the rack putting the jeans back. It was kind of awkward, and he just walked away. I simply continued on with my work. Some time passed by, and the store started to look like a complete ghost town. There was no one to be seen as far as the eye could see. I think it was about 1 a.m. or so. I made my way over to the appliances section. I was doing a lot of back and forth work with boxes from the back. It was the area where we kept all the items that were yet to go out. I brought a wagon full of boxes to one of the aisles and started to restock the shelves. Because the shelves were relatively empty at this time of night though, I was able to look through and see someone in the next aisle over. I could tell they were watching me. Well, that was up until he'd noticed me notice him, and then he looked away. His eyes looked really familiar though. I stepped closer to get a better view and realized it was the exact same customer from 2 hours earlier. How in the world could this guy still be in the store? Without making it obvious, I took the wagon with me and passed the next aisle over just to get a good look and see if the man had any items in his hands or something. His hands were completely empty. No way he could still be shopping for 2 hours and not pick up a single thing. Something obviously wasn't right here. I quickly finished up restocking the shelf with coffee machines and other appliances, then brought the empty wagon to the back area. I chilled out in there for a while because quite frankly, I felt like that guy may have been following me or watching me longer than I'd realized. I played on my phone for a little while in the employee lounge. I figured it was about time to get back to work though, and decided I would do some grocery work instead, just to be in a different part of the store. I went into the dairy cooler and filled a bunch of crates with dairy products like milk and yogurt. This took a lot of time to do because I had to individually check the dates on each product and such. Over the loud sound of the giant refrigerators keeping the cooler cold, I heard the door to the dairy cooler burst open. There was conveniently a gap in the boxes sitting on one of the pallets that allowed me to peek through to the door of the cooler. I shit you not, it was that same customer. I ran to cover under one of the shelves and pushed a big box of eggs in front of me. I didn't really have to worry about making noise because the refrigerators were so loud on their own. For anyone wondering why I decided to hide, well, I already assumed this guy was hanging around the store watching me. Seeing him in the employees only section, never mind that, coming into the dairy cooler, seemingly something bad was definitely about to go down. I hid behind that box with my head down for the longest time, expecting to hear the doors of the cooler open and close. Eventually, after a while of hiding and not hearing anything, I assumed maybe he'd left. I lifted my head from my arms for the first time and looked up in front of the box. I screamed. He was right there, smiling at me, standing over me. His smile vanished as soon as I started to scream. He tried putting his hands over my lips to muffle my noise, but I didn't allow that to go any further. I pushed the box of eggs over right onto him. The eggs fell to the floor and made him step back, looking down at his shoes. I ran right past him, but he didn't attempt to grab me. I continued to run until I found another stock worker and told him to help me. The employee's name was Bob. I remember from his name tag. Suddenly, the man from the dairy cooler came up to the two of us and apologized, explaining he was from corporate and was coming to make sure everything was running smoothly. He said he didn't mean to scare me and was simply checking up on me in the dairy cooler to make sure I wasn't slacking off. This Bob guy seemed to really believe it all, but then again, he didn't seem a very smart sort. I asked the man then why he'd put his hand over my mouth. He said he was trying to avoid making a scene. Then he shockingly gave me the order to finish up the appliance section and disappeared as he speed-walked away down the aisle. Before he left though, I called out, "What's your name then?" He called back Tom. Just like that, he was gone. The next day I called one of the managers and asked if there was supposed to be a visit from corporate that night and if a creepy man named Tom sounded familiar. My manager, Margaret, said it sounded like complete horse shit. There was no record of anyone from corporate named Tom who was supposed to come visit that night, nor would anyone from corporate ever be in the store at 2 a.m. They went ahead and checked the camera footage. A police report was filed when they realized this was a random man. The cameras proved this man had been stalking me between the aisles for the better part of the first few hours of my shift. I told Margaret I couldn't do night shifts anymore after that, and she understood. I still worked there, but more so as a day stock person or a cashier now. So I'm a 39-year-old woman now, but this happened when I was 12 years old. My brother and I were in the CD aisle, and I had bent over to tie my shoes. My little brother then started laughing out of nowhere. He was only 9 years old at the time. When I asked him what was so funny, he quietly said that a guy was looking at my butt. I tried to check without being too obvious, and there was this old man with a long gray beard with a braid down the middle of it. I punched my little brother playfully, and we started joking back and forth. Who was gonna be his wife then? That sort of thing. My brother went and joined my parents, and they just kinda left me alone to do my own thing. So, to the beauty aisle I went. Within seconds, the same guy as before appeared in the same aisle as me. I went to a different aisle again, feeling this guy was following me. There he was yet again, pretending to look at stuff, but moving closer towards me. I went to another aisle, one that most guys would never go to. That was the pads aisle. Once again, this creep was pretending to look at pads and tampons. As he slowly approached me, I moved over to the next aisle once more, and then ran to go find my mom once he followed me again. I told her what was happening, so she followed me there. She told me to clear my throat if I happened to see him. Sure enough, this time he got so close to me, to the point where he could almost grab me. I started clearing my throat rapidly until I began to actually cough. My mom grabbed me, now that she'd seen the man, and we found a manager. Walmart really dropped the ball though, because the manager acted like this guy didn't actually do anything wrong, and they couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, thanks so much, Walmart. I really wish I could say I never saw him again, but that's not the case. I remember seeing this guy every time I went into Walmart from then on. I was always watching my back, trying to look out for this pervert. Anyways, let's skip ahead a bit. I ended up being at a friend's house when I was 16. When her friend's dad came over, lo and behold, there he was, same braid right in the middle of his beard and everything. He introduced himself to me as Butch. As soon as we were out of earshot, I flipped out, telling my friend that was the same creepy guy who'd been following me around Walmart when I was 12. She said she wasn't surprised at all. She didn't really seem affected either. Yeah, sometimes she really wasn't the greatest of friends. One day when we were hanging out, she acted like we were going to see someone really cool and awesome. In my little mind, I thought she knew someone single to introduce me to. So we go knock on the door to this house, and this rather manly-looking woman answered the door. She then let us in and brought us cold Cokes from the fridge. There he was, Butch. He came strutting into the room and made me so uncomfortable I wanted to throw up immediately. Things then took a really disgusting turn. They started telling us about how he wanted to see us naked and take pictures of us enjoying each other's body. As you can imagine, that was a very uncomfortable hour of saying hell no and being angry as hell. My friend had brought us into this situation. She never brought me around him again. but years later, her mother-in-law was actually dating him, and she allowed her kids to spend the night around this sick fuck. Yeah, my friend and her family definitely weren't the smartest or the best people. It gets even worse. Years later, pictures were found belonging to Butch of lots of little kids. Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. Non-innocent pictures, but very bad ones, showing what a monster Butch truly was. Her mother-in-law had apparently even taken some of the pictures herself. Luckily, someone ratted them out, and both of them went to jail. The mother-in-law and Butch both became registered sex offenders, but she was released after just 6 months. Didn't really surprise me though, as much as it should have been more. Butch was put in prison for child porn, amongst other very horrible crimes involving children. He went away for a long time, and he ended up getting killed there. Thank God. I sleep much easier now, knowing there's one less disgusting pedophile living on this earth and harming children. So, this story is actually pretty short in comparison to some of the others I've heard, but honestly, I consider that a good thing, because nothing came of it in the end. And that was all thanks to how quickly the situation was handled. I believe it was when we went out for my mother's birthday. We had dinner at a nice restaurant, and then my brother, partner, and I decided to take her over to Walmart so we could all buy her a nice present. It was easier to take her to pick something out than it was to figure out a surprise gift anyway. While we were there, my brother went off to the aisle with all the Hot Wheels cars in it, since he's an avid collector. My mother, partner, and I went our own way. None of us were really bothered by letting my brother go anywhere on his own. He was 17 at the time. That's not a small kid by any means, nor does he look like a child either. That doesn't take away from the unsettling event that followed because of this, though. My mother and partner were really invested in something in the aisle we were on, but on the next one over, I could hear talking coming from the next aisle. I had assumed my brother was alone, so I decided to go check this out and see if maybe he had run into a friend of his or something. When I rounded the corner, though, I saw him talking to a skeezy-looking old man. Must have been in his 50s at least. He was dressed in a NASCAR shirt and cargo shorts. For some reason, I was instantly put off by him. The conversation he was holding with my brother stopped when I approached down the aisle. I went over to my brother and asked him what he was looking at. He showed me a couple of cars he was planning to buy. I moved down back to where my mother and partner were, and instantly told them we needed to go back to the next aisle over and be with my brother. That creepy-looking man was hovering over him. My mom, being the protective type she was, didn't hesitate at all, nor did my partner. That was helpful because he had quite an imposing figure, which probably helped a lot as we came around the aisle's corner. As we did so, the man instantly backed away from my brother and ran, like flat out sprinted out of the aisle and away from us. We caught him a few more times in the store while shopping. Once again on the way out too. We assumed he must be a trucker or something, since he was headed for the truck stop across the street rather than a car in the lot. It unnerves me to think about what might have been said or done had we not approached when we did, or if my brother had been a bit younger or a bit more naive. According to my brother, the man had come up to him and claimed to be a Lego collector from New York. I don't know the rest of what was said, but he was also definitely creeped out by this guy. So yeah, that's my unsettling story. What's one place you can go to find the weirdest, freakiest creatures in our society? I swear, I've never been to a single Walmart where I didn't see at least one eye-catchingly strange human being. Strange doesn't even begin to cut it though, for the story I'm about to tell you. It was the Thursday before Black Friday. My Walmart was open extra late. I was in there around 11 o'clock in the morning or so, looking for a new laptop. By chance, I picked up off the shelf the last one that was being promoted for a really good Black Friday deal. As I grabbed it, some big, revolting, dirty-looking guy came up to me and insisted he needed this laptop very badly. I nervously told him I was sorry. It was the last one, and I'd gotten there first. He got very angry at me and started making a bit of a scene. The man clearly wasn't normal. My heart started racing, simply because I don't get put in these kinds of situations very often. As others looked on at the commotion ensuing with this big guy, I walked away with the laptop box quickly and went straight to the line. He kept yelling at me as I walked away. It was unbelievable. Some of the other customers in line even tried to laugh with me and make me feel a bit better, saying this guy was clearly a nut. I get home and my family is asleep already. I go outside to sit in my yard by the pool and set up my new laptop for a bit. Then though, the light on the side of my house turned on, the one that activates due to movement. I went to check the side of the house to make sure no one was there. That thing would go off every once in a while because of small animals or something. There was a small patch of woods right next to our home, so animals would often run through on the property, triggering it every now and then. Either way, I'm kind of a big pussy, so I went inside, locked the door, and finished setting up my laptop in the living room instead. All of a sudden, a car alarm started going off outside. I recognized it to be my Cadillac. I looked out the window to confirm this. I ran to get my keys upstairs, then tried pressing the panic button to turn off the alarm. It didn't work from inside, so I stepped out onto the porch and clicked it off. Then though, I noticed a car parked in front of our house that wasn't there earlier when I'd gotten home. Any cars parked in this area of the street on our block was suspicious enough already. We lived in a closed-off community, and everyone had huge driveways. I stepped down from the stoop and realized there was someone sitting in that car. I went back inside and locked the door behind me. I went to my mom's room and told her I thought someone was outside, meaning us harm. My mom and dad have a complicated situation, so my dad doesn't always stay with us. This may have been a different story had my dad been there to tell him about this. My mom came downstairs with me, noticeably worried based on what I'd told her. My mom took a look through the peephole in the front door, then gasped and put her hands over her mouth. I looked through it as well and felt ready to throw up when I saw a huge man standing on the other side of the door on our stoop. I whispered to my mom, "I think that man followed me from Walmart." Suddenly, the doorknob started to turn as the man tried to open the door. When it didn't work, he started pounding on it as hard as he could. That's when my mom let out a gasp and a cry, and my younger sister came out from her room. She also started to panic. The pounding stopped after a while, and there was silence for a bit, other than my mom's voice on the phone with the police. A few minutes went by, my mom still on the line with 911, with police en route. There was a loud bang and crash downstairs in the den. A window had just been shattered. My mom and sister both screamed and cried. I told them to hide while I locked the door to the den. I waited down there, expecting an attempt at forcing open the door, a bang or anything. Nothing came, surprisingly. I heard the police car briefly wail its siren outside my house. It was the quickest response time I'd ever seen. I ran outside to lead them to the den where the broken glass was. There, they found the huge, dirty, and crazy-looking man hiding behind one of our couches. He was arrested at once, and we pressed full charges. All the while, he was screaming profanities and threats at me, obviously not helping his case one bit. Both cops told me the guy seemed mentally unstable and seemed to be on some kind of drugs. They told us to get a good night's rest because he wouldn't be bothering us again. While it may be fun to people watch at Walmart and laugh at some of the goofy things you see, realize you may also find some of the most dangerous people in our society sitting there at your local Walmart. Last year, I lost my dream job. I'm sort of a gearhead. Cars, trucks, bikes, you name it. I'll drool over the engine anytime. So, when the local custom shop I worked for decided to close down abruptly, I was absolutely devastated. The boss man explained that business was not coming in fast enough, and he was moving his operation out to the Florida coast. He said that if I ever wanted to move out there, then there would be a job waiting for me guaranteed. My girlfriend was pregnant at the time though, and I just couldn't afford to pack up and move on such short notice. He was an awesome guy, and I was sad to see him leave Georgia. It wasn't nearly as depressing as the situation I was left in though. Literally no one else in town was looking for workers. It was kind of a small area, and there was not much in the way of industry here to begin with. When I was a kid, there were only 3,000 people living here. Today, though, there's more like 9,000 people calling Rican home. So, like I said, jobs are seriously hard to come by. There was one place that was always hiring though, and it happened to be the one place I really didn't want to work at, the Rican Walmart. The interview was a breeze. I'm pretty sure the store manager just wanted to make sure I wasn't either brain dead or criminally insane before he threw the job offer at me. Sales associate. I can take apart a V8 engine and reassemble the thing with my eyes closed. But I didn't know anything about being a sales associate. By the time they gave me the navy blue waistcoat thing to wear, I was seriously regretting not taking that job offer in Florida. Like I said, it was an utterly depressing feeling, but Christmas was well on its way, so as you can imagine, I had very little choice but to just shut up and power through. I needed to be able to afford Christmas for my family. The last thing I wanted to do was look like a complete bum in front of my pregnant girlfriend. As December rolled around, I started to notice these adverts for a Walmart Santa. You know, the kind older dude who sits in the little grotto so screaming little kids can sit on his lap and whisper what they want for Christmas in his ear. Having to work at Walmart sucked, but it could have been worse. A few months down the line, that could have been me applying for Walmart Santa. We built the little grotto out of painted cardboard, scattered fake snow around, and weaved Christmas lights throughout. I've always been a big kid at heart when it comes to Christmas, so for a little while, working at Walmart didn't quite suck so bad. I reminded myself that before long, I'd be setting up my own Christmas decorations for my girlfriend, and the kid as well. Little thoughts like that helped me get through the day. When the grotto was fully built and December 1st rolled around, it was time to open it up to the public. I was in kind of a good mood, tired from the early morning starts, but full of Christmas spirit. Georgia isn't exactly a winter wonderland, but that's never stopped me from feeling festive. On my way to the staff locker room that morning, I passed by a very grumpy-looking guy who was wandering up and down the aisles. I greeted him with a very cheery and friendly, "Merry Christmas, sir." It was pretty much mandatory for staff to do that, but I didn't have a problem with it at all. I actually kind of liked it. All he did was scowl at me though. He had the kind of face that looked like he hadn't smiled in decades, like his facial features might crack apart if he even tried to. I simply shrugged off his rudeness. I get some people aren't really into Christmas spirit, and I don't hold it against them at all. You can imagine my surprise though when I stopped by the manager's office a short while later, only to find that same dude being given the old moth-eaten Santa costume. The same guy who looked like he didn't have a festive bone in his body had just been hired to do Santa's job. I think I might have burst out laughing if I wasn't so stunned at Walmart management making such dumb decisions on a daily basis. This was like a masterpiece of bad hiring. When the sour-faced old man left the manager's office without a word of thanks, I gave my boss a look of confusion, as if to say, "This guy? Really?" The store manager replied with something about him being willing to do the job for free. Otherwise, they would have hired someone better suited for the role. He was a volunteer, apparently, doing this out of charity. Elwin was his name, I believe. No wonder the guy was in such a terrible mood all the time. Poor guy's parents gave him a dumbass name. As you can imagine, the guy sucked at his job. He wasn't festive or cheerful. In fact, I'm pretty sure he upset quite a few kids, whose parents soon began to make complaints to the management. Our manager didn't care at all, of course, as long as his costs were brought down. He didn't even care if the fake Santa made kids cry. What really confused me, though, was that this Elwin guy obviously really didn't like kids. In fact, he was so bad at dealing with them, I wondered if he hated them or something. I wondered if he even had any of his own. Why would someone want to be a Walmart Santa if they despise the idea of being around kids all day? Especially doing that for literally no pay. I mean, he had the job for the entire month too, not just 1 or 2 days. Stranger things have happened though, right? Less than a week before Christmas, the Walmart Santa stopped showing up for his shifts. We panicked at first, since the other fake Santa we'd hired wasn't willing to work any more than he was contracted. In the end, we managed to convince one of the older electrical guys to don the costume and bellow out a few ho-ho-hos. He was actually a dramatic improvement on that Elwin guy. Anyway, a few days later, we found out why Elwin had stopped turning up to work. It seemed like any other normal day as I wandered through the store toward the staff area. When I walked inside, something immediately struck me as wrong, though. A gaggle of staff members were gathered around one of the couches, all reading something off of someone's phone. I mean, maybe that's not unusual in itself, but usually it would be a bunch of people laughing at some viral video or whatever, right? This time, there was no laughter at all. Everyone had this look of horror upon their faces. They were reading a news article. The picture was of a face that we had all seen before. It was Owen's face. Turns out he did have kids, but they had gone missing not long before. When the police questioned him and his family as to the whereabouts of the children, they told them their missing daughters had gone to live in South Carolina. This didn't add up. That led the police to search the family home for any clues regarding the whereabouts of the missing children. That's where they found them buried in the family's back garden, under just a few feet of dirt. Before their lives had ended, each of the children had been beaten and abused, forced to live in a cage in the backyard. News articles went on to describe the unimaginable cruelty that both children were subjected to before they passed away. In the aftermath, the store manager was fired. He was found to have put hundreds of children in danger, all in an effort to save a few dollars around the holidays. It seemed like Elwin Crocker had been trying to use his Santa job as a cover for his crimes. No one could expect someone who volunteered with children to be capable of such horrific acts of sadism. I quit my job at the Rican Walmart not too long after, having saved up enough money to find somewhere temporary to live in Florida, while I got my other job back at the custom shop. It wasn't very hard to convince my girlfriend to move after this whole terrible series of events. In fact, she was almost more keen to move than I was. I work at the custom shop now, reunited with my old boss. My girlfriend is due to give birth next month, and I absolutely can't wait. I can't wait to raise my future kid and give them all the things they could possibly dream of, and make sure they never suffer in their life like those poor tortured Crocker kids did. I went shopping earlier this evening with my 2 daughters. One is elementary school aged, while the other is in middle school. We had looked around in the school supplies section for a while, then rounded the corner to see the Halloween candy on display. As we turned the corner, though, a slightly older guy came really close to us. It seemed like he was kind of in a hurry. He almost ran right into us without even looking. He didn't have a cart or any items of his own, it seemed. "Excuse me," I called, then stopped right in front of the candy to let my youngest take a look at the candy pumpkins. The man stopped quickly and started rummaging around the candies right next to my daughter. It appeared he was listening in to our conversation, and he was reacting very strangely as well. When my daughter said she wanted to take a picture of all the candy, he started acting really twitchy. That caught my eye. He looked away very quickly. We moved on to the women's PJ section to look around for a few more minutes. That's when I noticed the same man passing by very close once again. He was turning right toward the shoes with a big bag of candy cradled in his arms. My girls went across the aisle to the boys' clothing section while I finished deciding what to get. When I was catching up with them a couple of minutes later, that guy was winding through the boys' clothes aisle as well, right towards my daughters. He had kind of paused and looked confused or lost as he watched me discuss sizes with my youngest. This is when I started thinking that something was definitely off with this guy. I mentioned to keep an eye on him to my older daughter, and we moved through the partition to the girls' clothes once more. I didn't see him again for a few minutes. I figured it was nothing. Then though, like clockwork, he came into that section once more, acting like he was trying to pick out a shirt or something. He still had that big bag of candy that he kept adjusting his grip on. I kept seeing him take quick peeks at my girls. Every time he'd see me watching him, he'd just pretend to go back to being occupied in his shopping. I told my oldest I thought he was following us, and she said she'd noticed the same thing. I made my youngest hop into our cart so I could keep a close eye on both of them. The man walked out of the girls' section, then looped around the partition back to the boys' section. He stopped at the opening on the other side, still within line of sight. The man caught my eye again and began twitching uncontrollably, then pulled out his phone and began texting someone. He walked away soon after. By that time, I was now on high alert and possibly getting quite paranoid. I looked around and saw two slightly older-looking men standing around. One was in the electronics section, looking at some sort of half-empty display of something. I swear he glared at me several times, though. Even though there were 3 or 4 racks of clothes as well as a hallway with occasional people passing by in between us, I could feel his gaze upon me. The third guy had wandered into the girls' section and was apparently considering buying the same shirt as the other guy. Every time he noticed I noticed him watching us, he'd wander down to the baby aisles, then come back a couple of minutes later. I realize now, looking back, that if I really suspected something bad, I should have gotten us all the hell out of there right then and there. Clothes shopping for picky preteens isn't fun anyway, and I really wanted to get this over and done with. On top of that, I kept second-guessing myself. Were these other 2 guys really with the first one, or was it just a coincidence? I kept my girls real close to me. After we moved to the women's section, I didn't see any of them again. I stopped having that feeling of creepily being watched. Now it's the middle of the night. I'm pretty freaked out, wondering what could have happened if I hadn't noticed the first guy and just continued to let my daughters wander around. Should I report this? I can't imagine anything would be done just because I noticed some guy watching my daughters in Walmart. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to proceed with all of this. I don't really know if something bad was happening or if it's just me being paranoid. If anybody has any ideas, please feel free to let me know. My name is Leia. I'm 11, and this is one of those stories that happened to me and my mom. The first time happened in 2018 when I was 6 years old. I'll say this right now. Thank goodness I inherited my mom's photographic memory, because otherwise some of this may not make sense at all. I remember it was February 11th, 6 days before my birthday. My mom, grandma, uncle, and I were in the family truck on our way to the local Walmart to get some groceries. My mom wanted to pick out my cake herself. She said if I was good, maybe she'd even give me a toy as an early birthday present. I really wanted this particular doll because I really loved the movie Brave. I told my mom that I'd be really good. She just laughed and said, "I know, Pumpkin. Just remember what Mom said. Don't talk to strangers or go anywhere with them." I nodded. I was a bit of a spunky, wild child. Grandma always called me Little Marita because of how stubborn and wild I was. I always tried to be good for my mom though, so she'd have just a little bit less stress on her. We arrived at Walmart and my uncle got a cart. My mom put me in the toddler seat in front and buckled me in before wheeling it toward the doors. As we walked closer to the entrance doors, I saw two people, a man and a woman. They looked to be in their 20s or so and were just standing by the doorway. They were stopping people and talking to them while they held out these small oranges, asking kids in particular if they'd like to have one. My uncle rolled his eyes and said in a bored tone, "Look at those weirdos, probably begging for money instead of getting a real job. What losers, the whole bunch." My mom replied in a stern tone, "Jack, you don't know that for sure. Maybe they're just trying to be nice. Don't set a bad example for Leia." We entered the store, and about 2 hours later, we had finished our shopping. We checked out. I had my doll and her box right next to me in the seat. Mom took the card and wheeled me outside. I heard a man's voice call out in a kind tone, "Excuse me." I turned around and saw the two people from before coming up to us. Now that they were close up, I saw that they looked very dirty, and something was a bit off as well. Their eyes kind of gave away that they might have some not-so-nice things in mind. The man came up and stopped our cart. I quickly moved my hand away from him. I could see orange peelings on his fingers, and they looked very sticky. The man looked at my mom, then looked at me. "Your daughter's so cute. Can me and my girlfriend pray over her? I want to know that one of God's angels are safe with a loving soul like you." My mom, wise to the fact that something very weird was happening, then said, "No thank you, we have to get home soon." "We have to get to Dad, don't we, honey? Somebody needs to give Dad a big hug and kiss when we see him, don't you think?" "We'll be going now." She turned and started to walk away, but the man jumped out front yet again. "Come on, it'll be a short prayer." He promised he wouldn't do anything else. I saw the woman circling around my mom, though. She looked like she was going to try and grab my mom's purse. That's when I yelled out, "Mom, she's gonna take your purse!" I then saw Uncle Jack running towards us from the truck. He'd gone to unlock it and help Mom get me in along with the groceries. I heard my uncle yell, "Hey, get the hell away from them, you creeps!" The man turned, and Uncle Jack then shoved him away. The woman pulled out a knife and pointed it right at my uncle, who then laughed. "Yeah, go ahead and try it, you bitch. I'll drop you right where you stand." She did try him, and that was a big mistake on her part. Within what seemed like seconds, the blade had been smacked right out of her hand and out of reach. I was in tears, screaming at the man, who looked ready to attack my uncle as well. Somebody else was yelling that the cops were on their way. When they finally arrived, the two were arrested. One of the officers asked if I wanted my doll out of the box so I could hold her to feel safe. He opened up the box for me. He seemed like a really nice guy. He told me that I was like Marita for being so brave, and also for warning my mom about what the man was trying to do. I asked if we could go home and celebrate my birthday now. The officer smiled and gave us the go-ahead. He even called me a little hero and said I could have 2 pieces of cake that night. I earned the second piece. As we drove home, Uncle Jack looking at my mom, he then said, "Yeah, what did I say? You can't trust weirdos like those." He then glanced at me in the rearview mirror and smirked. "I guess I owe you another present for your birthday." So, yeah, that weird couple that wanted to pray over me, I have an amazing idea. How about the two of you never come close to us ever again? Working the night shift at Walmart as a night stock person on the weekends was my second job when I was finishing up college. I needed to pay off my loans, so I had to make money however possible. I didn't deal with customers or anything though. I would just sign for night deliveries, do warehouse work, and stock shelves in the store during the after hours. The typical shift would usually be either 11 to 7 or 12 to 7. on July 9th, 2015, a Thursday night. I still have it locked into my brain. I was midway through my shift in the electronics department. That was when I saw out of the corner of my eye someone walking past the aisle I was working in. This wouldn't usually catch my attention if it weren't for the fact that there were only 2 other workers in the building with me that night. Alvin and Baco. They were both wearing the same staff shirts I was wearing. I would know because we'd all clocked in at the same time. The person I'd seen out of the corner of my eye, though, was wearing nothing but black. Naturally, I walked to the end of the aisle and did a peep around the shelf to check. No one was there, though. I yelled out both Alvin and Baco's names, so when they didn't answer, it made it even stranger. Regardless, I went back to work. I had been holding in my piss for a while, and I told myself I'd go once I finished up this last aisle. Seconds later, though, I heard a huge crash a few aisles down. It actually startled me real bad. I ran over to see what it was. A bicycle had somehow been knocked off its hook. The hook was still fine and in place, though. Seemed like someone would have had to put in some real effort to knock this down like this. I hung it back up and started walking around the aisles, now suspicious as hell. I got to the last aisle toward the back of the store, which was the paper and cleaning aisle. There was this freaky-ass sound that I could only best describe as a laugh. It was sounding like it was coming from literally the next aisle over. Once again, I did a short run back to that aisle and felt my heart drop. I saw a man dressed in all black, waiting by the end of the aisle with his back facing me. His head was turned so I could see only half of his face. Then suddenly he ran, not towards me, but down another nearby aisle. I could hear his footsteps running around. I was faced with a difficult choice of either chasing him down or going to find my 2 coworkers by myself. I chose the latter. All the while I kept hearing these freakish laughing sounds and footsteps that I honestly felt were circling around me. I found Alvin in the women's department and told them to be on the lookout for someone who wasn't meant to be in the building, dressed in all black. We didn't have walkie-talkies, so I asked him to tell Baco if he ran into him. I excused myself because I couldn't hold it in any longer. I had to go to the bathroom so bad. I ran to the employees-only restroom, which was in the warehouse section of the store. I put a nest of toilet paper on the seat in one of the stalls and sat down. I heard the door to the bathroom open and close soon after. Naturally, with only 3 to 4 people in the building, I called out, "Who's there?" With no answer, I could only assume the worst. I heard that horrific laughing again, and someone stepped into view from in between the crack in the door. Looking right in, they stepped closer until the crack was completely covered and all I could see was their face. They began whispering some unintelligible whispers. The echo from the bathroom made it so much more unsettling. I remembered I had Alvin's phone number saved on my phone, so I got it out and called him at once. I was very loud with what I was saying, telling Alvin to get to the bathroom at once and help me. I stayed on the line with him and watched as the man on the other side of the stall left one more time, then ran out of the bathroom. I told Alvin he needed to hurry. 20 to 30 seconds later, he entered the bathroom as well and said he hadn't seen anyone on his way there. We didn't have any security guys working when the store was closed, so we couldn't even go look at the cameras. I stayed close by Alvin the rest of the night, helping in whatever sections he was working in. Safety in numbers was my message for the night. I texted my boss that night, and when I woke up at 3 p.m. the next day, I read his response. He said all the camera screens returned static footage from the night before. No one went and turned them off as far as he knew. I got chills reading his texts. He believed my story and assumed it was related to the cameras all going dark, but with no video proof of the breaking and entering or trespassing, I don't think there was anything that could be done. It was all above my pay grade. That was the only night shift I've ever had where something truly unexplainable happened to me.